Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and happy Wednesday, everyone. Today is going to be an eventful day. Although we still only have until 1 o'clock. This whole half a day thing aggravates probably everyone on planet Earth. This trial could have already been done if they didn't do these BS half day bullcrap.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Got like a half hour to kill before heading to work. So,
Sounds good.
what do you think of? I was thinking about the whole situation with the second. I think the second witness, could have been a lot more damaging, but I think it's actually the first witness that they actually presented that could have caused a little bit of the jury to think twice about the whole cracked taillight. I think that's probably my thought process on it.
Right.
You know what I mean? To be fair, I got to be fair that witness was probably something that I would probably have that'd be a bit of an issue. And
I mean, the only thing that when I started to think about it, I'm like, because I try to be fair too. But at the same point, I'm like, all right, what damage or what actual whatever was done to help the defense? And that's what you have to bring out of it is what helped the defense in any of that, any of it. And I couldn't come up with anything.
Well, my only thought process is that there's a tactic because we've seen that the defense has not responded to reciprocal discovery. They're demanding discovery of Mr. Welcher's new findings, but yet don't want to actually give the ARCA discovery yet. And to me, I think what's going to happen is, and this is my opinion, I believe that they're going to come in the courtroom and they might be testify that taillight could crack based upon the impact with John's car. And I think that's what they're trying to do.
There's no way that ARCA can say that because
I think they will. I think they will.
Really? Because Dr. Rentler said no last time, so then he'd be impeaching himself. That would be awfully stupid.
Yeah. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I think they're laying the foundation that basically she cracked her taillight on that, and then Proctor broke the taillight more and then put it on the scene. I think that is what they're...
What I find funny is people seem to fail to realize that even if the taillight got cracked more after or more pieces fell out, that's Karen's fault. She drove the thing all the way to Dayton, okay? Or her father, whoever drove it, but she was in the car. All the way back to the house, left the house, drove around town, back to the house again, then to Dayton.
I'm just talking about tactics. I'm thinking that's defense tactic. I think in my mind, I'm thinking that is and good one, by the way, by everyone. I think that is their tactic. I think they're going to get these guys to say anything because it seems like, honestly, there is no morals for the defense. I think they basically get anyone to say anything for them based upon money and based upon threats. So I can imagine
have to be a big part of it because it can't just be money. I mean,
it could be just money.
Broke,
I mean, yeah, but also you have to realize a case like this, you can open yourself up to other cases that you can work on.
I know.
I
thought about that too.
You know what I mean? And this is not just one case. This is, if you're able to play ball in politics with people, even if you fuck up, you will recover and they will help you out. And the same thing goes for the legal profession. So I think that's the tactic. I think that's going to be the big shocker the Yawkers are going to come in with, that they're going to make that allegation
on John's car.
Yeah. I think that they're going to come in, they're going to state that, they're going to say it's impossible for that, and then they're going to push for Proctor, planting evidence or a police officer planting evidence on the woman.
Proctor wasn't even there, so who are you going to say did it?
And I think that whole line by the whole trauma response thing, I think Mr. Alessi told her to say that. I don't think she
absolutely. I don't think she came up with that on her own, not even a little bit. Not even a little.
And I think that's their response. They're going to be like, well, this is a woman that was in trauma. She was just saying
2
things.
years later, while she's doing all these interviews, that's the part that they're not going to buy. Okay, you want to buy that she was in a trauma. Why would you're doing, articles and interviews 2 years later saying you're expecting to find him on the side of the road? Why would you expect to find him on the side of the road if you saw him go in the house?
Yeah, that's true. But the thing is that they're going to try to work with what they can get. And you could tell that they're just basically scraping the bottom of the barrel when it comes to witnesses.
They are. Yep, they sure are.
And I think ACA is put into a very precarious situation where I think they're willing to skewer the data to their favor because they're not only protecting Mr. Jackson and Karen Reed, they're protecting their reputation. This is the third largest car accident reconstruction people in the business. They have a great reputation, and this has been a black stain to their reputation. And people do a lot of things to protect themselves, and I think that is the possibility that we see here. I think we're all going to see that.
JMS makes a very good point. I mean, Officer Barros, I don't think the jury believes that Officer Barros drove all the way to Boston to sit there in a conference room of a hotel when you could have went to Yannetti's law office and had no other conversation other than your schedule and who needs to be subpoenaed for you to come in. And no one, and I don't think anyone on planet Earth is going to buy that.
Well, no one, Yannetti doesn't. I mean, like, I think that the fact is that I think that's very sketched. I agree with you.
Well, there's also a pattern that Hank pulled out. He was like, which attorney? Attorney Jackson. It's a pattern.
Yeah. And then you just had Dever come on. I keep on adding an S to it for some reason, but sorry about that. Dever, me and Jackson have something in common. We keep on forgetting her name. Dever comes in, and I think that hurt Jackson because the fact is she said she was threatened by him. And I think, and then they have this other police officer coming in, and then he changes his tune. And you know what I mean? Like, because I looked at the testimony from last year.
Yep.
And it's different. It's different.
Very different.
Yeah. It's very different. Obviously he would not be called as a prosecution witness if he was stating that as his opinion. I think something happened. I think what happened is,
I thought about this. I have an opinion after yours. I think I know what happened.
You go first. All
right. So this is what I think happened. I think after his testimony last year, right? The Free Karen Reed people were singing his praises. He said it was cracked, but it wasn't fully damaged because he didn't say how many pieces it broke into, right? And they added the whole small. He never said small. He just said crack. So they were singing his praises. Like, he's the best. He's awesome. He's the only one telling the truth, blah, blah, blah. He meets these people out, right? Whether they're there before him or not, doesn't matter. He takes pictures with these people. He is lifted up. He's on this pedestal, lifted up by FKR. You're awesome. You're great. You're fantastic. And he goes, oh, shit. I can get a little taste of this. This is great. Like, these people love me. And there's a lot of them. Like, this could be good for me. Like, and he decides he's going to change his tune just a smidge of a statement. That way it doesn't look like he changed it too much. The problem with that then becomes Hank Brennan. I think he got a taste of all that attention and wanted it. Like, exactly. He was out at an FKR party.
I think, in my opinion, this is my opinion. I think basically when he went to the scene, the snow was covering most of the damage for obvious reasons. We saw that it later on melted. Yeah. And I think he saw that. And then when he saw all the stuff online, and the fact that he's seen all, because obviously he's been following this on social media.
That's no very clear. So he impeached himself when he lied about it. You can't get away from it. It's on social media. There's a big difference between just seeing it on social media and delving into it.
But the situation is I believe that after seeing the social media and talking to people, I believe he started doubting, and then basically changed his testimony based on like rewriting his own thought process on his own memory on it. And I think basically Hank pointed that out, that basically what he saw in the morning when there was a welfare check on the kids that were left alone by Karen Reed, that it looked exactly the same. And that to me told me that he probably saw the tail light during the snow. It was compacted. He didn't see the whole thing, and he didn't know how much damage it was at the time. And I think that's pretty much what happened.
You really think he was staring at the taillight the entire time? Doubt it. Highly doubted. It wasn't a contested issue at the time, other than they needed to take the car. I highly doubt he was sitting there staring at the taillight. Like,
I think he was glancing at it. I don't think he was like staring at it. I think that's the thing. I think he saw a damaged taillight, cracked or whatever. He said cracked. And the reason why he said it was cracked was because if you look at the photo at the welfare check, it's compacted with a lot of snow. It is compacted. It looks, you're not able to see it. And I think that's what happened. And I think someone came up to him He was watching social media and stuff like that. And I think he doubted himself, and he thinks, and maybe he's Karen Reed, very friendly person. I don't know, but that's what I think.
I agree with you. You know, I agree with you.
You know what? I try Scorpio Moon. I try to, what I mean, like social media, like just because a bunch of people agree with me, I try to think to myself, the most important people right now is the jury. And, you know, everyone can be absolutely wrong in social media, and the jury can go back with like a verdict of guilty or not guilty. But Karen Reed has a very low bar to get off. And the reason why I say that is all she needs is a hung jury or an acquittal. If she can get a hung jury again, she's scot free. She will not be tried again, and she will walk. And she has a lower, so that's what I think their game plan is. Their game plan is another hung jury. I think they know
Fail.
they
In my
probably,
opinion, that'll fail miserably. This is over for her,
we
in my
don't
opinion.
know.
I don't care how
I,
many other witnesses you bring on here for the defense. We still have rebuttal witnesses, and I just don't think this is. So here's the motion, right? Commonwealth's
mhm.
opposition to the defendant's motion for discovery from Aperture. It says the court ordered that the Commonwealth's expert witness, Dr. Welcher, may testify on rebuttal as a remedy for the defense's multiple deliberate Rule 14 violations in connection with their own expert ARCA. Dr. Welcher is presently engaged in additional testing for purposes of rebuttal to ARCA, and he intends to use a presentation during his rebuttal testimony as he did on direct. The Commonwealth has so notified the defense and has further provided the defense with a description of this additional testing. The testing, data/materials, and the presentation will be produced to the defense as soon as they are completed. The Commonwealth is mindful of the trial schedule and is working with Dr. Welcher to complete and produce these materials as quickly as possible, given Dr. Welcher's personal and professional obligations, including other cases scheduled for trial. By way of their Rule 14, and he puts in parentheses, motion, the defense is demanding the same type of detailed testing, disclosure, and production of information that the court ordered the defense to disclose as a sanction for their repeated and intentional Rule 14 violations. Moreover, demanding this information so that the ARCA witness may try and use it is to preempt Dr. Welcher's testimony, in effect, to present a SIR rebuttal before Dr. Welcher even testifies on rebuttal is improper. And Hank's 100% right. It is. The rest of it says, at the same time, the defense is demanding more information from the Commonwealth. They still have not turned over a presentation that the ARCA witnesses intend to use during their testimony. To the extent that presentation includes information not previously disclosed, it may necessitate further or additional rebuttal analysis by Dr. Welcher. The Commonwealth also needs a fair opportunity to review the presentation in advance of the ARCA witnesses' testimony to prepare for cross-examination. The Commonwealth will continue to work to get the defense Dr. Welcher's rebuttal testing and materials as soon as possible. In the meantime, and because it potentially impacts that testing, the defense should produce the presentation and any other materials the ARCA witnesses intend to use at trial. The defendant's motion should be denied. And I have no doubt that it will be denied. They're
I
basically trying to get rebuttal before a rebuttal happens, and you can't do that. It's improper.
You know what? I would agree with you if there was any other court, but this lady seems to not actually enforce any of the rules. You have
Yeah, but
multiple
because it was
witness. You
as a
yeah.
sanction, I just don't think she could, like, the jig would be up on extreme bias if she allowed them to.
I mean, this is a woman that allows
I know,
defense witnesses to break sequestration orders.
I know,
This is a
I
woman
know,
that basically, as a remedy for multiple ambushes in the same trial, we're just going to voir dire and you can have a rebuttal witness.
I
This
know.
is a woman that seems to allow a lot of even like lying to the court and lying to the judge's face, has done no actual like nothing. She has done nothing to punish these people except for a mean thing she said to them on the
You
open
know,
record. I
that's the
just don't
thing.
have any faith in this judge actually
I don't have a ton of
upholding.
faith when it comes to, like, certain things, like, but what I do know is I do know that when it comes to procedural wise, like improper or proper, she's usually like pretty much I can guess what she's going to do. And this, what they're asking for, the defense is asking for, like, this is Dr. Welcher is doing a rebuttal because of the Rule 14 violations of ARCA, the numerous constant Rule 14 violations with ARCA. And so if she was to allow them to have never mind the fact that the testing isn't done, but all of these materials before the rebuttal witness, after they dragged everything out with ARCA and still haven't handed over their own discovery when it comes to ARCA, that would be improper. There's no way she's going to allow it.
Yeah, but you know what? This woman, I have no faith in this woman. I have my faith in this woman has dropped considerably.
She's not very good in my opinion, and that's probably one point that me and Judge Lou don't agree on is he likes Judge Cannoni, and it's not that I don't like her as a person; she's probably very wonderful.
Oh, I
but
don't have a
very
problem with
clear
her
that she is a
personally.
defense-leaning judge, and some of her motions and the way she's ruled make no sense whatsoever. Even letting Dr. Russell testify, which I want her to testify because I think it's funny and she's an idiot and clearly
that was ridiculous.
But why are you letting her testify as an expert? Experts have to be qualified in a certain thing and have a certain way of getting to that answer scientifically to be qualified as an expert.
Yeah,
Dr.
and the
Russell
reason
is not.
the reason why you want that is because if you follow a scientific method, then another person can come around and copy your method and qualify if it's correct. The problem is she has no scientific method to come upon her theory, and allowing this woman just to come on there and to opine and have an opinion based and then state a full-on lie that with a degree of medical medical certainty or scientific certainty, when the lady didn't even know what that meant last trial. She couldn't even state that. And the fact is, it's been an outrageous miscarriage of justice to allow that woman on the stand, even though she looked like a complete fool. And the fact is unfortunately, I'm hoping that might even contaminate the fucking witnesses, because they're going to sit there and be like, would a judge really allow a weirdo lady from off the streets to jump on unqualified? And they did. And to me, that's
that also nods to every other attorney that's ever going to come into her courtroom that they could get one of these wackadoo people to come in and she's going to okay it. And that's not good for any judge.
I think that's an outrageous. And also another thing is the judge is not disciplining Karen Reed facial complete disrespect in the court. And I know, and I know it's going against her. It's being held against her. But the fact is, the woman is showing no respect to the court, no respect to the gag order. She just goes on the courthouse steps, make a statement.
Well, she doesn't have the gag order, just the attorneys do.
Yeah, but you know what? It's just like, come on. She's basically acting like an attorney. It's getting to the point where it's outrageous behavior that should be curbed.
It should be corrected and curbed. Yeah. If I'm the judge, I am correcting it as in Ms. Reed, put that phone away.
Yeah, it's outrageous behavior. And unfortunately, the judge seems to just allow not only multiple ambushes on the same trial, which is wild to me. And then you have three Karen Reed people sitting there stating, oh my God, actually Hank is the problem. Like, no, Hank has not done ambushes at all.
No.
It's been the opposite.
Hank has given over things he doesn't have to give over, by the way. Just let's throw that out there. Hank has given voluminous material of things that he is not required to hang over. But just because he is Hank, he did anyway.
Yeah, I just think the fact is that this defense has shown and then people actually praise this defense. This defense has shown that they're willing to threaten, lie, ambush, basically pay off people. And all this stuff is just to me, this is not what, and then you have defense attorneys online praising these people. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, why would you praise these people? This is the scumbags of the industry. This is why people don't like lawyers when they do things like this.
Because they just assume that all lawyers do that. And that's the part that really, and that's the part I think that bothers me the most with the law tubers is that everyone assumes that all people who are going to be lawyers, studying to be lawyers, want to be lawyers, are lawyers, act that way, or will give those fake bullshit opinions for clicks and views. And that I don't appreciate, because I'm someone that does know the law probably better than some of those law tubers that present themselves as lawyers who are knowledgeable, because it's very clear to me that I know 10 times the amount that some of these people do. The hell? That's not normal. But because I'm not an attorney, they discount my opinion, right? Because I'm not an attorney, and listen to the opinion of people who are lying on purpose. And that really bothers me, because if you can't give a basic legal take on something that has no interpretation needed, laws are always interpreted, right? But there are certain things that are like pretty black and white, like it is or it isn't. And then there are a lot of stuff that's, you can interpret it one way or whatever way. But there are certain things, like I said, that are this or that. And these people are giving interpretations of things that are this and saying that they're that, knowing that they're not.
You have Mr. Lawyer, saying, why are we here? I mean, acting like there's not enough evidence. And I'm like, sir,
come on,
like, what are you talking about? Like, the evidence against her scientifically is overwhelming. There's multiple people, witnesses, and there's not one witness, that stated that he was in the house or shows that he was in the house. And now I think like we're sitting here and we're arguing over 30 seconds. We have a crackpot lady that's trying to say that those are dog marks and dog claws or whatever. And then basically you have multiple individuals, it just doesn't make sense. And you have one guy in the first witness you had that basically said, well, it's my opinion. I wrote this report because Jackson told me, and I'm not going to actually match the experiment to make sure that his data is verified. I'm just going to say it's negative. And I'm just going to be like a report card. I'm just going to look at his work and say, yep, he messed up here. And I'm going to use Excel. And it's like you're sitting here and I'm like, and then you have, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It's ridiculous. But unfortunately, humans are not logical creatures all the time. Sometimes people are ruled purely based on emotion. So a juror, one juror could come in there and just be like, based on emotion, just be like, well, I think the cops are sketched and not guilty.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, there's any possibility for sure. I this time feel like this was over for her a long time ago, and it was very clear to me that the defense was throwing out very, very desperate attempts of things. Barros was a desperate attempt.
Well,
Lucky.
You don't try to do a mistrial when you think you're winning.
Thank you. Exactly. I was just about to say that, and then Dever. That was a desperate attempt, and you can't impeach your own witness, right? And they threw that whole fit about the Commonwealth not calling Proctor and even tried to file like a motion, basically getting and wanting an instruction for a missing witness. It's like the Commonwealth doesn't have to call any witness. They can call whoever they want. They don't have to call the lead detective. They don't have to. That's not a requirement. They can do their case any way they want. And they do not, the defense does not get to say, well, you have to call this witness because we don't want to call them on a direct. That's just not the way it works. That's a legal maneuver that Hank cornered them. It was a smart legal maneuver. Like, if I'm Hank, I wouldn't have called him. Like, no chance. None. Like, I would want him on cross. Like, thank you very much. Like, I just think like they are desperate, which means they know that this isn't going well. All that pounding and screaming and yelling Alessi did about a mistrial when he knew there was, he loves to throw the word constitutional rights in there as if that's somehow going to like make a judge be like, yeah, so let me give them this because they're screaming about constitutional rights. And Hank gets in there and he's like, they're screaming about constitutional rights, banging their fists, screaming and yelling. Like, that does not change the fact that I don't have to call that witness. And I absolutely can talk about the absence of DNA because Dr. Russell is the one who said their teeth, right? If the teeth went in the shirt, then that would stand to reason there'd be DNA.
I think Alessi just did that because Alessi's trying to basically do anything to try to stop the trial and to dismiss it with prejudice. What it is. That was, he knew he was going to lose in that motion, but he knew, because there's no way a judge would be like, dismiss with prejudice, because that shit would make her look so fucking bad. It would be the laughing stock of fucking every single situation in the courtroom. But I think Hank really did a masterful job on cross of the police officer Barros. I think he did a fantastic job. I think, Hank showed why he's a top attorney on taking something that could have been devastating for the prosecution and coming in and fixing that problem. Because if it was any other lawyer, I don't think he could have done a better job than Mr. Hank. And other attorneys are trying to critique his abilities. I'm like, guys, I think, you're law tubers. You are not the top of the line attorneys like Mr. Hank or even Mr. Jackson. I think Jackson is a very competent attorney. I just think this trial, he's arguing, he knows he can't argue facts, so he's arguing basically speculation. and that's all he can do. But
well, that's the thing. They're like mob lawyers. Francesca's right. They're like mob lawyers.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like it's unfortunate. Like, a lot of people think that Agent 99. You're not the only one. We could, me and B Tim streamed this trial last year, and B Tim joined me a bunch of times, and we watched this. Like, we saw
yeah,
this. We could tell immediately there was a change in demeanor. And when he got questioned by Hank, he immediately like tensed up, and he was shallow breathing, holding his breath. And you can tell like there was something just not right. Like
yeah.
we
That
knew
doesn't
Hank
sound
wanted
like
to
an
change at that point. So
yeah, and it doesn't sound like you don't get texts like that. And the fact that like when Jackson was laughing at him and laughing with him and trying to be friendly with him, to me, I was like, wow, that's kind of weird. He's being nice to his officer. Is he taking advice from someone telling him he's going too hard on all these officers?
yep,
Nope. Apparently, apparently not. It was just that this witness was willing to say anything to help this
he wanted.
lawyer. Yeah.
Yep.
So I just think the whole case, we'll have to see. I think a big X factor is the ACA witnesses. It depends on what they come back with. And I believe there's a dog trainer, right? A dog trainer or something is going to testify for the defense, you said? I heard somebody
Yeah.
say.
Yep. Garrett Wing,
Yeah, I think that's, and who else? And then maybe
the
Lucky,
YouTuber.
right?
Yeah, Lucky.
The
And
YouTuber?
Arca, and then he's a YouTuber, bro.
Oh my God.
This is why the Commonwealth was like, no, he should not be allowed to testify.
I
Like,
don't think that would make you. Is he like how many trials has he testified to?
none, zero, none.
What?
As far as I know,
What?
none, or maybe one. I think none. As far as I know, it's
See,
none.
this is the risk that I think the defense has taken, because if you put these people who have never had the experience of being crossed on that stand,
It's
they're going
risky.
to be taught. It's going to be risky because they don't know how to deal with being confronted. A lot of these people, especially a YouTuber who's like thin, some of these motherfuckers are thin skinned like hell. You think they're
Yep.
gonna, I think you got to put on the court thing. We have 2 minutes to go. I think they said, just in case
Oh
that lets you
crap.
heads up. I mean, a lot of these motherfucking YouTubers are thin skinned as hell, and for him to be crossed by a master class attorney is wild to me. It's like having like another YouTuber crossed by Jackson. It's like I don't think you'd be too happy. It's like if you get crossed by Jackson or Hank, I feel like you're not going to be too happy either way, unless you've got some major experience in that. Because
Well, that's the thing. They don't, right? Like they
yeah.
don't.
So I think that's a risk. But that just shows you how bad the defense is, in my opinion. You're getting these witnesses that are not renowned. Like the only real qualified witness I think I saw was the ACA, and maybe the first witness, who was definitely qualified and very a smart guy. But I just think he's just never did the experiments to
He assumed.
duplicate. Yeah, he just assumed. And that to me is a big, big red flag. I think that's
He
not
assumed too
good.
much. Yeah. Yep. He
But yeah.
assumed.
Anyway, I gotta go. It was good talking to you. I gotta head into work. You guys have a good one. Bye. Bye.
See you later, B Tim.
All right. See you. Bye.
Yeah, he was hanging out with free Karen Reed people. Isn't that funny? Bye. Yeah, he was hanging out with free Karen Reed. Good morning, Red Sky. With free Karen Reed people last year. There's a picture that we found from 2024 of him hanging out with free Karen Reed people after the first trial. Yep. It's insane. Like, and of course we found that out mostly after the day, but I think that exactly. It's the same sort of thing that happened with Lucky, right? Like they tried to lift him up so that he would do what they wanted. Like it's really sad, you know? Thank you, Agent 99. I appreciate you. They can, but he's already off. So unless they call him back, like maybe that could be possible, Agent 99 with Lucky, that definitely could be possible. AJ's Thunderstar movement with project. Yeah, I mean, he did throw a fit. He threw such a giant fit. You know what I mean? Like, oh well, we don't want to have to call Proctor. Well, unfortunately, if you want that witness, that's what the law says you do. If the Commonwealth doesn't call a witness that you want to talk, then you call them. The Commonwealth has no obligation to call Michael Proctor. None, zero, or any of the Alberts. Why would they? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's crazy talk. Like, yeah, I feel like Yannetti is kind of stuck now. He's stuck. He's stuck with this. He is stuck with this. Like most of the shady stuff clearly has been done by Alan Jackson. So all right, good. I can take that down so I'm not too choppy. Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Many of the attorneys commenting have never picked a jury. Well, that's the other thing. We have to remember that a lot of these attorneys commenting, these law tubers, if you will, are mostly civil lawyers that have no idea criminal law or the procedure. Out of state lawyers, not that out of state lawyers wouldn't know mostly, but I mean, even Barros sat there and argued with me about whether murder 2 required intent, and he argued with me online after asking to be part of Karen Reed's team. So you're actually arguing with me about whether murder 2 mens rea that she's being charged with requires intent. It does not require intent in the state of Massachusetts. You want to be her attorney. You've already put in the motion to be her attorney, yet you don't even know what the person that you want to represent, what the charges represent in the state that you're going to represent her in. I mean, that's just bad lawyering. Like, just saying. The fact that you would have to argue with me about whether it requires intent or not. Like, it was so ridiculous. It was so ridiculous, JMS. You are 100% right. A mistrial or prejudice. This was so absurd. That's why I said to you guys when people were like, can that really happen? No, like that's not even, not a chance. Like, not a chance. Like, I think he was a good lawyer at some point. And then I think he got lost in the weeds of thinking that because you're a defense attorney, you can try to do all this sneaky, snaky shit that you won't get caught doing. The problem with that is underestimating Hank Brennan catching you doing it. I told you guys this as soon as I found out Hank Brennan, and I told you guys publicly, was going to be on this case, that it was going to be bad for the defense. Hank Brennan is a brilliant attorney, always has been. He's meticulous, okay? When you're home on the weekend, he's working still. He's working every day after this trial. He doesn't just go home and be like, phew, okay, the day's done. No. He's scouring online to see if there's something he needs to look at. He's checking emails. He's having his, employees write, up whatever he needs written up. Like, he is not playing around. And then he double and triple checks it himself. He doesn't just, like maybe Jackson, allow Little to do it and then just say, cool, great, it's done. Like, Hank checks. He wants to make sure, like, everything that he wanted in said motion, if you have the paralegals write it up, is in it. Like, to me, it's like they underestimated big time what Hank Brennan is capable of and what he's capable of garnering when it comes to information of you doing shady shit, because Alan Jackson clearly has never been caught before on some of this shady business. And let's not think this is the first time he's ever done something shady. It might be the first time he got caught, but clearly he's comfortable enough threatening an officer. So, I mean, that tells me that it's not his first time doing anything shady. It's just his first time being caught multiple times. And it's like, after you were caught with the ARCA stuff, you'd think that you would quit it because, it could get bad for you. And then he just kept going. Yeah, he trains dogs. I mean, to be fair, I have a friend who was an officer who trains dogs, who has her own facility. She was a canine officer for the state police here. She lives out of state now, but she trains canines and other dogs. And I've talked to her about 1 billion times. Just dog bites. That's the most funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. My daughter also trained both of her service animals from puppies to adulthood by herself. Okay. By herself. These dogs do anything from opening and closing doors and refrigerators to barking when your heart rate drops. My daughter trained her first dog when she was 15. Herself. And so, I mean, it's funny to me that anybody believes these are dog bites. They're not dog bites. There's no chance they're dog bites, I mean, they were definitely harping on Lucky, saying he's a piece of crap. They're going to go after him, blah, blah, blah. I mean, with the sewer turtle did it twice before he, flipped. Nah, he had to go. He pops in and out throughout the day because he works, but he'll pop in during breaks and stuff and lunch and end of the day so that we can get some dialogue going about what he thought, what I thought, You'll see him pop in again. Well, I know that the feds are watching this trial. They subpoenaed Yanetti's entire file. So there's that. They are looking into what happened. So I see in their future some serious consequences, and it might not be right away, but yeah, it's going to be bad when it does happen, you know? What was that letter of Karen Reed to the what letter? I don't I'm not sure I know what you mean. Um, do me a favor while you're all in here, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you want to donate to the channel, you can do so one of a bunch of different ways. We have super chats and super stickers and memberships back. And we also have direct routes that support the channel in the shorter term much better, which are Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. We have a link for those of you who want to do it just credit or debit and don't have the payment apps. And all of that is in the description of this video, and it's also on the main part of the channel as well. All of the links to do anything like that are there. I actually just realized that because again, I haven't been no worries. Um, I haven't been monetized in a while. It was paused, and then I was dealing with the health issues and stuff. But I sat here and looked over some things last night and realized that apparently your YouTube account goes from because we didn't get our monetization back until like the month was almost over. So it goes from the first of the month to the 31st of the month. So basically anything the channel makes from June 1st until the end of June, I won't see until July. So I just figured that out. So basically all the memberships that Tracy bought, I won't see that until July. And we thank Tracy. Thank you, Tracy. So I did not know that. I did not know it went like the 1st to the 31st. I thought it went all the way until you got to the, a week before the payout date, but whatever. Like I'm learning still, or either that or I just forgot from last time. I honestly don't know. I had a lot going on back then. Like she did, yeah. I mean, she stood her ground and she was not mincing words, that's for sure, when it came to Devers, Barrow should have an interesting day at work today. Yeah. I mean, that's what pisses me off, right? It's 9:09 now. I'm behind in the comments, but like, what the hell? Like, again, you're doing a half day, but you can't even come in on time. Like, Hank, yeah, he is amazing. He's awesome. He does a great job. And I think they underestimated him. Hardcore underestimated him, you know? Well, that's the other thing. It looks very bad for them because now they have to question, especially after Dr. Russell and her opinion not only changing, but like literally changing based on whether and she proved that it was based on whether it would help the defense or not. Hank proved that beautifully. And so now the jury has to question if every single one of these witnesses has been into some shady stuff with the defense. You're having them drive with you during sequestration orders where you can't talk about it. They're having people go to hotels, like they're writing reports, they're hiding things. They're like, if I'm the jury, I'm sorry, but I cannot believe anything that any of these defense witnesses are saying because I can't tell if they've been threatened, if they've been paid. I mean, if you're if you're the jury, you have to think about all of that. And Devers was devastating for that. And then you put on Marie Russell, and it just proves the point, okay, that the defense is willing to do anything, and that is not good. That is not good for them, I do think they would have blamed him, went after him. They've gone after every witness that the Commonwealth has brought up, and I think, let's be real here. Officer Barros knew that. He knew that. There was no doubt in my mind he knew that if he didn't help out the defense, that he knew he would be harassed by FKR as well. So, I love when they say that there's no factual evidence. There's about 1 billion pieces of factual evidence. So it's funny that they even claim that. I think it's a mantra. When you're in a cult, it's a mantra over and over to get you to believe what you're actually saying. And it works. If you look up how cults work, that's how. It's how the brainwashing begins.
So the jurors are here ready to go, but I know I told you, Mr. Yannetti, I'd hear you at sidebar on this, so why don't we...
Oh, for fuck's sake. Are you effing... And you can't be here on time at 9 o'clock? to do a starting sidebar. Everybody should guess their sidebars. If we're going till 1 o'clock, yeah, I'm gonna go with 7 as well because it's a half day. Let's remember that. But I'm gonna go with 7. This is number 1. This is our numero uno. I find that verbiage to be interesting as well, girl. If he's saying we got him to say that, well, they didn't cross him last time. So how did you get him to say anything? That's interesting. Like, Yep. I mean, wasting everyone's time. I mean, she wastes everyone's time, including ours. I mean, we're still here waiting as well. Hey, Ink, it's nice to see you. To me, it's like we're all here. We are all here trying to see what's going on. We're all here to see this public trial. It's a public trial, okay? And she wastes everyone's time. That's the one part that pisses me the hell off. Like, come on. You can't start on time. You end early. You do half days constantly. This trial would already be over. Let's make no mistake about that. It would already be over. We're on Wednesday. This could have been wrapped up, okay? Now I believe it'll go into next week. Unfortunately. Morning, Potluck. I do believe that the jury has common sense. I do believe that they do. I think this is just. I believe Karen. I mean, here's the thing. She admitted to driving drunk. That's one of the charges. Like, and not. So it's like she's got to be found guilty on at least one, or there's like a holdout FKR person. I mean, it's really that simple at that point. Like. Oh, absolutely. The FBI is already looking into it. That's the, this is just more for them to go on. Lucky probably is next. It's either him or Karina Kolakithis. One of them. See, I'm glad people like you watch it because I cannot watch such a lying piece of crap liar. Morning, Ian. I just can't do it, I don't blame you, my friend. I do not blame you. That's for sure. I don't blame you. I mean, yeah, isn't this what we do every morning? Like straight to sidebar-ish. Like, remember, it's a half day, everyone, when you're making your guesses for how many sidebars. It's a half day. They're going to stop at 1. Or so she says. As we know, she says 1, but then what happens is if they stop with a witness at 12, she just lets them go, or 12:20, or 12:30. Like, yeah, me and the judge have talked about that, and I've been talking about RICO for over a year on this. I fully believe this was already in RICO territory based on the private stuff that I know and have known for quite some time, for a very long time. It's been RICO. And I am shocked that the feds hadn't charged it yet because the feds love charging RICO. They love it. It's one of their favorite charges. Like, right? Half a day of sidebar nonsense, right? Hey, besties. I feel for Lucky. I do in a way, but at the same time, he's the one falling into this. And I think he knows damn well there's no way he would have seen a body. He didn't see the hoop. He couldn't see the screen in front of him. It's feet away in the courtroom. It's huge. But you magically are going to see a body. And also planting a car outside, talking about, oh, there was a car out front. Like, I believe that they told him to say that. 100%. I believe they told him to say that. And I think he thought if he said it and they would help him, that he would just be praised into oblivion, which is what's happened. And I think he liked the attention, I think he's very much easily manipulated. For the people that know him, say he might have some sort of disability, that he's never been diagnosed, but I mean, he's older. So back then they weren't as easy to diagnose things like that. They kind of swept them under the rug and were like, oh, well, if you have Asperger's or autism or, any of the variants of those, like, you're just gonna have to suck it up and deal with it. Cause it didn't exist as the form of Asperger's or autism back then. Doctors did not like saying like, that's what this is. They would basically tell you to suck it up. There's nothing wrong with you. Like, or they would just call it, unfortunately, and I don't, this is just what they called it back then, which is they would just say it's mental retardation. That's what the diagnosis would be given. I have triplet cousins who are a little older than me, and they all were born slower than normal, and that was the diagnosis. That was literally the diagnosis. There wasn't an actual diagnosis. Is it autism? Is it what my sister has, which is called AP deletion? So one of my sisters has the brain of like a teenager versus being almost 30. It's called AP deletion. So it's like a missing tip of a chromosome. It's like my sister-in-law has Down syndrome, and so she has an extra chromosome, right? So they didn't go that far into like, could it be this? Could it be that? In some people they did when it was clear something like Down syndrome, but not things like autism or Asperger's. So for my triplet cousins, they were all just diagnosed with mental retardation. That's the diagnosis that still stands on their paperwork. I help my cousin with a lot of things, and he lives in like an assisted living facility with one of his brothers. And just got a Section 8, probably, I don't know, his parents are long gone and there's not much family. So I help him when I can. When he asks for my advice, I give it. But he's about to move into another place, but for people with disabilities like that. And it's like a big tower. It's like literally like one of those big apartment complex towers that are for like lower income people with disabilities. And so there is actually staff on site that can help if he needs anything and whatever. But back then, that's what the diagnosis was, right? And they have actually never bothered to actually delve deeper into it, even at his age, over 40 now, to see what exactly it was. And I think maybe that could be the thing with Lucky, is they didn't diagnose whatever it was. Maybe it was just, slower processing speed delays and things of that nature. I do see some serious processing speed delays with him. I saw that when he testified the first time. So that's because I think he's just a tech guy. I don't think he's an attorney. I think he's just the guy that does their tech. That's why, because he's not really involved in the case itself.
All right, we'll bring the
pulling
Jays
things up
in.
on a screen.
Take a few minutes, Tony. Do you want me to step out? Okay.
Yeah, it would have already been
Do you
gone.
need to come in?
All right.
Uh-oh. Why would the judge need to step out? For what reason? Right? Do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. And it gets wasted with nonsense. This is stuff that the judge, no offense, but the judge should be like, if she's going to stop at 4:00 right on the nose every day, these are things she should be staying afterwards to do and address. Not leaving and then coming in late in the morning and taking a whole half hour, an hour to address them. These are things that she should be staying behind. And so should the attorneys after the jury is gone and addressing these issues. Leaving and then wasting the morning to do it, like, it makes no sense, especially if you let them go at 3:20 and you're like, oh, I'll hear arguments on it. And you don't give it I've never seen a judge be more indecisive on giving decisions right away. Like, she takes almost everything under advisement without, I mean, now because trial's going, she's got to be quicker. But she's made only a couple that were right there on the spot. And it's like, I've never seen a judge take almost everything under consideration without actually like making the decisions right there. Like, hokey pokey? We could do a hokey pokey. Want to do a hokey pokey? Do a hokey pokey? It's taking so long because these people suck. We do the hokey pokey and we turn ourselves around. Woo, that's what it's all about. Actually, that's getting my blood. I used to do the wiggles with my nephew. When you'd wake him up in the morning before he's in preschool now, but I used to babysit for my sister when she was working, and I would have him get up and I would say, get out all the wiggles, right? Woo, get out all the wiggles, get out all the wiggles. And I would have him shake out all of his wiggles in the morning before we had breakfast. Well, that's the thing, right? That threats and harassment that people, listen, if you ask, you shall receive. Hokey pokey, I hokey pokey. I can get with a little hokey pokey. I haven't had my coffee yet, though, so my hokey pokey's not going to be good. You put your right hand in, put your right hand down, you put your right hand in, and you shake it up about. I mean, I feel like she just needs someone to talk to at all times, right? I can't listen to her. She is so utterly stupid. Okay. And I mean this, and I don't ever call people stupid, but like Melanie Little is probably one of the stupidest people I have ever had the wasted time of having to listen to for more than 2 minutes. Okay. I feel stupider for having to listen to some of the things she says and actually gives these quote legal takes on them. It's absurd. Like, it's absolutely absurd. Well, here's the thing. I used to plow, and I will say, and maybe it's just me, because I had a friend, one of my very close friends, her husband actually accidentally hit a woman with his plow backing up, and it wasn't his fault. It's because he was pushed the snow forward, right, and had started to back up, and she decided she was going to go behind the truck, and so he can't see her, right? In a snowstorm, you don't go behind the plow as it's trying to back up, and she got hit and she died. And so this, I think, gave me another sense of awareness to make sure that, like, there is no one to the side of me, there's no one to this side of me, and there's no one behind me when you're moving. Most of the time, there's no one on the road or in a parking lot that you're doing, right? But oftentimes you have to angle the plow a different way. So you use it in hydraulics to drop it, turn it, things of that nature to push it into a different area. And so you would have to sort of look to the side. You want to make sure you don't hit the curb and things like that. But he wasn't, like, the area that he was in, he was just plowing the street. He wasn't like pushing it up against, like, like you're in a parking lot and you're pushing it off to the side. He wasn't doing it. And he kicked that basketball. He doesn't have great
Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Yeah, that's what they did back in the day.
Good morning. Good morning, jurors. Good morning.
She's not going to give ruling in front of the jury.
Questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this
Oh,
case
yeah,
with
there's
anyone
that.
since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you
Wait,
also
there should be
able
ads.
to follow instructions?
There should be.
And refrain from doing any independent research or investigation?
They insert themselves, the ads.
Yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to be identified since we left yesterday? Very much. So is there a new witness this morning?
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
The defense calls Karina Kolakithis.
Okay.
Yeah, here we go. Here's Lucky. Here we go. This is going to be funny. This is going to be funny. It's going to be funny. You're welcome, Francesca. I love you, Grace. I love you.
You tell me, sir, the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning.
No, it's way over here.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughrin, Loughran.
In what town do you live, sir?
I live in Canton.
Where did you grow up?
In Canton,
How long have you lived in Canton?
all my life.
Did you attend Canton Public Schools?
Yes, I did.
Through which grade?
I graduated from Canton High School,
What year did you graduate?
1990.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes,
How many?
I have two brothers, one sister,
What are their names?
Christopher, Michelle, and Michael.
And where do you fit in the order?
I fit in between Michelle and Michael.
You're the second youngest.
Correct.
How old is your brother Michael?
Michael is 53.
What does he do for work?
He owns his own driving school, and he was a member of the select board.
And you say he owns his own driving school. In which town?
Canton,
And you mentioned that he's a member of the select board for which town?
town of Canton.
And what is the select board in Canton?
It's the governing body for the town.
Having grown up in Canton, are you familiar with the Albert brothers?
Yes, I am.
Which ones?
All of them.
Can you name them?
Brian, Chris, Brendan,
No.
Keith,
For what?
Kevin, and Tim.
Of those Albert brothers, whom do you know the best?
Chris.
How close in age are Chris and you?
Chris is a great guy.
Very close. I believe I'm 2 years older than Chris.
How did you become familiar with Chris?
I went to elementary school, I went to middle school, and then he graduated from a different high school.
Was there any other relationship between the two of you beyond being classmates?
Yes, eventually I ended up working for Chris, delivering pizzas.
How old were you approximately when you started delivering pizzas for Chris Albert?
About 26.
Do you remember the name of his pizza establishment?
Yes, D&E Pizza,
Where is that located?
Canton Center.
How many years did you deliver pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
About 8 years.
Prior
Yeah, 'cause
to
Chris is a great
January
guy.
29th of 2022, were you friendly with Chris Albert?
He is
Yes.
a great
You
guy.
previously mentioned that your
He's a
brother
great
Michael
family.
is a town selectman. What political office does Chris Albert hold?
Chris Albert is also a select board member.
And
You wanna tell them
Chris
how he's
Albert
being
is Brian
harassed?
Albert's brother, obviously.
Currently?
Yes,
So your brother and Brian Albert's brother are both town selectmen together.
correct.
And
How did you become familiar with Kevin Albert?
Through D&E Pizza and
And I'm
interact.
sorry, you said through D&E Pizza?
Yes,
yeah.
and interactions with the
Family.
DPW, doing details and stuff.
Okay.
He knew he had
First,
to
with
add
regard
that.
to D&E Pizza, you said there were interactions with Kevin Albert relating to that pizza shop. What type of
It is.
interactions?
He would come in, I'd be, friendly, I'd say hello, or there'd be deliveries to the Albert residents, and I would, make those deliveries.
All right. You mentioned the DPW. I didn't ask you what you did for work, sir. What do you do?
I work for the DPW, I work in the highway division.
I don't know
And
why
the
this is not
DPW
being
starts,
allowed.
stands for
You can't do a
Department of
third
Public
party.
Works.
I'd be
Yes.
objecting.
For which town?
Town of Canton.
And what are your duties, or strike that? Around January and late January of 2022, what were your duties for the DPW?
I would plow.
And how long had you worked, or to this day, how long have you worked for the DPW?
20 years.
Now, as a DPW employee, how much contact do you have with the police department?
We have varying jobs that require police details.
So
We
you're
would-
doing work and there has to be a police officer there to oversee and direct traffic and things of that nature?
Correct.
Yep.
How often have you worked in that capacity with Kevin Albert from the Canton Police Department?
Good luck, Scorpio.
About a dozen times.
And what was the nature of your relationship with Kevin Albert before January 29th of 2022?
Through D&E Pizza, I would, the Albert usually had family functions on a weekend, and I would make deliveries.
Can these last few jurors hear the witness? I just want to make sure everybody can hear. Okay. Now, what was how did you become familiar with Brian Albert?
Again, through D&E Pizzas and deliveries
Deliveries where?
to his residence.
Do you know what his residence is or what the address is?
I do.
What is it?
34 Fairview Drive.
What was your understanding of
It's
what Brian
road,
Albert did for a living?
not drive.
My understanding, he was a police officer for the city of Boston.
Now, you say that you made deliveries to 34 Fairview Road. How often? And was there a particular day of the week that you delivered more than others?
It's usually once a week, and it was usually on Sundays.
And that was to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
As of January of 2022, how many decades had the Albert family lived at that address, if you know?
As far as I couldn't give you a year, but I know as long as I've been in Canton, they've lived at that residence.
He doesn't know that it's
All right, now directing your attention to
Not drive.
January
but it's road.
28th and 29th of 2022, were you on duty as a snowplow driver that night and early morning?
Yes.
When did you learn that you would be on duty?
Early January 28th, we were notified that we had a 2:30 start time.
And that would be 2:30 a.m.
A.M.
on January 29th?
Yes.
How did you learn that you would be on duty?
Our supervisors for the DPW would notify us.
Who was your supervisor?
William Walsh.
And what instructions were you given in terms of when you were to report?
We were to report at 2:30 in the morning and prepare our trucks for plowing.
His timelines
What
are all
time
fucked
did you
up.
actually get to the DPW that morning?
I got there about 2:15.
And when you say you got there, where did you go?
160 Bolivar Street.
And is that Bolivar?
Yes.
What is 160 Bolivar Street?
It is the DPW garage.
And when you go there, is there a requirement that you punch in?
Yes.
Did you punch in those early morning hours?
Yes.
Who was there when you got there?
Other DPW employees and William Walsh.
William Walsh being your supervisor?
Yes.
Were you assigned a specific route those early morning hours?
Yes.
What route was that?
Route 11.
What streets does Route 11 encompass?
Route 11 encompasses Cedar Crest from Dedham Street to the end. It encompasses everything from Kings Road to Chapman Street.
And streets in between as well?
Yes.
And what street is in between Cedar Crest and Chapman?
There will be Spring Lane and Fairview.
What truck or snowplow were you assigned in those early morning hours?
I was assigned truck 30.
And does that have a particular nickname?
Yes, it's considered a Franken truck.
Oh my
Franken
God.
truck.
They did
Yes.
it.
Like Frankenstein.
Yes.
Why was it nicknamed Franken truck?
It was a very uncomfortable truck, and it had a lot of mismatch of parts to make it more convenient for the drivers.
I'd like to show you some photos, sir.
Of the Franken truck. Okay. Unetti's a Franken idiot. I do think that he is, and that is what I have. I mean,
Mr.
I can't
Loughrin, I've
confirm that,
placed
but that
4
is what I've been
photographs in front
told.
of you. If you could just familiarize
that know
yourself with
him.
them and look up at me when you're done.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing.
Do you
He's
recognize
testified
what is depicted in those photos?
a bunch of different
Yes, I do.
times.
And did you
Different
take
times.
those photos
I did.
at my request?
Yes.
What?
What do those photos depict?
They depict the inside of truck 30 or Franken truck.
And is there one that actually depicts the outside from the front as well?
Yes.
Do
Yes.
those photos fairly and accurately depict Franken truck as it looked on or about January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer those, Your Honor.
It's not going to be so easy when Frank gets the Franken truck. Nah, Hank gets up there.
Perhaps they should be marked with the next exhibit number A through D.
He's changed his testimony
Yes.
numerous times.
And once that's done, you can feel free to publish.
Thank you very much.
Feel free to publish them. Cool. Doesn't he have to ask to do that? Like, come on, man.
Exhibits 211A through 211D.
Thank you. And with the court's permission, Mr. Wolf, if you would publish them one at a time in the order we discussed. I imagine that is 211A, Madam Court
Oh, I
Reporter.
know how.
Ms. Tianetti, why don't you take the photos so you'll know what
Oh.
they are?
Great idea.
Why is she giving him ID? Like, let him lawyer. That's like, what?
Okay. Could you explain what 211A depicts for this jury?
That is the front of truck 30, Franken truck. And it's depicting the two mirrors on the right and left side of the fenders.
Okay. What about the next one, please, Mr. Wolf? Can you identify, this is 211B, sir.
Yes, that's the inside of the Franken truck looking out the windshield.
As if you were seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
Next photo, please. This is 211C. What does this depict?
This is depicting on the range that I would see seated in the front seat, looking out the windshield and depicting how much I'll be able to see.
Okay, and this would be more toward the left side in front of you as you're seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
All right, next photo, please. This is 211D. Could you explain this to the jury?
Again, I'm sitting in the front seat of the Franken truck and I'm taking a picture out the right side of the windshield, again, depicting on how much I can see out it.
Thank you. Okay, we can take those down and put the lights on. Okay, so you previously testified that you got to the garage about 2:15 a.m. on January 29th. Could you explain to the jury, what do you do when you get there at 2:15 a.m.?
So at 2:15, we do a simple circle check to make sure that there are no defects with the truck. We go ahead and we make sure it has plenty of diesel. And then I put, any supplies that I may have for the night, planning on an overnight shift. And then I get in the truck and I proceed to my route.
And what type of supplies are you talking about, sir?
Any types of drinks, food, anything, snacks.
Preparing for a long night?
Yes.
The circle check, does that mean what it sounds like, where you sort of take a circle around the vehicle?
Yes, we're trying to make sure that the truck is safe, that there is no defects that would hinder the job ahead of it of being able to plow.
And when you did the circle check in those early morning hours, was there anything unusual that you found?
None.
Were you comfortable driving the snowplow that night?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you make sure it's filled with diesel fuel so you're good for the night.
Correct.
Now, what lighting is there on the truck facing outward?
I have 4 lights. I have the initial headlights, and then I have 2 plow lights that are on either side of the fenders.
And
then I have marking lights, and then I have work lights in the back for the sander.
okay. If you recall the one photo that showed the truck from the outside, were the 2 plow lights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Were the headlights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Could we display that one more time, Your Honor, to have them point that out? Is there a pointer there, sir?
No, there is not.
Okay. Could you describe on 211A where those plow lights are?
Plow lights are just above the grill on the right side and left side.
Okay. And would it be fair to say the plow lights appear to be a clear lens and then an orange lens on either side?
Yes.
And the headlights, sir, where are those located?
They are to the right and left of the grill, and they're underneath.
Okay. And those are located just to the right of the grill in terms of as we're looking at 211A?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down and put the lights back on. Now, do you recall whether or not, oh, strike that. You also mentioned marking lights. Where are those?
Marking lights are on the top of my truck, along with a beacon light on top of the truck.
And what is a beacon light?
Beacon light is exactly what it looks like. It's a light that just illuminates and it goes around in circles.
And the marking lights, what do they do?
They're similar to driving without your headlights. They're just there to mark the truck so that it's more visible for residents who may be driving and not paying attention.
And where does the lighting face those marking lights?
Front.
Okay, so in terms of the light that strictly goes toward the front, you have marking lights, plow lights, and headlights, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether, when you did your circle check, you checked out whether those lights were all working?
Correct.
And were they working?
Yes.
When all of those lights are on, how bright is it in front of your truck?
Extremely bright, almost as if I had a spotlight.
And that's facing straight out.
Correct.
What about facing diagonally out front?
Again, as far as the lights will illuminate.
And then on either side, directly out to the side, how far can you see?
About 5-6 feet.
Okay. So you see more when you're looking straight out and then diagonally out, correct?
Correct.
You can see farther?
Correct.
Now, how about in terms of you being situated in the vehicle? How high up is the driver's seat?
Driver's seat is an air ride seat, so it can adjust accordingly.
What is an air ride seat?
It is adjusted by air, and it can go up or down depending on the driver's.
And how long did it take you to do the circle check, to put your snacks in the car and water, and to make sure the car or the truck is filled with diesel fuel?
About 5 minutes.
All right, so if you get there at 2:15, is it fair to say that you're ready to go on the road somewhere around 2:20 or 2:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And when you did start to go out on the road at around that time, how was the seat adjusted?
I adjusted the seat up so that my knees would hit the bottom of the steering wheel.
How big is that steering wheel on the truck?
It's fairly large. It's larger than a regular passenger vehicle. It's very large.
As of January 29th of 2022, were there any obstructions on any part of the windshield that would prevent you from having a clear view in any direction through the windshield?
No.
Once you got into that truck in those early morning hours, how far could you see in front of your truck?
As far as my eyes would let me see.
And how far could you see diagonally?
Diagonally, probably, again, as far as my eyes would let me see.
All right. Now, you get on the road. When you plow, is there a particular method that you use?
Yes.
Describe that.
I start in the middle of the road and work to the right, angling the plow to the right.
Are you familiar with the term ring row right?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. Ring row to the right is the amount of snow that's coming off the plow, creating a row. We angle everything to the right so that it does not impede on traffic on the left.
Right. So if you had gone in the other direction, you'd be putting snow right in the opposite lane of travel, right?
Correct.
So you always go to the right.
Correct.
What part of the road, once you hit the roads, do you plow first? What part of the road?
I start at the yellow line and I work to the curb line.
Why do you plow the middle of the road first?
Again, I want to ring road to the right, and I want to be able to give a bigger swath of space for first responders.
And generally, after going up a street or a road that you plow, when do you come back down the same street?
Immediately after I'm done.
Now, you mentioned Route 11, your route that night. You mentioned that it takes you to Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Once you leave the DPW garage to go on your route, Route 11, how long does it take you to get to any part of Cedar Crest?
About 10 minutes.
May we display actually, it's Exhibit 49. Do we have access to Exhibit 49?
What is it? Is it?
It's just a map.
Okay.
And if we can't put our hands on it quickly, I can just display it on the screen.
Is it in evidence?
It is.
You can put it
Okay,
on the
thank you, Ron. If you put up Exhibit 49 and maybe zoom in so we just see, well, I think it is as zoomed in as it's going to go. Is that true, Mr. Wilk, to get okay. Maybe zoom in on the top part of the map, if you would. Perfect. All right. So are you able to see that map from where you are?
Yes, I can.
And by the way, do you wear corrective lenses?
Yes, I do.
What do you wear?
I wear glasses, and when it's inclement weather, I wear contacts.
So on the night in question, when you went out on your route that night, were you wearing glasses or contacts?
Contacts.
What are you wearing today?
Contacts.
You've testified in a prior proceeding regarding this matter last year, correct?
Yes.
What did you show up with that day?
Glasses.
And what's your difference? What is the difference in your ability to see the screen with your glasses or your contacts?
My contacts makes things a little bit more brighter, allow my eyes to see better.
You have
with
more
the
difficulty
contacts.
seeing distances with your glasses?
Correct.
All right. Any problem seeing that screen here today?
None.
All right. What does that depict?
That depicts my route: Cedar Crest, Dew Lane, Spring Lane, and I'm not able to read the one underneath Spring Lane. Just
Certainly, it's a portion of your route, correct?
yes.
All right. Now, you see where it says Cedar Crest, right?
Yes.
And you see the red dot there?
Yes.
Does that red dot refresh your memory or orient you, I should say, as to what road that red dot is on?
Yes.
And what road is that?
That would be Fairview.
All right. Now, when you hit Cedar Crest Road, are you in that area of Cedar Crest, or are you in a different area of Cedar Crest when you first come upon Cedar Crest Road?
When I first come on, I'm coming in at the beginning of Cedar Crest, which is at Dedham Street in Cedar Crest.
Okay. And how long a road is Cedar Crest before you get to the area of Exhibit 49?
I would say that's about a mile and a half.
And how long does it take you to plow Cedar Crest before you get to this area on January 29th of 2022?
About 10 minutes.
All right. How much of that mile and a half or so stretch of road did you plow when you first encountered it?
I plowed the entire street.
If we could zoom out, please. All right. And when you're driving on Cedar Crest Road, are you driving toward that red, Fairview Road that you've identified?
Yep.
Coming in from the right portion of the map or the left portion of the map?
I'm coming from the right side of the map.
All right. And so you start about a mile and a half down the road to the right, which is off this map, correct?
Correct.
And you say it takes you about 10 minutes to get to the area of Fairview.
Yes.
So would Fairview be on your right or your left when you first encounter it?
On my left.
And when you hit Fairview Road that first time, what do you do?
I go all the way to the very end of Cedar Crest, turn around in the cul-de-sac, and then head back up towards Fairview.
Okay, so you're passing Fairview on your left,
Yes.
plowing further, and then turning around and plowing back.
Yes.
And when you came back to the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview, what did you do?
I take a right.
And How familiar were you with 34 Fairview Road on that day?
Very, very familiar.
Having delivered pizzas there for years?
And then having grown up in that neighborhood.
Were you friendly with the Alberts growing up?
Mostly with Chris, but I was cordial with the boys.
All right. And when you entered Fairview Road from Cedar Crest for the first time on your route, would 34 Fairview be on your right or your left?
On my right.
And can you give the jury your best estimate of when or what time was it when you first encountered 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022?
About 2:40, 2:45.
That would be AM?
AM.
And when you were passing 34 Fairview Road or encountering it at that point, what did you know about who lived there?
I knew the Alberts lived there, and I knew that Brian Albert was a police officer, first responders.
Now, aside from the lighting on your truck, were you aware of whether there were any street lights in the area of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Could you describe those?
Sure. There's one before you get to 34 Fairview driveway, and there's one after Fairview's driveway.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not those street lights were working on January 29th of 2022?
I do not have a memory of that.
But in any case, how much of the lighting of your Franken truck was illuminated at that time?
All my lights were working.
So you're now driving up Fairview Road, and 34 Fairview's on your right. Taking into account the lighting conditions that existed, especially on your truck, how much of the front lawn of 34 Fairview could you see?
I could see all the way to the front door.
What obstructions were there at the time when you first passed the Alberts residence?
None.
Were you familiar with the area of the flagpole on the left side of the property?
Yes.
Now, when you are plowing, sir, where is your attention focused?
My attention's focused out the front window, to the right and to the left.
Why?
I am looking for pedestrians. I'm looking for residents that may be backing out, not aware that I'm there, and God forbid, animals.
How much of the time that you're plowing are you scanning the road?
All the time.
Now, as you're passing 34 Fairview, could you see the area of the flagpole at 2:45 in the morning, sir?
Yes.
What was on the ground on the Alberts lawn at that point in the area of the flagpole?
Nothing.
Did you see a 6'1", 216-pound man lying on that lawn?
No.
Now, after plowing Fairview with the Alberts residence to your right, what do you do?
I go to the very end, take a left on the Chapman Street, back down Chapman Street, and then take a left back onto Fairview.
And are you plowing the whole time?
Yes.
So you get to, in this diagram, Exhibit 49, we don't have to turn the lights off. I think we can see it. You're traveling in a down direction, correct?
Correct.
And you would hit Chapman Street. Is that fair to say that's at the bottom?
Correct.
You do some type of three-point turn and go back down Fairview?
Yes.
How long does it take you to get from 34 Fairview the first time to get to Chapman Street?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
And then how long does it take you to get from Chapman Street back down so that you're now passing 34 Fairview again?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
And when you're coming back down, what side of the road is 34 Fairview?
On my left.
When you pass 34 Fairview at that time, are there any obstructions preventing you from seeing the front lawn?
None.
Was there any difference in the lighting on your truck when you were coming back down?
No.
Where is your attention focused when you're passing 34 Fairview on your left?
Again, out the front, right and left.
And how much of that front lawn are you able to see on 34 Fairview when you're coming back down from Chapman?
I can see everything. I can see right up to the front door.
What did you see on the front lawn of 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022 when you're making the second pass by 34 Fairview in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. Now, you've made an up and down pass, sir, correct?
Yes.
Once you pass 34 Fairview for that first up and down pass, where do you go?
I then go do Spring Lane, and I do that top and bottom.
And is there a point in time when you come back to the area of Fairview Road?
Yes.
That second time now that you're coming back, I'm counting the up and down pass as the first time.
Okay.
You with me?
Yep.
That second time now that you're coming back, about how long is it after the first time?
About 45 minutes.
So now it's about what time that you're coming for the second time to this area?
3:30.
And when you come back to the area of Fairview Road, the second time, are you on the Cedar Crest side, which is on the top of Exhibit 49, or the Chapman side, which is on the bottom of Exhibit 49?
I'm on the Cedar Crest side.
And when you approach it from the Cedar Crest side, are you approaching from the same direction that you did for the first time up and down pass, or a different direction?
Same direction.
All right, so you're now coming down Cedar Crest again, correct?
Correct.
Fairview's on your left.
Yes.
Did you take that left, or did you do something else?
I did not take the left. At that point, I could have taken the left. I can make a decision depending on how much snow there was on the ground. I ended up going all the way to the end as if the first time.
All right, and you did your same turnaround in the cul-de-sac?
Correct.
And now you're approaching the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview again, correct?
Yes.
What do?
I take the right onto Fairview.
How was the weather at 3:30 in the morning when you're now in that area of Fairview and Cedar Crest?
It's snowing fairly hard now.
Do you recall how much snow was on the ground at that point?
Maybe 2-3 inches.
And at about 3:30 in the morning, how far could you see in front of you? Again, straight and diagonally in front of you,
As far as my eyes would let me see.
as a result of the lighting on your truck?
Correct.
Now, you take the right onto Fairview. Describe for the jury what you see in the road at that point.
As I make my right onto Fairview, I notice that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side roughly in the area of the flagpole in front of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
Yes,
What type of vehicle was that?
a Ford Edge.
What direction was that vehicle parked when you saw it?
It was parked nose going up Fairview.
Toward Chapman?
Yes,
So you're coming up from behind it?
correct.
You see the rear of that vehicle?
Yes,
And was it parked adjacent to the Albert property, or was it across the street from the Albert property?
adjacent to the Albert family.
And how close to the area of the flagpole was that Ford Edge parked at 3:30 in the morning?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but looking at the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the front door in the area of the flagpole. So in between the front door and the flagpole.
Now, what caused you to remember that there was a Ford Edge parked at 3:30 outside the Albert's residence that night?
For as long as I can remember, they have never parked a vehicle in front of their house. They've always had enough ample parking in the driveway.
What policies or protocols of the DPW are in force when vehicles are parked on the street or the road during a snow emergency?
There is no parking allowed. We are supposed to notify our supervisor when there is a vehicle in the way. At that point, the supervisor will make attempt to call the resident or have the police show up at the resident. And then if they can't get the car removed, the car gets towed.
Sir, did you follow protocol that night?
I did not.
Why not?
Knowing the Albert family, knowing that there was a first responder, I gave them respect and opted not to follow procedures.
How did the presence of that Ford Edge parked on the side of the road affect your direction of travel?
I had to go around the vehicle.
How did you maneuver around it?
I had to maneuver to the left, go up, and then maneuver back right into my lane, and then continue up Fairview.
And at any point when you were maneuvering to the left and then angling back to the right, could you see part of the front lawn of the Alberts?
Yes.
Were you able to see any part of the area around the flagpole?
Yes, as I maneuvered back right.
And when you maneuvered back right and saw that area, what, if anything, did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. So now you've passed 34 Fairview again. Where do you go?
I go back to the top of Chapman, and again, I do a left and a right and head back down Fairview.
Another 3-point turn.
Correct.
So now you're doing your second up and down, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you then enter Fairview again, coming back down from Chapman. And how long does it take you to get back down to the area of 34 Fairview?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
Now, you are now approaching 34 Fairview, and it's on your right or your left this time.
Again, it's on my left.
What, if anything, did you see in the road at that point?
Again, I saw the Ford Edge in the road.
Now it's on your left side?
Yes.
Did it appear to be in the identical position as when you came up the street toward Chapman?
Yes.
How much of the area of the flagpole were you able to see this time as you're coming back down from Chapman?
I was able, it was obstructed, so I wasn't able to see as much as the first time, but I was still able to see the flagpole.
What did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole at now 3:35, 3:40 in the morning?
I saw nothing.
All right, so now you've done your second up and down pass, correct?
Correct.
Where do you go?
I go back out on the Cedar Crest and I continue to do the rest of my route.
Now, at this point in time, did you do more of your route or spend more time away than you did between the first and second time?
I did more of my route staying away from Fairview.
And about how long did it take you before you came back to the area of Fairview Road?
About 3 hours.
So what is your best estimate of this third time that you're now approaching Fairview Road?
About 6:15
And that'd be AM
a.m.
on January 29th?
Yes.
Now, this time when you approach Fairview Road, did you come from the Cedar Crest side or the Chapman side?
I came from Chapman Street side.
And when you turned, did you turn left or right from Chapman Street to get down to Fairview?
I turned right.
And once you turned right, did something unusual happen?
Yes, I noticed there were blue lights behind me, forcing me to pull over to the side of the road.
Did you recognize the vehicles that had, or vehicle? I didn't ask you if there was more than one, but did you recognize what type of vehicle or vehicles there were?
Yes, they were police vehicles.
Which vehicle was traveling more quickly, the police vehicle or Franken truck?
The police vehicles.
What were you doing with your snowplow after the police passed you?
I continued down Fairview.
Coming down Fairview, did you actually lose sight of the police cruiser that had passed
I
you?
did.
How many side streets are there when you're coming down Fairview from Chapman Street?
3.
What are they?
Wyndham, Old Ridge Hill, and then Carriage Lane.
Now, you're now coming down Fairview Road. What did you notice ultimately in front of you in the road?
I noticed the police cars had the road blocked off and preventing me from going to Cedar Crest.
And with regard to the lighting on those police,
Conspiracy sirens.
with regard to the lighting on those police vehicles as the road was blocked off, could you describe that for the jury?
Sure, they had all their blue lights on, and they were parked, blocking the road, the entire road. I couldn't get through.
How well lit was it in the area where the police were?
Very well lit.
So you're now confronted with a blocked road. What do?
I turn around at Carriage Lane, and I continue to do that road, and then I exit Carriage Lane and go to the left.
All right, and going to the left would send you back toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And once you leave the area of Fairview Road, how long does it take you to come back down to Fairview Road to finish the plowing that you didn't do the first time?
As soon as the police were able to leave the area, I was able to finish that area.
Do you recall what time you finished your shift on January 29th?
I honestly don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
No worries. Do you remember if it was daylight out at that time?
It was daylight.
Okay. Now, sir, in the aftermath of that storm, when was the first time you were approached by anybody connected within this investigation on either side, if you recall?
About 2 weeks.
Who was it that approached you at that time?
First name is Paul, and he described himself as a private investigator for the defense team.
Prior to hearing from the defense private investigator, had you ever heard from anybody from any police department whatsoever?
No,
Do you know who Michael Proctor is?
I do.
I'll allow that.
And did Michael Proctor ever call you or contact you at all in those 2 weeks?
No,
Where did the defense investigator approach you, if you recall?
he approached me at my place of work, which was at the Canton Ice Rink, Metropolis Ice Rink.
And what were you doing at the ice rink?
I was operating the Zamboni.
Now, without telling us what you told him, did you speak to the defense investigator?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you do something with the defense investigator?
Yes, I met him for a second time at the Kennedy School, and then we both drove my route.
Skipping ahead to the next year, sir, 2023.
Thank you, Ren,
were
for
you
your super
approached by law
sticker.
enforcement officers who were not Canton Police or Massachusetts State Police?
Yes,
Without telling us what you told them, did you speak to them?
yes,
I think they did rehearse quite a
Speaking
bit.
to them in 2023.
I
have you ever
am.
heard
Thank
from
you. I appreciate it.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor or anybody from this investigation from the State Police or Canton Police?
no,
That's why I texted Jessie to tell her. So nobody would worry.
At some point, did you hear from the State Police?
yes,
That was after you'd already talked to the defense and to these other law enforcement officers who were not state police.
Yeah, I
or
told her
Canton
the other
police?
day you were worried
Yes.
about her. Yeah, where Courtney Proctor worked. That's where he met Lucky in that parking lot one time. They did that on purpose. They wouldn't need to
And,
contact him.
sir,
You're right.
How
They
clear
knew
is your memory about
All the
what you
evidence
saw
pointed that way.
or
What do they
didn't
need this
see
guy for?
in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022 in the area of 34 Fairview? The first up and down pass, the second up and down pass, and then the third time you came.
very strong.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you
Hank,
very
Hank,
much.
Hank, Hank. Dismantle this idiot
The exhibit-
timeline that doesn't fit 75 times because he's changed his testimony like 5 times.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're
Give
ready.
me a call, Inc. If there's something that we can do. I sent you my number via email, so You call me if there's something.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have you and I met before?
No, sir.
This is our first time speaking.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you say that your memory from that night is very strong. Would it be fair to say that before today, you've talked about this case many times?
Yep.
Yes.
You've interviewed with different law enforcement people as well as civilians and attorneys, haven't you?
Correct.
I have not been one of them.
No, you have not.
And is it fair to say that when you've recounted that night as far as times and what you saw, many times your memory has changed? Is that fair to say?
It has not.
You spoke to a private investigator on behalf of the defense shortly after that night.
Yes.
Was that the first time that you spoke to somebody about what you had seen or not seen?
Yes.
That is the first time?
Yes.
No.
Inevitably, over
Should know that.
time, you have given statements to at least 4 different people, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified in court under oath.
Correct.
During the pendency from that night until today, it's fair to say there are many times where you have been intimidated, isn't it?
No.
You've been threatened.
Nope.
You were aware, sir, that you were being threatened by an online blogger to expose you.
Yep.
I was not.
No.
You're saying as you sit here today,
Even Alessi
you
just
have
went.
no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger.
I was not threatened by an online blogger.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
Yep.
He was not threatening.
Let's
Oh,
remove
now-
the word threatening. Was the person communicating and making clear to you
Oh
that if you
shit.
didn't testify in a certain way, there would be some consequence to you? Anytime from when you first spoke to the private investigator until today, were there communications made to you
Go ahead,
by an
live.
online blogger
Live.
that there would be consequence
Play
to
it.
you if you didn't testify
Play
in
it.
a way that was acceptable to them?
No,
You listened, of course, didn't you, to podcasts that were about you?
I did not.
People told you about them.
Yes, they did.
When friends told you about them, you knew who that person was that was making those claims, correct?
Correct.
You were
Oh, he's
well aware of
toast.
the person had a very strong and large social media presence.
I didn't know how large or what his presence were, but yes, I
Bullshit.
knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
You pay for a subscription.
I do not.
Did you get one for free?
I did not.
And in following that blogger, you know full well the power that person has to get attention from the community to harass. correct?
They knew he was lying.
Yes.
And so during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware that you were being pressured to testify a certain way, you also knew there'd be consequences if you didn't. Isn't that true?
I'm going to allow that.
Yeah, too bad.
So he can answer that.
What?
You knew there was pressure for you to testify a certain way in this case, didn't you?
Revoke both their phones.
I did not know I was being required to testify a certain way.
Bullshit.
I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife. I was not paying any attention to any social media.
Bullshit.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware during the pendency of this case that there has been pressure on you to testify in a certain way. Isn't that fair to say?
No,
Sir, you received a call from that blogger, didn't you?
I did.
And during that call, did you know the person was recording you?
I did not.
You later learned that the person recorded you.
I did not.
Do you know that your conversations were spread throughout the community online?
Wiretapping.
Sir, some of those communications or inquiries were
Wiretapping
claims that you'd be
charge.
exposed for personal matters if you didn't testify a certain way, weren't they?
No.
Inevitably, you've met this person, haven't you?
I've seen him. I haven't met him.
Have you ever spent time with him?
No, I have not.
You're still a follower of that blog.
I am.
When you follow the blog, do you read anything or do you watch it?
No, I don't do much anything towards
Much?
the blogger.
As you follow it, you can see there are oftentimes articles about you.
No,
Haven't you ever been encouraged to do the right thing?
no,
Haven't you ever been celebrated after you've testified in a way favorable for one side
Yes.
or the other?
yes,
Yes.
And so when you were being celebrated, that certainly took off any pressure that would be consequence, didn't it?
Ask it differently.
When you were
I have
celebrated
no
for
sympathy
testifying
now.
a certain way,
None.
did you
Zero.
find that to be
Wiretapping.
encouraging?
I'm going to allow it.
I did find it to be encouraging,
Did
but
you,
I did not want it. I don't think I deserved it. All I was doing was my job and
That's not your
telling
job.
the truth.
did you enjoy the attention that you got?
I
Yep.
did not.
Did you pose in photographs with people who support one side or the other?
I did.
And when you were in those photographs, are you saying that you didn't enjoy the attention that you were receiving?
I did not. Again, I was trying to be polite and trying to avoid any confrontation
Oh,
that may come from
so for
something if I
being
said
harassed.
no.
Well, did anybody from the district
Being
attorney's
harassed.
office ever suggest they would confront you or punish you if you didn't testify a certain way?
No,
How many friends contacted you about what was being said before you testified, the pressure?
do you know?
How many people told you about that?
I couldn't tell you. All my friends were telling me.
So you were hearing a
A
lot
lot.
of noise or information from your friend group and community about what was being said about you.
Yes,
You didn't know, maybe.
And
You might
this
not have known.
was before you testified at the first trial, sir.
this was before.
Sir, you work hard, don't you?
I do.
You work many different jobs.
I do.
You try to be a good citizen.
I do.
You are not looking for attention.
I am not.
It was brought to you.
It was brought to me.
You wish you never had that attention, don't you?
Yes,
Oh, you don't even know how to
Because
answer that.
you just
Yeah.
want to live your life the way you want to live it rather than have people you don't know attacking, criticizing, or intimidating you.
I'll allow that.
could you repeat that, please?
Would it be fair to say that you simply want to live your life the way you've been living it without outside people attacking or pressuring or threatening you?
Yes,
Brilliant, Hank. Brilliant. Brilliant. Because he knows he's
On
trying to lie
June
for the
15,
defense.
2020, June 5th, 2023, you were contacted by the defense private investigator, weren't you? And you may not know the dates. Were you contacted twice by the private investigator?
I would need to know what time frame we're looking at.
Fair enough.
Who asked you to ask
By
about
the way,
time frames?
the blogger
You should know.
that I speak of, do you know if he is friendly or supports one side over the other?
I know he is friendly towards one side, yes.
The side sitting in the back of the room?
I would say the defense team.
You've interacted with a private investigator hired by the defense.
Yes,
Have you also interacted with any of the attorneys?
yes.
Which attorneys have you interacted with?
Say Jackson.
Mr. Yannetti.
Have you contacted or have you spoken
Mr.
to any
Jackson?
other attorneys other than Mr. Yannetti?
Just Mr. Yannetti.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. Yannetti?
Again, what are we talking? First trial, this trial?
The entire time from that night until today. Can you remember how many times that you've
About
spoken?
5 times.
How many times have you gone into
That's real
interviewed by
precise.
him?
That's real
4
precise.
times?
During those interviews, were they spaced out over the course of this case?
Yes.
What was the purpose of those interviews?
To go over my testimony.
When you went over testimony,
Were you ever shown prior testimony?
Yes.
Were you shown prior reports?
No.
Were you shown a prior
Right.
investigator's report?
Yeah, Jesse,
Yes.
you're an
Were
expert
you
now.
shown a prior report by a law enforcement agency that is not the state police and not Canton?
Not by Mr. Yannetti. I saw that first document for the first time during the first trial.
When you were discussing your testimony, was there a discussion about the fact that the times that you gave the private investigator were different than the report from that law enforcement agency?
Could you repeat that question, please?
When you were preparing for the trial in those meetings, was it brought up and you discussed that there was a difference in your memory, or at least in the reports, between what you told the defense private investigator and what you told that other law enforcement agency?
No.
Were you aware that there was a difference between the different statements in your memory at the time?
The first trial, yes.
Damn it
When
with
you-
the
When
echo.
you were with the defense preparing for trial, did you go over your testimony?
I'm trying to figure
Yes.
it.
Go over questions and answers?
Yes.
Were you ever subjected to a make pretend cross-examination about issues that were important in this case?
No.
Were you ever pointed to any particular issues that were important to talk about in this case?
No.
When you did the questions and answers, were they written down or just a conversation?
Can you repeat that one, please? I'm sorry.
When you went through the
Yeah,
questions and
he's
answers,
definitely a bad liar.
preparing, practicing for your testimony, were they written down?
So ask you to,
When you were preparing for your testimony, were the questions and answers written down, or was it just speaking?
Just speaking.
Those 4 times that you met, is that a guess or was it 4 times?
It was about 4 times, yes.
Could it have been more?
No.
And during those 4 times, was there anything different other than going through questions and answers about testimony and preparation? Was there any other subjects we talked about?
There were none.
Did you ever receive any compensation, sir?
I received none.
Do you know whether people were sending you compensation that you didn't receive?
No.
You don't know?
I never received anything.
Were you given anything to bring home with you so that you could remember past testimony or some of the questions and answers that were going to be asked?
No.
How long were your meetings in preparation for your testimony?
About 45 minutes to an hour.
Were they all about the same time or were they different? When you came into court last year, it's fair to say this is after you became aware of essentially being targeted, correct?
you can answer that. If you can. Can you answer that, Mr. Loughrin?
I can. I don't ever felt like I was being targeted.
This was after you received all the information from your friends and people in the community that you were being attacked.
I'll allow that.
Again, I don't feel like I was being targeted.
Are you concerned after this case what happens with the blogger that you follow?
No.
No, that's a lie.
You talked about your meeting with the private investigator. The first time you met him, do you remember that meeting?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met him?
I met him at my place of employment.
Did you go anywhere with him that day?
No, I did not.
You had a conversation with him and you spoke about what you had remembered from that night?
Yes.
Do you remember when you spoke to that private investigator, you weren't sure how many times you went up and down Fairview that night? That you had said 2 or 3?
No, I told him I went up at 2:30 at 2. I told him at 3:30 I went up 2.
Nobody
Went
would
up and down.
saying.
And I told him about 3 hours later, I went up and down. I went down and wasn't able to go around the police cruisers and had to turn around
At 3
at
in the
Carriage
morning.
Lane.
They weren't there until 6.
You mentioned that you believe you told the private investigator that you went up and down at 2:30.
I love it.
Do you
I love
remember
it, Lou.
when you spoke to the private investigator, you actually said 3 o'clock?
Welcome back.
I don't remember the 3 o'clock.
I do. My pen is dying, you guys. I'm
May I
not
approach?
happy about this.
Yes.
And before I do you remember you said that when you went on your second pass,
Damn it.
it was around 3:15?
I told him I went up Fairview between about 2:40 to 2:45. And I said about 45 minutes later, I went for the second time.
Gotta get my other one out.
Okay. Now you
Small floofy.
said 2:30, and you just now said 2:40 to 2:45, and then you said 45 minutes later.
Yep.
Okay. Do you remember telling the private investigator that when you think, or you said you saw a Ford Edge, you were actually still on Cedar Brook, not on Fairview passing by it? You saw it from the street at Cedar Brook. Do you remember telling him that?
I
Sorry,
don't
Cedar
remember.
Crest.
Secret. I don't remember ever saying that.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
But you did.
I'll show you a copy. This is a report that you didn't write, so I don't want you to read it. I want to show it to you and see if it helps remind you of what you told the private investigator.
I also refuse for my own mental health.
What I'm asking you is whether or not you remember
The
telling the
lies
private
make me want to smash
investigator
things.
that when you saw the car, you weren't passing on Fairview, you were up on Cedar Crest. That's the question I'm asking. So I'd ask you to look at whatever part you want. I'm going to point out the part to you. When you're done, don't answer, just look up, and then I'll get to ask you some questions about your memory, okay? So I directed to this part, but you can look at any part that you want, sir.
I know. How was Florida? I'm jealous. It's beautiful weather down there. The blogger threatened him online. We all saw it. It was a long video of him threatening to expose him, and he's a piece of crap, and he's a waste of human life, and he's the most awful person on planet Earth, the blogger says about Lucky, and that he better do the right effing thing or else. And Lucky most certainly saw it and knew about it. He just admitted his friends told him, but you wouldn't take that as being threatening. Come on, man. There was 2 separate things in an article done on him, but you follow him and you don't know that. Like, that's just not believable. You know what I mean? They're not going to call you. Like,
Are you done, sir?
Yes.
May I
they're
approach,
not.
Your Honor?
Again, hero in his own mind. The defense is not going to call you, sir, because then the Commonwealth can cross-examine, and they would catch you in perjury.
Sir, do you now remember when you were speaking to the
They're not calling
defense
you.
investigator
Idiot.
about seeing a car? You said that about 3:30 to 4 a.m. when you were plowing Cedar Crest Road, you looked toward Fairview Road and saw a small SUV parked in front of the house. Remember telling the PI that?
I never remember telling him that.
When you spoke to law enforcement, not the Canton Police or the state police, you understood it was important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
And you understood, at least with that law enforcement agency, if you misled them in any way, it could be up to a 10-year penalty?
Yes.
When you spoke to them, did you take that interview very seriously?
Yes.
Try to be as precise and accurate as you could?
Yes.
And when you spoke to them, obviously, like anybody, you had in mind there could be serious consequences if they felt misled.
I don't
Yes.
know.
You try to be honest with them,
I can't.
Yes.
see.
provide them your best memory and good faith.
Yes,
And this was shortly
Lucky.
before, well, actually, this was May 24th, 2023, correct?
Plow driver.
correct.
When you met, there was more than one person there from this agency?
I believe so.
Was there potentially two?
There was two.
And when you met with them, they asked you about when you began working that night.
Oh, thank you, Alan.
Yes,
You told them 11:30 to midnight.
I never told them that.
And so as you sit here today, your memory is
Right,
you did
shaking
not
bushes.
tell those law enforcement agents that you began work at 11:30 to 12?
We had a 2:30 start time.
I understand, but I'm asking you,
I
Morning,
never
Lisa.
told them. It was always 2:30 start time.
when you spoke to them, do you remember telling them the first time you were out near the area was midnight?
Nope. No.
No?
When you spoke to those law enforcement personnel, were they taking notes?
I believe so.
Have you ever seen their report?
The first trial I did, yes.
Who showed you that report?
It was shown to me by Prosecutor Lally.
You think Prosecutor Lally showed you that report?
It was shown to me.
And do you remember telling those two law enforcement personnel that
Exactly, Bree.
you believe that there were emergency vehicles, ambulances, or police cars in front of Fairview at 3 to 3:30 a.m.?
I do not.
Are you saying that you did not say these things to them, or are you saying that that's not your memory?
That's not what I said.
And so you're saying that's wrong. You're denying
Correct.
you made those statements.
Correct.
This is Lucky the plow
At the
driver.
time they say that you told them there was emergency vehicles there at 3 a.m.
Right.
That is the same
Alibi.
time that you told the PI that you saw the Ford Edge around 3:30 to 4, correct?
About 3:30 is when I saw the Ford Edge.
It is disgusting, Lou. I agree.
It was dark out that night,
Painful.
wasn't it?
Correct.
There are no street lights down near that flagpole area of 34 Fairview, is there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Was it on that night?
I can't tell you
Cynthia.
honestly if it was.
You testified at trial? I'm sorry, at a proceeding last year?
I testified that there were. It was asked to me that there were not
You guys.
any streetlights, and I entered in the affirmative way. And living in that neighborhood, I saw that there were actual streetlights.
You
But there aren't.
testified at a proceeding last year, didn't you?
Not down there.
Yes,
I mean, you testified at the proceeding. Did you meet anybody from the defense close in time to that proceeding?
Oh,
I don't know, when we met, how close to the proceedings it was.
Do you remember being prepared before you went into trial last time?
Yes,
By?
by Yanelli, excuse me.
Yanali? Yanali.
Do you remember telling the defense private investigator that you made your final pass at 6:30 a.m.?
Couldn't have.
I remember I told him it was about 3 hours going down Cedar Crest and was not able to go to the end of Fairview due to the first responders.
At trial last year, do you remember saying it was 5:30?
I agree with you, Cynthia.
I did,
I agree.
And today you had said about 6:15.
yes.
You weren't timing anything on a watch for times, were you?
I was not.
You were not accounting in any way for time whatsoever when you were out that night, were you?
No, I was not.
When you're providing times, are you trying to use your best memory?
Yes,
Do you recognize that you have a differing memory on times of what you did that night?
Right.
no.
You talked about your view from the tow truck and that you have a bunch of lights on it. On the tow truck,
Hey, lawyer.
you had mentioned that your vision to the side was 5 to 6 feet.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Yes, of course. You said when you were driving your tow truck, you could see forward and sideways.
Okay. I don't want to be, I don't drive a tow truck.
My apologies. My apologies. Your snow plow.
Thank
You
you.
said you can
Snowplow.
see forward and sideways.
I can see forward, I can see diagonal, and I can see right to left.
When you look right to left, you said you could see about 5 feet.
Correct.
Do the lighting conditions affect how well you can see?
No.
Does the weather?
Oh, no?
Yes.
When you're plowing, are you ever looking at the street in front of you?
Yes.
Are you looking at people's front yards?
Yes.
And so what did you see
Really?
as far as the front door of the Albert House that night? Was it open or closed?
It was closed.
With lights on?
I can't answer that for sure. I don't remember if there were lights on.
How about the neighbors on the left? Were you looking at their front line?
Yes.
Did
Yeah.
you see if their lights were on?
Again, I didn't recognize if their lights were on.
Do you look at
Oh.
every neighbor's front lawn up to the door as you're driving in the snow plowing?
I look to the right and to the left, and my eyes will graze to the yard. Yes, I will look there.
You were saying you have a specific memory of looking at the Albert front yard all the way to the door. Do you have a specific
Which he obviously
memory of
does not.
looking at the other neighbors' yards to their door?
Can you repeat that,
Loud,
please? I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Yes, you said that you looked at the Albert house all the way to the door.
Correct.
Do you have a memory of looking at any other houses all the way to the door?
Yes.
Which house had a dumpster in front of it?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to a dumpster. Dumpster wouldn't be in the
but you're
front
paying
yard.
attention to a yard.
Are you
Wasn't
sure
there.
on your route there was no dumpsters in anybody's front yard?
I can tell you there was a dumpster this week.
No. I'm more interested in January 29th, 2020.
I can't answer to that. I don't remember.
A dumpster,
Diabolical. I love it,
15
Hank.
by 20-foot dumpster, that would be bigger than
A
a
body.
man's body, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
And so
You
you
noticed
have no
that.
really specific memory of the other homes in the neighborhood that night.
I mean, I looked, I saw, I didn't see
Saw what?
a dumpster that would have definitely stuck out.
But it was there.
You said you had vision as far as your eyes could see.
Correct.
But it was
Um,
there.
What does that
It was
mean?
a dumpster.
Means if there were, my eyes were, as long as they're open, I can see as far as they will let me see.
Is that dependent on lighting conditions, darkness, snow?
Correct.
That night, did you have any difficulty paying attention or driving?
I did not.
Did you have a small accident that night?
I did.
Okay, what did you hit?
I hit a portable basketball net.
A
Was that
large
part
basketball
because of the
net.
weather conditions, you didn't have a good opportunity to see it?
No, I definitely saw it and just did not judge enough.
You said that you went up and down the road a couple of times. When you were asked to describe the car that you said you saw, when you first spoke to the defendant's private investigator, you didn't give any detail about the type of car, did you?
I told her it was a Ford Edge.
Okay.
No, you didn't.
When you
They
first
pointed out
spoke
for us.
to the investigator, you used the words Ford Edge.
I did.
Did they bring you to a parking lot at some point?
They did.
And when they brought you to a parking lot, did they have you go out in the parking lot and look at a Ford Edge?
They did.
And when they had you go out and look at the Ford Edge, did they have you identify that as the type of car?
Yes, they did.
And when you did that, how many cars were in the parking lot?
We had a hockey game, so there were several, at least 100, 150.
Who pointed you to the Ford Edge?
I pointed to it.
Did the investigator
No.
take you to the Ford Edge?
No, he did not.
It was just an open parking lot, and he asked you to look
What he
around.
testified
and see if
to
there happened
last
be a similar car.
No, I told him a Ford Edge. He wanted to make sure I knew what a Ford Edge looked like. I pointed to the Ford Edge, and he was satisfied.
So after you said a Ford Edge, he brought you to a parking lot to point out a car.
We were at my place of business. We just walked out the door
Where was that?
at the Metropolis ice rink.
The rink?
Ice rink, yes.
Did you then meet the investigator later on at a school?
Yes, I did.
And who did you meet at the school?
I met Paul again.
And what was the purpose of that?
He wanted to go through my route.
You want to go through your route.
Correct.
And then, did you choose to meet at the school?
I did.
You did?
I did.
And why did you choose the school?
It's not what he
It
said
was
last time.
an easier landmark for the gentleman to get to, and it was minutes from my route.
Did you know that former Trooper Proctor's sister worked there?
I had no idea.
You said last year that when you went by Fairview, did you say that you would buy your final pass at 5:30 a.m.?
No.
He did. Been caught in like 16 lies already. I mean, how many more, Lucky? How many we're gonna do? I don't know why you agreed to do this, my dude. You know, yeah, pick a car, any car, just like pick a, you know, he did. He's about to be shown it. You're gonna say the court transcript is wrong too?
Yes.
Dare ya? I dare ya. He's not working with full deck. We know this. That's what they call him. His name's Brian, but they call him Lucky.
Sir, when you
This
have
is
contact, you also wear reading glasses?
Yes. I can't read things up close.
Understood. This
So,
is
up close. You
trial
can't see things
testimony
up
Friday,
close, but
June-
I couldn't put
sorry,
glasses on
testimony
with my
from
contacts.
June
You wouldn't be able to
21st,
see.
2024,
That doesn't make sense.
and you were asked do you recall what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview? You said, I don't honestly recall what specific time. Yes?
Yes.
And then you were asked, sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back? And what did you say?
Say about 5:30.
Ouch.
And so even last year, you were having some difficulty remembering the
Yeah.
times, right?
System.
Were you having difficulty last year remembering the times that you were on Fairview?
No.
When you said you were on Fairview
No?
last year at 5:30, you didn't see anything on the Albert front lawn
You just did.
at 5:30
You
a.m.?
did. Hank just did.
I wasn't on Fairview at 5:30 a.m.
Okay. Were you asked last year about your travels on Fairview?
I couldn't. I wouldn't be able to see anything.
Yes.
Okay. When you asked about, recall, was time you wound up on Fairview, and you said you didn't remember. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that true testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you had some difficulties in your memory of when you were on Fairview when you testified last year. Isn't that fair to say?
No, it's not fair.
And then you were asked approximately if it was 3:15 to 3:30 the second time, what time did you come back?
And I said, if I were to guess, I said 45 minutes later.
Did you say, I would say, if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview?
That time was incorrect. It was 6:15. I couldn't go down any further due to the police presence.
So your testimony last year,
It's 5:30
you
now.
understandably made a mistake about the time, correct?
I did.
And it's true, isn't it, that you really have somewhat foggy memory about the times?
It is not.
That time of 5:30 is very different than the time you told the agents when you met them. I'm sorry, the law enforcement officials that weren't from Canton or the state police. That was very different than when you told them 3 to 3:30.
Very different.
And it's different than the 3:30 to 4 timeline that you gave the defense private investigator the first time you spoke to them. Right?
Correct.
And it's different than what you told the jury today, that it was 6:15.
It's different, but it's not.
It's not? It's different, but it's not?
When you plowed that night, did you have any reason to look
Yeah, that's not
for
mine.
somebody who was lying on the side of a yard?
No.
No, this is mine.
Did you have any expectation somebody would be lying helpless on the side of the yard that night?
No.
Yeah, there's no way I
If
could
you
do that.
had
My
seen
goal
somebody,
is to make it
certainly you would have
impossible
helped.
with my contacts
Correct.
to see anything. Right, it's not different. 3:30, 5:30, 6:15, 4:30. Those aren't different, he says.
When you said that, well,
It's not
when the
different.
private investigator asked you where you were when you said you saw the Ford Edge, are you saying that you didn't tell the private investigator that you were on Cedar?
I don't remember telling him I was on Cedar Crest. I do remember telling him that I had turned onto Fairview and saw the vehicle.
Cedar Crest in a storm at night is quite a distance from the flagpole at Fairview, isn't it?
No,
About 300 feet.
It's not.
roughly.
Difficult to see under those conditions.
No.
Could we have Exhibit 71, Stream 0 at about 6:17 a.m., please?
Oh my God, he's gonna show the video. He's gonna show the video. Do me a favor, guys. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, it'd be really helpful. We can definitely use everyone's help. He's gonna show the damn video. I freaking love Hank.
Could you stop it there? Do you see that street light?
I do.
Okay. At the end of that road, past the street light, is Cedar Crest, correct?
Yep.
Correct.
Is that a fair depiction of the elements that night around that time?
Yes.
And in this case, there's further illumination with the car that's facing us.
Correct.
That wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
You said after you saw law enforcement, did you come down Fairview after you saw law enforcement?
I was on Fairview already when I saw the law enforcement.
Did you drive by Cedar Crest again to go back and forth and watch what was going on, or did you go on your route?
I went on my route, which included Cedar Crest.
Did you
There's 228 of you
keep
watching.
driving by
all
because
from
you wanted
X
to watch,
to YouTube.
or did you just leave and do your regular route?
I went and did my regular route.
Could I have 6:19:27, please?
And there's
Could you
Lucky,
play it?
right?
If you could back up a little before 6:19:27. Is that weather consistent with what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Is that you
Yeah.
there?
I don't know if that's me. Yes, that's me. That is me.
Could we go to 6:32:45, please? Is that you again?
That one, I can't tell if that was me again.
Could we go to
Can't tell?
6:35:14, please? Was that you?
I don't see it. I don't see the truck. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Could we go back to 6:35:12?
That looks like to be a pickup truck. That does not look like my truck.
6:37:45, please.
It is his truck, by those, you see? right here where he's about to show it. Here it comes.
And that's you again, right?
Yep.
Again, I can't tell you for sure if that was me.
Come on, bro. It's it.
Those were not your red and orange lights consistent with the earlier ones that went by?
What I saw the first time was the reflecting tape off the body of my truck.
We go to
I have
7.
a plow guy that is a contractor that we work tandem together.
And was he out there that
It's his
night as
job.
well, going by Fairview?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever tell the private investigator about him?
Yes, I did.
7 o'clock, 22 seconds, please. Is that you,
Yeah.
sir?
I can't say for sure.
7:15, 45 seconds, please.
Oof. Everyone on planet Earth knows it's him, even the jury, so he can keep saying no all he wants. Yeah, I don't know, but it's very clear that it is him. Isn't that funny, Francesca? I noticed that as well. There it goes again.
Do you recognize that plow?
I do not.
7:19 and 55 seconds, please.
It's so funny. I have all these written down too. 7:15, 7:19, 7, 6:37, 6:35, 6:19. Like, come on, bro. No, it's you, dude.
Was that you, sir?
That was me.
How long does your route take?
It's hard to say. I mean,
It goes like minutes,
as
not hours.
long as it's snowing, it can take as long as it takes.
Well, if you're going to do a pass, how long does an entire pass take?
If I were to do from Cedar Crest to the end, it would take probably 10 minutes. If I were to do the entire route, I'm not cleaning up. I'm just giving it a pass so people can get through. Could take about 3 hours. Could take 4 hours.
When you mentioned Brian Albert on your direct examination, had you talked to the defense about Brian Albert in your preparation for testimony?
No,
You knew some of the
No.
Albert family,
I know the entire Albert family.
and you know Brian
Yeah.
Albert as a police officer?
Yes, I
Not
do.
coming through on my end.
Why is it that 3 times in your direct testimony you characterized him as a first responder?
Always better to go the direct route
Because
of
he's a
Venmo or
police
Cash App
officer.
anyway.
They're first responders.
Did anybody ever suggest to you to use the terms or the phrases first responder when you were describing Brian Albert?
No one did. Those are my words.
Since your
All the
trial
times are fucked up.
testimony last year, since your testimony last year, have you received any more
Money? Money?
focusing or targeting of harassment?
Say it.
That's good to. Mr.
Since last year when you testified, have you received any recent aggression towards you for testifying?
No,
Have you had any further focus or problems?
no.
Shopper.
I'll strike that.
I have no further questions.
Very briefly, sir.
Tank has no
You
further
were-
questions.
asked by Mr. Brennan about whether you saw a dumpster that night. Do you recall
There
that
was a
line of
dumpster.
questioning?
I do.
In the aftermath of January 29th of 2022, was
Exactly.
a dumpster all over the news for the next 3.5 years?
Not that I'm aware of.
You were asked
You're just making Hank's point,
about
you idiot. Hank for the win. He knew he would ask that.
going through your route with the defense investigator and giving a statement to the defense investigator.
The dumpster.
Yes.
How soon after January 29th of 2022 was that?
2 weeks.
Were the events fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes.
Finally, oh, actually not finally, I got 2 more points, but they're both brief.
That element's already been
You
added.
mentioned that night you actually misjudged and hit a net.
Yes.
Can you describe the basketball apparatus that, and I'm going to ask you what part of it you hit, but describe what that looks like.
It's got a base with wheels on it. It's portable, so you can move it in and out. And it's got the basketball frame, and it's got the backboard and then rim.
Okay. So this is not a pole that was cemented into the ground.
Correct.
But perhaps we're all familiar with it, the black base that maybe you put sandbags on,
Correct.
that type of thing to keep it in place, but it does have wheels.
Correct.
All right. And
Dumpster
you
fires,
mentioned
right.
the net. The net is the rope netting that comes down, correct?
Correct.
There's also a hoop that keeps the net in place
Yes.
and the pole
Correct.
and the base.
Correct.
Of all those things, what part did your franking truck actually catch?
It caught the net in the little bit part of the frame of the frame where the net was.
Something that you saw from the beginning, you just misjudged the distance.
Correct.
Now, finally, with regard to the 5:30 testimony that you gave last year,
Yes.
did you also testify that the last pass that you tried to make when the police were blocking the scene was about 3 hours after that 3:30 second up and down?
Yes.
So why is it last year that you testified that it was 3 hours later, but you came up with the time of 5:30 as the final time?
As he's asking me these questions, I'm trying to do the math in my head. I'm sorry, math is not my strong suit.
Oh,
What
he
time
told
was
him
it
to answer
when you
that
made
way. Come on.
final pass, sir?
6:15.
There should be no
6:15,
morning
6:30.
break with half a day.
I have nothing for you.
Hank? I don't know if he'll let recross.
You mentioned you're trying to do the math in your head. There is no reason why you would specifically remember certain times on each pass other than trying to remember and give an accounting, right?
Could you rephrase that, please?
Sure. You don't have your watch out on a certain schedule that you have to pass a certain street at a certain time.
Correct.
You weren't marking your times to some event when you were driving up and down the street that night, were you?
No.
So you're trying to go back with your memory and piece it together the best you can.
Correct.
And that's why you're giving estimates, yes? And when
Correct.
you spoke to those law enforcement officials, not Canton, not state police, and you said at 3 o'clock you saw first responder vehicles,
I love it.
that was based on your memory, wasn't it? It was based on your memory,
Not at 3:30.
right? Do you know that there was a car similar to a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. that morning?
I wasn't able to get in front of Fairview Drive, 34 Fairview,
Drive.
at 6
He
o'clock
called
in
it
the
drive
morning.
again.
Have you ever met Kerry Roberts before?
I have not.
Counsel just asked you if there was a lot of media about this case, and you said that there was. Did he just ask you a question about whether there was a lot of attention on this case?
Allow it.
Did he just talk to you about
Yeah.
everything that happened after this case, all the attention on this case? Remember his
It's allowed.
question
You
about all
asked
the
it.
attention after this case?
He asked specifically a question about the dumpsters.
And he said that wasn't subject to a lot of attention, was it?
Correct.
Right. But this case was.
The case itself, yes.
The people involved in this case were subject to a lot of attention.
Correct.
And you spoke to the defense investigator after this case, as far as attention is concerned. You remember speaking to the investigator on June 5th, 2020?
I'm always taking notes.
Yes.
And do you know, coincidentally, that is the day that the blogger put out
The
the
thing is
article
notes.
on you, accusing you of not doing the right thing? May I approach?
Yes. Ooh. Hank baited him into asking those questions on a redirect.
Showing you a document.
Smart son of a bitch, you.
Let's take a look at that document. What day is
Smart
that
son of a
document dated?
bitch. He's acting like he's never seen it by
June
going.
5th,
Like,
2023.
Without reading it, that document talks about you.
Correct.
And your friends and people in the community talked to you about this article, didn't they?
Not specifically this article, but they were sending me stuff that were being printed about me, yes.
Why don't you take a little look at what's said and you can tell us whether that's the same type of information that was being conveyed to you through intermediaries.
Hank knew what the defense would ask on a redirect. So he had this ready for, oh my God, for a recross. Smart son of a bitch.
Can you ask that question again, please?
Answer. Was this some of the kind of attention that you were receiving on June 5th after you spoke to the defense investigator?
Yes.
He didn't know how to answer that. Sidebar. Now he's going to try to open the door to this. It's been opened. Because Karen told him all that stuff, Francesca. He was talking to Karen the entire time. The entire time. That's why. This man is so full of himself. Oh my God, I've just been entered into evidence in the Karen Reed trial. Can they question me? No, sir. You pled the fifth. We know you'd plead the fifth again because you would have the right to be cross-examined. And the defense is not stupid enough to bring you up there and ask you any questions, knowing you would make their case fall apart once again because you'd have to blatantly lie on a cross-examination. Ooh, sorry, buddy. You're a liability, bub. You are a liability, sir. He's so full of himself. It's so funny to me. Oh my God, they have just entered in my article. Your defamation, your harassment is what they just entered in. We got plenty of that coming for your own trial, sir. Like, oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yep. That's what they're going to be asking themselves for sure. How did he know? Same day, right? Like, quick emojis do count. Those little emojis on the side, that little heart thing, if you click on that and you hit little hearts.
All rise for the court, please.
Those help. Oh, is this their morning break? Even though she doesn't say, oh, he stepped all the way in it. Oh, thank you guys. I love it. The quick emojis help. The little emojis on the side, it shows that people are engaged in your live chat. I love it. Thank you. It is how an experienced trial lawyer does it. You set up things that you know that they will be asking. I love the emojis. I love them. I can see them as you guys are popping them up. I wish I could show you. But that's exactly how an experienced trial attorney works. For a trapper, right? Hank. I love playing with the emojis too. The jury will be asking themselves that. 100%. They will be asking themselves that. What is happening? I thought they went to a break. Yeah, it looks like they did. Let's see. Sewer turtle in the back in red. See how he's craning his neck around that guy because he sees the camera? That's what he does. When he sees the cameras aiming towards him, he cranes his neck to be in the camera. As you can see, he's being blocked by that guy, so he gets up and moves so that he can be in front of the camera.
Hey, thank you so much for watching the Karen Reed trial with
How
us.
pathetic do you have to be? Like, that's pretty pathetic. You know? That's pretty freaking pathetic, if you ask me. That's what he does. If he can't be seen, he does this, right? He moves around like this if he can't be seen. And then he'll get up and move into the way of the camera. Funny enough, the camera guy didn't like him enough that he was like, you know what? I'm going to move it away. Like, talk to you soon, Scorpio. Good luck. Oh, absolutely. As he lied to his audience and told the audience, he just, journalistically broke this case. Unfortunately for him, that's a bold-faced lie. What happened was the defendant, as Alessi would say, I don't know why the hell he says it like that. The defendant herself was feeding all of this information in the blogger, some of it false information that he then fed to other people, claiming he was doing investigative journalism. Problem with that is he investigated nothing. He did no investigating at all. He was being fed the bullshit narrative by the defendant herself. Okay? Like, see what he's doing on his computer? He's checking to see if the camera is on or not. So as soon as he realizes it's on, he'll look right into it. He's checking online platforms like Twitter, other people who are streaming. See? See? It's what he does. He can't even pay attention. Too much Adderall, probably. He can't pay attention. He doesn't understand a word that's happening in that court. I love those side hearts. I love them. I love that. Oh, yeah, that's definitely about bringing some of that stuff in. 100%. Right now, he's literally typing probably a tweet, checking messages. He's so beyond full of himself. It's amazing to me. And what's funnier about it is that smirk that he constantly has on his face gets washed away when he goes home and cries in his hands at night, knowing that he's going to prison. They just had a decision in his case that said, hey, First Amendment argument ain't going to cut it for that behavior, bud. He knows he's ultimately screwed. Without some sort of deal, he's going to prison for a long time. He doesn't, based on his tweets, he thinks it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. He got in because someone from Inside Edition didn't show up and he was an alternate. Yeah, it's a break. I think that's why, but I don't know why they're showing us the court during this break unless it's like a 5-minute. Oh my God, you poor thing. I did the hokey pokey earlier. I turned myself around because that's what it's all about, man. Like, yeah. Creepy little gremlin. Somebody, I think he might have gotten a booster seat, Somebody got him a booster seat. Egomaniac doesn't even cut it. We're talking about full-blown narcissistic cluster B personality where everyone else who is an actual victim is a perpetrator and he's a victim in his own mind. That's the part that gets me. Do me a favor, guys, while we're waiting. There's over 229 of you watching currently. If you could hit the like button, the share button, the subscribe button. If you already haven't subscribed, subscribing is free. All you have to do is hit the subscribe button to the channel. If you're on X, come on over to YouTube. We have a great live chat. Great points are made all the time. And I try to put most of them up, but I can't possibly put all of them up. So it would be in your benefit to come over and read live chat and interact. Come out of the bushes, interact with us. There are a bunch of different ways to support the channel. We could very much use the help. We're just a little channel over here. We're just a little guy. And we can use all the support that we can get. So whether that's a share or a like, or you hitting subscribe or side emojis, it's more than helpful. And we very well appreciate it. There are ways to help and support the channel in the short term, which are the Venmo, the Cash App, the PayPal, the Revolut. We have a link for those of you who want to just use credit or debit. Those are the best ways to support the channel because it's not filling YouTube's pockets. The other options obviously are memberships, super chats, super stickers, which are very well appreciated, but those are for longer term for the channel. We do have a Discord. We do. It's awesome. There's always information incoming and outgoing in the Discord. We keep a very close eye on it so that trolls are not allowed. Oh yeah, no doubt about it. He has other people that do it for him too. He has like assigned people to watch my entire stream. So I have at least one cyber harassing stalker that watches every minute of all of my streams because she's a mentally unhinged middle-aged woman that has apparently nothing better to do with her life but stalk other people that she doesn't know. It's a pretty sad life to live if you ask me. And then she spends the rest of her miserable life harassing people online. You know, solid life there, solid. Solid. So solid. Solid. You can say that again times 10, Lou. Times 10. If you'll notice, right, his attempt of paying attention to anything else, even when he's talking to someone else, he can only look at them for about 10 seconds before he gets utterly disgusted with the person that he's talking to and looks directly at the camera. He can never actually stop and look at the person that he is actually talking to and keep a conversation going while looking at that person. He has to look directly into the camera or look away from that person. He literally can't keep engaged in a conversation for more than like a minute before he starts staring and looking in other places, like he's doing right now. I can predict pretty much anything he's going to do before he's going to do it or during it. You know? Yeah, it's not. It's not. It does kind of look like him, but it's not. It's all a buster from the pizza place. Yeah, well, my blushes are real. We don't bite much. Apparently if you just hit the share button, you don't actually share it. Like, apparently that counts too. See, I was just staring into the camera. Like, that's the full ego. The full ego maniac. Yes, Discord is free too. Full ego. Gennady couldn't put this dumpster fire out if he tried. If he tried. You know what I mean? No, it's not him. Isn't it cute? I got a couple. It's like, if you're that sad, with your life, like you might want to get some meds or some therapy or something. Yeah. I'd be jealous too. Just saying. If I was those sad people. Well, we're still unlucky, but I think Karina Kolakithis is next. Well, that's the thing, everyone. Okay? Which is everything is about him in his world. Hence why he's making this about him. The prosecution is playing a whole different game than the defense is. They are cornered, like the rats that they are. They went for the cheese and they got cornered into the rat trap. That is him. That's him. That's him. All he cares about is the media. He wants that camera to be looking at him. And make no mistake, he's checking on his computer to make sure it's looking at him. That's the ego part. You know what I mean? Like, that's the ego part. We're talking about a person here that tells his audience that if you don't donate $5 or more to him, then it's not worth his time, so don't bother. Imagine being that egotistical, that ungrateful. And what I find funny about it is all that money that he's made, all those hundreds of thousands of dollars or more, are all going to go to his victims. He's going to be bankrupt for the rest of his life, living in a box and in prison. That's the reality of his situation, his scenario. Is the rest of his life, not that the, first part of his life wasn't miserable. He's a miserable human being. And that's why he tries to hurt other people, is because he's miserable. We have our first donation of the stream. Thank you, Jack. Jack sends $15.24 and says, hello. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much, Jack. We very, very, very much appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Holly. I will check this out later. Thank you, though. This is how to explain to people who have iPhones how to get a membership on their like desktop version instead of the app. Thank you, Holly. I appreciate that. I'm checking my emails because when someone does PayPal, it doesn't tell me. I have to actually check email to see if anything's there. But thank you, Jack. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much. You didn't miss anything. No, we're still in this nonsensical nonsense. Yeah, that's him, Ren. That is him. Here we go with his tweets. They're currently reading a printout of my article at Sidebar. I cannot believe Spanky was dumb enough to make Lucky's testimony all about me. See, that's the diluted amount. That's the diluted. He thinks that whole testimony was all about him. How actually delusional do you have to be to actually say that? That's all he cares about. Is it's about him. If you even bring him into it even a little. First of all, if it was all about you, he would just use your name. Just saying. He didn't on purpose. On purpose, he didn't. Like, dude is beyond a tool. He's delusional. Delusional. Say it with me, folks. Delusional. That Adderall has rotted his brain to the core. Now, there are people who need Adderall. My best friend, she had really bad ADD and really bad anxiety, and she needed it. Like, needed it. But she did not act like some of these people that I see that clearly are not taking it as prescribed, are taking way copious amounts of it not as prescribed and are acting like their brain rotted out of their head. When you do that, Adderall has that effect of giving you delusions. You can actually hear and see things because you're not sleeping. And he barely sleeps. He spends all of his time online. So once he's locked away in prison, the worst thing you could do to someone like him is to take the internet away from him. And realistically, that's what's going to happen when he goes to prison. The only internet he'll have is prison messages back and forth between him and his dwindling amount of followers throughout the years he's sitting in prison. I don't know. Not sure. Not sure. Not sure. It is a lucky day, right? You can say that. I like your sticker. I like the super stickers. I like the super stickers and the super chats. They're longer term, though, support for the channel. The best kind you can give is the direct support that YouTube doesn't take a cut of and take over a month to pay out. Thank you, Anna, for your super sticker. Oh my God, look at it. Look at it. It's so cute. It's so cute. How do I put this on the screen? Oh, I love it. Damn it. I don't think it'll let me put it on the screen. I love it. Maybe if I can do it like this. Here we go. I think if I do it like this, it'll let me do it. Maybe, maybe not. No, maybe, maybe not. Thank you, Anna. Damn it. Won't let me. What if I do this? Is that on? I can't tell if it's. Let's see. No, maybe. No, maybe. Ah, there it is. Thank you, Anna. Thank you so much for your super sticker. I appreciate it very, very much. Figured out how to get it on the screen. I'm having a little difficulties over here, guys. I'm having a little difficulties. I have two screens because otherwise it doesn't show me the actual sticker on this screen. It shows me on this screen, so I have to have them because I want to see them. I want to see them. And I can't see the little emojis on this screen. I can only see the little emojis on this screen. So I love that it pops up on here and I can see the little hearts and the little emojis on that side. Let's see. I mean, it's a long ass break, guys. No, thank you, Anna. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hey, listen, it's not a cheap one. Any help is good help for the channel. Any help. Because the only, support we get is from you guys. That's how I keep the channel running, is you guys. And anything helps. It's not cheap. It's support. Some people can't afford support. I wouldn't call it cheap. I would just call it support. We're not, this isn't the sewer turtle channel where it has to be $5 or more. Like, we accept any support from the channel. We appreciate it. It doesn't matter if it's 15 cents or $15, it doesn't matter. It's all support. Oh my God. Tell your mom I love her. That is awesome. Tell your mom I love her. She didn't tell us how long she made the break, but I will tell you this. So you guys know that I take copious amounts of notes because I'm a note taker. Heartbreaker. Okay. Also, by the way, I am sad to report my big floofy pen, the Diary of the Super Turtle floofy pen, has bit the dust. It bit the freaking dust. It has died on me. So now I only get the little one. And that one's a little sketch. It's a little sus. The ink's a little sus. It might be dying on me too. But the Diary of the Wimpy Sea Turtle one it's a bust. It has died on me. Thank you, Jack, for your super sticker. I love little doggies. I love them. I love the little doggies. Hello, little doggy. Come along. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, that's always the best and most direct option. I think, I forget which one of you guys said it, but it's better not to fill the pockets of YouTube if you can avoid it, They take such a large cut and they take so long to pay out. I didn't realize that. So anything that came into the channel between the 1st of June and the 30th of June, actually, I won't get until the end of July. So I will only get what was, when we got our monetization back in middle to end of May until the last day of May. I'll get that this month. So it's weird the way they do it. I thought it would go all the way up until, whenever. So the most direct route is always the best route, but some people don't have that option, right? FedEx. One of these days we're going to be able to press a button, right? And it's just going to appear, like futuristic type shit where like, you're like, I would like to send a coffee to this person. And you just press a button on your computer and like this thing pops up in their house and you just pull it out. Like the stuff you see in movies, the stuff you see in movies. Yeah, it'll be like a bonus at the end of each month, I guess, Yeah, DoorDash is always a good option too. My friend Leah, once in a while, will surprise DoorDash me something, and I love her for that. Those are always nice surprises for sure. Those and I'm trying to plan the dinner party thing for the kit that Trisha sent me for my wish list, and I love it so much. And I'm like trying to figure out who wants to do it. It has like costume ideas on it, and you have to give a character to each person that's going to come. It's going to be a blast. And so some people's way of supporting the channel is to buy off the wish list, and it's always nice for some surprise to pop up for that too. Yeah, I didn't know that. It takes an entire month. And then it stops as on the 30th or the 31st of the month before. So it's weird. Like, right? Waterproof containers for shipping. Gotta do that. Drones. Yeah, I've seen that. And I'm like, why can't we get the drones? I want to see how these work. I want to see a drone drop off a package or something. Or a DoorDash. Like, does it have a thing you can open up, like, and your stuff's inside? Or does it like just hang on? Like, does it clasp onto it and then just like drop it? Like, how do these drones work exactly? I know Amazon was like testing out drones and dropping things off in California. And I was like, well, how's that work? Because my brother has like a really expensive drone. He lives in Florida, but when he came to visit, he wanted to like put his drone up, and we were in Boston, and he wanted to do it around MIT because he had gone to MIT way back. And so he puts the drone up, and I'm like, well, how far can it go up? And it was something like you can only go up like 499 feet or something, because once it's 500 it's an FAA like airspace. So like there's like rules about like how high up and all that stuff, like it can go. So I wonder how they get around those like regulations, or do they have to? Can they fly them low enough to get it? Like, how do they not hit a tree? Like, I have questions about these drones, Amazon. I have lots of questions and I need to know. Okay, I'm one of those people that needs to know. Like, and so if I need to know, I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna find out. I probably missed what that was about, but you're probably right, whatever it was about. Yeah, I remember them doing that to you. Like, you can't bill 3 different things for a membership. That's crazy. He's probably taking an anticipation poop in the bathroom if I was him, you know? Well, that's the thing. I mean, it's too expensive, you know? And for those of us who don't have cars, it's like sometimes it's the only option, which means you have to buy less of whatever it is that you're trying to get that you need. It sucks. They still have not refunded you. Listen, let me know if I need to call them on 3 ways, your advocate. We will get it done. She did trick me. She tricked me. She totally tricked me, guys. She totally tricked me and was like, what? How do you get your coffee? I'm at a Mary Lou's and it smells good. Like, I want to get it that way. And so I told her how to order it. And then she shows up like a half hour later at the house. And I was like, ooh, sneaky squirrel, sneaky squirrel. I did fall for it. She tricked me, sneaky squirrel. Sneaky squirrel. Oh yeah, dude. Believe me, I worked at a prison for the criminally insane, nonetheless, and we had scanning machines that even we had to go through when we came in. But when you work there, like there's less security on the people that work there. You might need to go through a metal detector and put your bag through a scanner. Some prisons have body scanners, but those are usually just for the prisoners. We had them for the prisoners, but we didn't have them for the employees. So, you know what I mean? Like only your bags, like your lunch bag or whatever. And we weren't allowed to bring our cell phones in to the prison. So we'd have to leave them in the car. Not allowed to bring them in. So yeah, it was a whole thing. Like, you don't want an inmate trying to take your phone and that, you know what I mean? So it's like a whole thing. You're not allowed to bring your phone unless you work in the administration building only. So it's a little cray cray. Like, 400 feet is the limit. Yeah, I know it's like, maybe it's 399. It's like, it's either 399 or 499. And then you're an FAA, you know? Yeah, but maybe there is different for drone deliveries. Maybe that's what it is. You know, what the hell is she doing? That's a long ass break for someone who's doing a freaking half day. You know what I mean? If you're doing a half day, in my opinion, you don't need a break. You don't need, and if you do, you give a 15-minute break. Like what this is going into like what, a half hour? Like what is happening? Well, he thinks it's all about him, Carolyn. He thinks it's all about him. Oh my God. See, and that's the shit right there. Them legal bills. You know what I'm saying? That's, yeah. It is dangerous and addictive. It's when it's used properly, like any other medication, it's fine. But if you're not using it properly, that's a whole nother, you know, realm. Yeah, it would make me feel that way too. This week I've been very anxious myself. I get it. Oh no. Raining? We had Lucky, the plow driver. You missed that part, Joy. But I don't know if we're going to if he's done yet, if Hank's got any more questions. We argued about some stuff, and I would like to know if it's going to be allowed in or if he's done. That's the question. That is the question. No, but there shouldn't be a longer break because it's the half day. Like, if you're not going to lunch between 12 and 1, which would be ridiculous for a half day, like you should be giving maybe 15, 20 minutes for a break. And then you should be going through to 1 o'clock. You're letting them go 3 hours early. And you're not even doing full 8 hours to begin with. She didn't even get up there until after 9. So they're not even starting until after 9. Why at 11, 2 hours later, do they need a half-hour break or longer? I mean, it's absurd. In my opinion, it's insane. Like, we have had two or three. Are we at 2 or 3 on the sidebars, guys? It should be no break. Exactly. No break. It should be going straight through. Like, it's a raining man. Hallelujah. I mean, it's going to be really hot here today. It's a break. Definitely not a sidebar because they already left and went out the door. So that's the, you know what I mean? First of all, I don't know why my phone is not alerting me to like messages right now. I have it on vibrate, but it's not vibrating. No, that's what she said. I know. And also, Matt Tympanic, does anybody know if he didn't get his ex back? No, he's still hacked. Message to the individual who hacked my ex. People are disgusting. Isn't he hacking his ex? Like, yeah. Oh, I bet it was. My brother lives near Tampa. I only get to see him once in a blue moon, you know, obviously, because I don't travel like that. I wish I could, but I don't. And it's expensive. Yeah, this is almost a half hour. We're going into a half-hour break here, people. We are going into a half-hour break. Interesting, I say. Interesting. Oh, I'm glad I have this guy muted. I cannot with his voice. Like, I can't. X is a cesspool. I don't recommend getting it. But this is why we have a Discord, okay? Because if you're not on X, we will put a lot of things that are on X that are relevant into the Discord so that you guys can see them. I don't recommend getting X. That's where all my stalkers are. Most of the harassers are. So, you know, it's utterly ridiculous. As far as the jury sees it, well, Hank brought out the fact that he told several different law enforcement agencies and a defense investigator that his times were changed from, changed from 3:30 to 5:30 to 4:30 to 6:15 to 6:30. And when Hank said, is that a change? It is, but it isn't. What? How is that not a, you told different agencies and different people on, and it's written down all of these different times that you went down Fairview. And that's why you would have seen a body, but you didn't see a hoop, and you didn't see the very large dumpster that was in the neighbor's yard. So you were only paying attention to that yard. Hank sort of drew out that it's like, why would you only be paying attention to that yard? If you look at all the yards, you would have certainly seen that dumpster. And Lucky did not help himself when he was like, well, I mean, I didn't see any dumpster and it would have drawn my attention, but there was a dumpster there. So that means that you weren't paying attention, right? That you were not paying attention at all. So he did not, you know what I mean? Like, he did not help himself in that aspect. And then Hank beautifully showed all the times that you can see Lucky's truck: 6:19, 6:35, 6:37, 7 o'clock, 7:15, 7:20. And it's not going down Fairview. He said to the investigators from the FBI at one point that at 3:30, he tried to go down Fairview and he couldn't because the police cars were blocking it. The problem with that statement is the police didn't get there until after 6 in the morning. So he couldn't possibly have gone down there at 3:30 and been blocked by the police cars. Could he have? No. You know what I'm saying? Hank ever so beautifully asked some questions and knew that the defense would ask them on a redirect. And so when they then asked him on the redirect, Hank was ready. He was ready with materials that he wanted to go into. And he's opening the door for that sort of harassment that Lucky received. And I suspect that sidebar argument was probably about Hank bringing in the video, possibly, of the harassment video or the article itself of what the sewer turtle said. about Lucky. So for him to also not characterize it as threats is just appalling. Come on, those were not only threats, okay, but they were very clear and blatant threats. And so to act like, and then he said he hasn't gotten any money. No money. He's gotten no money. But isn't that funny? Because I'm pretty sure Tom said this morning that there was a fund for Lucky with money. So where's the money if Lucky never got it? Interesting, ain't it? Interesting. He keeps calling it Fairview Drive. He's known where it is for decades, and the Alberts have lived there for decades, but he still can't get the name of the street right on his own route. It's his route, right? Cedar Crest is his route, Fairview's his route, but it's Fairview Road, not Drive. So you can't even call the street name right that has a sign to it that says road. So you would think if you're paying attention to everything, you would know that it's Fairview Road. He's calling it Fairview Drive. He did the same thing in the last trial, Fairview Drive. It's road, buddy. It's road. It's Fairview Road. It's your route, but you don't know whether it's a road or a drive. You hit a basketball hoop, but that wasn't because you didn't see it. It was because you misjudged. Well, you say you could see up to 5 feet in good conditions. Well, what about bad conditions? John was more than 5 feet off the road. So, I mean, come on now. So then, what else do we got here? We got, all right. Oh, the fact that Lucky admits on the stand that he did not know that the sewer turtle recorded his phone call while he talked to him, i.e., everyone, wiretapping. One of the very many reasons that the sewer turtle did not want to give the passwords to his phones and did not want the team going through his phones was there is a shit ton, and I literally mean a shit ton, of wiretapping in that phone. In the phones, he would use one phone to talk to people, and he would take his other phone, which is why he has a second phone, and record it illegally. That is wiretapping in the state of Massachusetts. And make no mistake when I say he wiretapped pretty much everyone he talked to. And still probably does. Make no mistake about that. It's the way he uses to try to blackmail or threaten people is by using these wiretapped exchanges. He wiretapped Steve Scanlon. He wiretapped Lucky. He's being charged with wiretapping for wiretapping Lindsay and then changing the audio. Well, Lucky's not going to say that. Why? Because Lucky knows if he says one bad word about the sewer turtle, then he's going to be harassed into oblivion. So of course he's not going to do that. He's not going to do that because he knows what that means after. That's what it means. I don't know. Is it? Is that a movie? Fairview Drive, is that a movie? I don't know. I know we are working on closer to an hour at this point. What are they doing? Well, we also have to remember that snow reflects 90 or 95% of light. Just FYI, just so we're clear here. Just saying. Just saying. Well, that's another thing. It's how do you not know he's there, right in the back of the room? You know what I mean? Come on. And that's another thing. The guy that's threatening him there happens to be in the back of the room. You know what I'm saying? Something's just shady. Oh, Lakeview Terrace. I loved that movie. That was a good movie. I liked that movie. Oh, yeah. Whatever happened there. And I believe his first testimony was that the defense pointed out a Ford Edge to him. Not that he pointed it out to them, but that they pointed to one and said, is this what you saw? This Ford Edge? Not him saying that's a Ford Edge and then them going over and being like, this one? That one? Yeah. I believe his last testimony was that he was pointed, he was shown, is that what you saw? And it was pointed to a Ford Edge. That is what was testified to last year. This, definitely beyond a circus. You could say that again. Beyond a circus. And it's unfortunate. because it's not fair to the people that have to deal with it on a daily basis from these unhinged individuals that can't seem to come to the realization that you don't harass people. It's not normal behavior. You're looking for a pat on the back from a pathological liar, a narcissist, and an egomaniac. Why would you need a pat on the back from someone like that? Do you not have enough self-worth to not need someone like that's approval? There are better places and better communities that you could find to be a part of if you're feeling like there's something missing in your life. If you feel like you need to be a part of a community, or you're trying to make new friends, or you feel like the black sheep, or you feel like nobody understands you, whatever it is, there are way better communities, more healthy communities that you could be a part of other than that. That is not it, my friends. That is not it. I promise you, that is not it. That man is going to prison for a very long time. All these people that keep saying, well, he's only going to jail for asking questions. He didn't do anything wrong. He's just asking questions. He didn't just ask questions when he showed up at his ex-girlfriend's house and threatened her and her children. Make no mistake about that. He did not just ask questions, okay? Told her to throw her phone in a river and she wasn't going to testify against him, all right? It had nothing to do with asking questions. Let's make no mistake about that, shall we? All right? He didn't ask questions when he is pointing fingers at innocent people who have never been charged with a crime and calling them murderers. That's not asking questions. So bringing people to their house and sending dog whistle signs for people to harass other people, like giving out their address or their phone number live on air. That is a dog whistle. It's what's called a dog whistle. It is a sign to his mob of followers to go harass said person in any way that you can, so that he can remain with denial, any plausibility in it. And the problem with that is that he's been arguing it's the First Amendment. He can't control what other people do. Not one time, and this is what's going to be pointed out in his trial, I have no doubt about it, not one time did he ever say, stop. Stop. If you guys are doing that, stop. Do not do it. Do not harass other people. Do not show up at their houses. Do not call them. Do not email them. Do not send them text messages. Do not send deliveries to their homes. Do not take pictures of them in public and stalk and cyber harass them. Do not do it. I do not condone it. Why? Because he does condone it. That's why he does it. It is so he can exact revenge on his perceived enemies. And I say perceived because anybody that even gets a little bit more attention than him is an enemy to him. If all of his viewers started watching a different channel and mentioning to him all the time how much they loved that channel, he would start attacking that channel. If he saw that some of his viewers are giving donations to that channel, he attacks that channel. Why? Because he, and has said this in private, that's his money. Those are his donations. How dare that other channel accept those donations from his viewers? But then he turns around and calls his viewers idiots, dumbasses. He says things like, have you seen these people? They'll give money to me no matter what. I can't wait for them to see some of the things that he has said about them in private. And I can only hope to God that they wake up and realize who they're dealing with when they do see it. Oh, yeah, he attacks his own donors all the time. If they don't give him what he wants, enough of what he wants, they don't say things that he likes, I mean, hello, wake up. Wake the hell up. Oh, yeah. You know why? Because that's okay behavior to them, Sarah Lynn. That's okay behavior. Yesterday was the day they decided they wanted to talk about, what medication I'm on. And then that makes me not sober because of the medication that I'm on, which is not only absurd, but releasing somebody's personal medical information is some of the most disgusting thing I've ever heard in my life. The amount of harassment I deal with on a daily basis is disgusting, and no one should have to deal with it. Yet I come here day in and day out and make sure
I
that
had mentioned about meeting the defense investigator
I'm barely
on June
making
5th, 2023.
$50
I
a stream.
misspoke. It was June 5th, 2024. Does that sound more like it?
Yes.
June 5th, 2024. Was that shortly before you testified before?
Yes.
You were asked on redirect examination whether
Such
any
an ego, by the way.
dumpsters got any attention about this case. The question I was asking is, did you notice things that might have been open and obvious. And you have no memory of an actual dumpster in the area, correct?
Correct.
If I could have on the screen Exhibit 37, still photo from that clip. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
It's a video that I'll stop at for a certain point.
Okay.
Exhibit 71.
And sir, do you notice the big red dumpster to the right side across from Fairview?
Yes.
You can take that down. Sir, when we started the break, I'd asked you some questions. I showed you a document, asked you if you were aware what was inside that document, and you mentioned that was around June 5th, 2023. That was before your last testimony in this case.
Yes.
And you knew that a person or persons were putting out private pictures of you online.
I did notice.
And those private pictures, you didn't give anybody permission or want that attention, did you?
I did not.
In fact, it wasn't just some private pictures. It was pictures taken from a number of different times in your life, correct?
Yes.
You never gave anybody permission to do that.
I did not.
You didn't want people talking about you or asking you questions. That was none of their business, did you?
I did not.
And it was embarrassing that you were being made this public spectacle when you had done nothing wrong, correct?
Ask it differently.
Was it embarrassing what they were doing to you?
I wouldn't say embarrassing as more as aggravating.
In fact, they were calling your boss. Yes?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes.
And you mentioned how hard you work.
Yes.
Plow, you even used to deliver peaches to 8 years.
Yes.
Zamboni, anytime you can work, you try hard, don't you?
I do.
And when someone's calling your boss, giving undue attention to you, didn't it create some concern that could affect your livelihood?
I did not think it was going to affect me in that manner.
In addition to dragging you into this, because of you, your brother was dragged into this, wasn't he?
Ask it differently.
When you were getting this information about what was happening, you learned that they were also dragging your brother into this because of you, correct?
I'll sustain that.
Did you learn that information was coming out about your brother?
I knew my brother was dealing with other issues regarding this case.
And certainly, you're close with your brother.
Yes.
You care for your brother.
Yes.
You did not want to upset anybody and have more attention brought onto your brother, did you?
I did not.
And there was an attempt to link your brother to one of the Alberts, in fact, correct?
Yes.
As well as you.
I don't know if I was being linked.
Did you know the information of trying to so-called out you about the fact that you work for Chris Albert?
I'm going to sustain that the way it's phrased.
Were you aware when your friends and family were telling you about what was going on, about an attempt to draw a relationship between you and the Alberts?
No.
And were you aware when people were telling you what was happening, that there was attacks on you personally, like finances and things like that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And certainly, that is pretty discouraging when that is happening and you've done nothing wrong, isn't it?
It was, again, aggravating.
And this was all happening before you came in and testified last time at trial.
Correct.
After you testified, things got better.
I wouldn't say better. It's gotten a little more easily manageable.
You were no longer being harassed, you were being embraced.
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that part of the embracing process after you testified a certain way the last time?
It was after I testified, yes.
With redactions alone, you would introduce a select portion of this.
So I need to see what that is. I'm just sidebarring and make this very brief, please.
I think so. I came in at the end. I just get my sweatshirt off and I went to the bathroom because it was getting hot. So I came in at the end of what Lucky was saying, what Hank was saying, and it sounded like he admitted to it, being harassed. Sorry.
And I just showed you a photograph. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of you after your last testimony?
Yes.
Reflecting you now being embraced rather than attacked?
Yes.
Could we show the photo, please, Ms. Gilman, with the court's permission?
Yeah, yes. Miss Gilman. Show it. Ouch. It's in now, folks. Oh, ouch. That's the Rita.
Yes.
You can take that down, please. Thank you for your time.
Just very briefly, sir, if I might, Your Honor.
Sure.
Go ahead, step into some more.
Mr. Loughrin, I should say. The questioning about the attention that you received in 2023 when you received secondhand the information from the blogger, was that before or long after you were interviewed and gave a statement to the defense investigator in February of 2022?
It was long after.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. All right,
That
Mr.
proves
Loughrin,
what?
you are all set, sir.
That proves what exactly?
There are another witnesses.
The defense calls Karina Kolakithis.
All right, do you need to see me before as she's coming in, or will that be in a while?
I can't remember.
Why don't you come on up really quickly?
Oh my effing God. Here we go again. I'm not going to play the thing because she said really quickly doesn't mean it's going to be really quickly. Kolakithis. I'm interested to see what harassment or threats they gave to this woman. While we're waiting, do me a favor, hit the like button. There's 237 of you. If you're on X, come on over. Come on over to YouTube. Or if you're in the bushes, come on into chat. Come on in. If you would like to donate to the channel, you can do so one of a bunch of ways. The most direct route, obviously, is Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut, and we have a link for credit or debit. If you have none of the payment apps, and then side emojis. I see the side emojis. Side emojis are always a help. Shares and likes, and we do have super chats, super stickers, and memberships. there's something they're arguing about. In my book, that was a huge fail. Of course, you know, everything's about him. It just shows you the egotistical, like, nonsensical things that he says. Like, fourth? Okay, we're at 4. He said 7, so.
Follow me.
Oh, he's so proud. It's, again, that ego. That ego. Is this the lady that's friends with Karen?
Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is this the lady
Good
that's still
afternoon,
friends
ma'am.
with Karen now?
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first name and your last name?
Sure. My name's Karina Kolakithis. It's Karina. Last name Kolakithis. Kolokithas.
That's almost as bad as your name.
It's long.
In what town do you live, ma'am?
I live in Canton.
How long have you lived there?
We've lived there for 22 years.
Where did you grow up?
So I initially grew up in Randolph, and then we moved to Braintree, and I finished my last 3 years of high school and stayed there till I was married.
And where did you go to school after high school?
So after high school, I went to Northeastern University. I did the pharmacy program there.
And what is your profession?
I'm a pharmacist.
How long have you worked as a pharmacist?
So total years is about 30 years as a pharmacist, but I have been at my current job for about 24 years.
Are you married?
Onions.
I am married.
To whom?
I love onions.
His name is Nicholas Kolakithis.
How long have you been married for?
24 years.
Do you have children?
I have 2 children.
And without giving us their names, can you tell us if you have boys or girls and what their ages are?
So I have 2 girls. One is 19 and one is 17.
Have you raised your children in Canton?
Yes, I have.
Do your children play sports, or have they played sports in Canton?
I have both girls played sports in Canton. One actively is playing sports there, and one is in college. So she's not playing sports.
Understood. What sports have your girls played?
So they primarily played basketball, and my youngest plays lacrosse as well.
From raising your children in Canton and attending their sporting events, I'm assuming, have you met other parents with children on your daughter's team?
They were.
Yes, I have.
Specifically, did you come to know Jennifer and Matthew McCabe?
Yes, I have.
And is that the way that you came to know them?
Correct. Typically, like that's how we came to become friends with people, through the sports.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how long had you known Jennifer McCabe specifically?
I would say about 10 years or so.
And during that time, what was the nature of your relationship with Jennifer McCabe?
So we were just friends through the kids. Multiple kids did different sports. They played on different sports teams, so we were friends through that.
And how often, or if at all, did you socialize with her and or her husband?
So typically, sometimes if the kids had play dates, it was mostly my youngest daughter, to be honest. So my youngest daughter and one of her daughters were good friends and played on similar sporting teams. So they would have play dates and stuff like that. So sometimes we'd see them after a game.
I wouldn't call her a friend.
they had
I'd call her
play
an
date or something
acquaintance.
like that.
And I'm sorry, it's a little loud with the fan. If the last part of your answer, if I didn't hear it, I'm thinking the jurors might not have heard that. You said
Oh, please.
it was mostly after games?
After like sporting, like after play dates or sports and stuff like that.
I see. And would there be times where, after a game you go out for pizza, that type of thing?
Yeah, like you'd go out for pizza, or the girls would be like, "Hey, mom, can we have a play date? Can a couple of the girls, come over the house and
Okay.
do stuff
Now,
like that?"
Prior to January 28th of 2022, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe same way. His niece and my younger daughter were good friends, are good friends. So same thing. We knew him through the sports as well. My husband coached his niece in a couple teams, and they also played soccer together. So that's how we knew John.
She's going to say
Do you
that
remember
Jen
how long you would have
told her
known
there
him
was a ring
before
video.
January 28th of 2022?
I would say about 9 years or so.
And what was the nature of
That
that
was reported by
relationship?
the news erroneously.
Friendly. Didn't like go out with him, but we were friends. Like we saw him all the time. He would, take my younger daughter with him. We just saw him all the time. So weekly, I would say.
Sure. What about Karen Reed? Did you know Karen Reed prior to January 28th of 2022?
So same thing, met Karen through John. And I believe the first time I met her was at Jennifer McCabe's house sometime in 2020.
2020.
Correct.
So this would have been during the pandemic?
Correct.
And do you see Karen in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She is wearing a blue suit at the table with her lawyers.
Okay. May the record reflect that the witnesses identified Ms. Reed?
Okay.
Now, prior to
that's
January
one.
28th of
My bad.
2022, how often would you have seen or interacted with Karen Reed in any capacity, if you know?
So Karen sometimes would come to watch games of John's niece. So I would see her there and we would just casually talk.
And what was the nature of your relationship with her prior to January 28th of 2022?
We were friendly.
All right. Now, directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you recall that being a Friday?
Correct.
Okay,
What
5.
did you do that day
I wrote it down.
So that day I worked.
Thank you,
as a
Emma.
pharmacist?
Correct.
Do you recall what your hours were?
Approximately, I would say 8 to 4:30 that day.
What plans did you have after work?
So after work, my plans were to go to the Canton High basketball game to watch my daughter play.
And what plans came up for before the game that night?
So before the game, before I left work, there was a text that went around saying that some of the parents were going to meet at the Canton Junction before the game, and if anybody wanted to stop by and grab a bite to eat.
And what is the Canton Junction?
So it used to be like a little pub / restaurant in Canton.
Did you go to the Canton Junction?
So I went home first because I had a bag I had to switch out of because we have to have plastic clear bags at work. So anyway, so I went home and then after that, I stopped at the Canton Junction.
Okay. And did you go alone or with someone?
So I went by myself.
And when you got there, did you see people that you knew?
Correct. So I walked in and there was a bunch of parents there from the varsity teams, the varsity team.
And excuse me, was either John O'Keefe or Karen Reed there?
They were not there.
What about Jennifer McCabe and or Matthew McCabe, her husband?
I believe Matthew McCabe was there. I don't believe Jennifer went to the Canton Junction.
Now, how long were you at the Canton Junction for?
I would say less than an hour.
Do you recall about what time it was that you would have been leaving there?
I'm not really sure. The game started at 6:30, so before 6:30.
All right. And when you left the Canton Junction, where did you go?
I went to Canton High School to watch the game.
And in the gymnasium, with whom did you sit to watch your daughter's basketball game?
I'm
Thank you, Potluck.
not sure who I sat with, but it would have been those parents from the varsity team, whoever was there and wherever there was a spot.
Was it generally a custom that the parents of all the kids on the team would kind of congregate together in the stands?
I'll
Correct.
take the kitty hugs.
Do you recall what time the basketball game
Very
ended?
irrelevant.
I believe the game ended around 8:30.
Where did you go after the basketball game?
So after the game ended, I went down and waited on the court for my daughter to come out of the locker room, greeted her, the players, and then I said to everybody, I'm going home.
Okay. And you did go home?
Correct. I went home after the game.
And having now made it home, what were your plans that night?
So my plans were to stay home. I was tired. I worked all day, watched the game. I was pretty much done with the day. So my plans were to stay home.
At some point, did those plans wind up changing?
So then I started getting text messages from my husband saying, you should come out. We're going to go to the waterfall. And I said, no, I'm not coming.
And what is the waterfall?
So that's a restaurant that has a bar, and it's on in Canton on Washington Street.
Okay, so you've given your husband the stiff arm, so
Correct.
to speak, right? You're
Correct.
not going.
Not going.
So what happens?
So then he keeps on texting me. He's like, I'm at the waterfall. You should really come. It's fun. There's a band. And I was like, oh, really? Like, I don't want to go. And then my kids got involved with the conversation.
And how did that affect your decision?
So they started saying to me, Mom, you never go out. You never do anything. You know, Dad's by himself. Just go, keep him company while he eats. So I reluctantly went.
All right, so you were guilted into it.
Guilted 100% into it.
All right, so where did you go?
So then I went to the waterfall.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I believe I got there approximately 9:30 or so.
And when you first arrived there, who was there, if anyone, that you recognized?
So my husband was there, and then I recognized Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And what happened after you got there?
So after I got there, I walked in and I said to my husband, I'm like, where is everybody from the basketball team? And he said, I don't know. They all sort of split up. He said, don't worry. Just hang out here. I already ordered a sandwich. So just hang out with me while I eat, and then we'll go.
And were you introduced to anyone?
Yeah. So then Jennifer McCabe started introducing me to all her family. So I got to meet a lot of them. It was fun. It was a good time.
And do you recall specifically who you met?
So I think I believe I met, well, she sort of just introduced me to whoever was at the table. So I'm not sure 100%. Just like the niece.
A pub. We call that a pub.
Her sister, her brother-in-law, like people like that.
All right.
Thank
The
you,
Albert
thank you,
family?
thank you.
Correct.
And when
I
you're
love it.
being
Very
introduced to a
flowy.
bunch of people at once, it can
Very
be
flowy.
tough to keep everybody's names straight at the time.
Right. It's kind of overwhelming. There was a lot of Jen's family.
Now, what were you drinking that night?
So that night I drank water.
And the whole time you were at the waterfall, did you drink anything else except for water?
I only drank water that night.
Now,
Yeah, we call it a pub.
was there
Or
a point
restaurant with a
when
bar.
you were going to leave
Or a
the
bar or a
waterfall
restaurant.
before they closed up for the night?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure.
He asked.
You wound up leaving at a certain time, correct?
I never left.
Well,
Yeah,
you left
yep.
because you're in court today. You're not still at the waterfall.
Okay, correct.
So what I'm trying to get at is, at some point you left the waterfall, but was there a point before that where you were planning to go?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about that.
So my husband had eaten, and I said, you know what, I think I'm going to get going. And I was about to get going, and then John and Karen walked in.
Okay. And when you say John and Karen, you're referring to?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And why did that change your plans?
I was excited to see them. I liked Karen, so as soon as I saw her walk in, I was like, hey, I'm going to stay. I want to talk to her.
And what did you notice about John O'Keefe's mood when he arrived that night?
So John was very happy. His niece had just gotten into a private school called Bishop Fian, and that was like the first thing he was talking about. He was elated that she got in, and he was telling everybody about that.
And thereafter, how much interaction did you have with John and or Karen?
Karen and I probably spent the entire night talking. Maybe give or take some time that we didn't, but the majority of the time, Karen and I were speaking together.
And if you had to estimate, how long a conversation did you have with Karen?
No, she
maybe
doesn't
an
actually go to
hour,
that
like
school
40,
anymore.
50 minutes out of the, like if we spent like an hour together, perhaps we spoke 50 minutes of those out of that hour.
And without telling us the content of the conversation, what was the subject matter, if you
Thankfully,
remember?
she doesn't go to that school. I think
So
that's probably why they
Karen
allowed her.
was also, she mentioned being excited about Kaylee getting into Bishop Fian. And well, just when I first saw her, she first started talking about my daughter. So I saw her, she came in, she greeted me. And when we did start talking, she just started talking about my daughter and how much she really loved my daughter's relationship with John's niece.
Okay. And while you were having this conversation with Karen, was it an easy conversation back and forth?
Very easy.
Where were you located within the waterfall while you were having this conversation?
We were at a height. I don't remember where we were. We were talking. We were sitting down talking at a table.
And how close did you get to her when you were speaking with her?
In order for someone to hear you, because of the band being so loud, we were probably a couple feet from each other.
And in what direction were you facing when you were speaking to her? And I'm talking in relation to Karen.
I don't remember how, like if she was next to me at this point. She could have been next to me at this point.
All right. And your face would have been facing where?
At her.
Okay. That actually was the question. I'm sorry. This is kind of a stilted way to talk, but I have to ask the questions this way.
We were face to face.
There you go. All right. So in other words, Karen was also facing you when she was speaking to you?
Correct.
Did you notice what Karen was drinking?
So she was drinking a drink out of, it was a clear liquid out of a clear glass, and I assumed it to be alcohol of some sort, but I'm not sure.
And while you were talking with her, can you describe, was the conversation coherent?
Very coherent.
Was she making sense?
She was.
Was she engaged in the conversation?
She was.
I don't know. That's a good question,
And,
Logic.
Did you make any observations
trial lady.
regarding her sobriety?
She seemed fine to me.
And you're a pharmacist, correct?
I am a
And
pharmacist.
you were that night.
I was that night.
How much interaction did you see that Karen had with John O'Keefe?
They had some interaction.
And was there one specific interaction that stands out in your mind then and today?
Go. Ooh, they were hugging. Come on.
And I'm talking about a physical interaction.
When they hugged at one point.
Okay. And did John come over to Karen at one point and do something?
He did.
What did he do?
So John went over to Karen and he gave her a kiss on the forehead.
Oh no,
Okay.
not
And
that.
kiss on the forehead, why did that stand out to you?
So honestly, I'd never seen something like that before, a boyfriend do to a girlfriend in public. Never saw that.
haven't?
So it just stood out to me. I was like,
My
wow,
husband
that's
does
the
that 11
sweetest
years
thing I've
later.
ever seen.
The hell?
Can we queue up Exhibit 22, Mr. Wolk? Like to go to
You've never
approximately
seen that before. I
11:36
find that very hard
in
to
41
believe unless you
seconds.
never go anywhere ever.
And if we can,
Husband does that.
well, first of all, have you seen that video before me?
I have.
Do you recognize what Exhibit 22 depicts?
It shows the waterfall.
And is that consistent with what it looked like when you were there that night?
Correct.
And you've previously identified that as being a fair and accurate video of that night?
I do.
If we could zoom in, well, first of all, again, let me try and lay a foundation. Where would you be, if you recall,
Until Bella's mom was
at the
meant to be in a
waterfall
rage.
within that video? To the right, to the left?
I'm in the right in a black top, sitting on a chair.
Okay.
Right,
Could
play
we
the
zoom in
voicemail
on that
again
area, Mr.
from
Wolf?
later.
Okay. We've zoomed in. Do you see yourself?
I do.
And where are you seated?
So there's a white jacket on the back of a chair. That's me.
And do you see anybody else in that video that you now recognize?
Barely.
I see Brian Higgins
Okay. And when you say Brian Higgins, is that somebody that you had known prior to that night?
I did not know Brian.
He was one of the people you were introduced to?
Correct.
And you since have learned, put the face to the body, or I'm sorry, I should say the name to the body or the name to the
I'm
face?
sleeping in
Correct.
the morning.
And
My
where do you
husband
see
leaves.
Brian
What I
Higgins?
get.
He has
Kiss on the
like an
forehead.
emblem on the back of like a sweatshirt.
All right, so his back is to the camera?
Correct.
And,
Depends on the scenario. Yeah, it is. Like, she's not a saint, dude.
Yes.
They've talked to the bartenders already. Like, you've never seen public affection before?
Now,
It's
if
really
you can, ma'am,
strange.
would you please use that pointer to show where you are first?
That's me.
Okay. And Brian
That's-
Higgins?
He's trying
That's
to make
him.
them
All
up
right.
to be.
Do you recognize, at this point in the video, do you recognize anybody else?
Not right now.
Okay. If we could start to play it, Mr. Wolf. And stop for a second. I would ask you, as soon as you recognize somebody else, if you'd speak up and tell us to stop, and we'll pause.
Okay. So right there is Karen's head.
Okay. Is that the back of Karen's head, or?
Correct. So that's the back of her head.
All right.
And
And
then-
you're, by the way, just so the record's clear, over Mr. Higgins' shoulder, there appears to be a face looking forward on the right shoulder. You see that, right?
Correct.
You're not referring to that. You're referring to
Behind that.
the long hair that's in back of that face.
Yeah.
correct?
Could I point to it
Sure.
again? Okay. So I'm referring to that head right there.
Understood. Okay.
And
And
then-
I think you had said something else.
And then that right there is John O'Keefe with the hat.
Okay. There's a ball cap.
Correct.
And on the video, as we're looking at it, it's to the right up the top. It's to the right of the PM chyron there. up
Right
the
to the
top of
right
the
of-
screen.
Correct. Sorry.
If we could continue to play. Stop. What do you
Shut up.
see?
The zebra's still loose.
So I see John giving Karen a kiss on the forehead.
That's
Is that what you
awesome.
saw that night?
I did. I was looking right at them when it happened.
You were facing them.
I was facing them.
And
Oh my God, not
what
that.
about Mr. Higgins? Where was he facing?
It appears that he's facing them as well.
That happened right in front of him.
Where's he supposed to be facing?
That's what it looks like.
Behind him?
If we could play through.
It's the way he was facing. They came into his sight. Like, what the hell? Where is he supposed to be? That's the most absurd assertion.
Okay, you can stop and we can take that down.
That's what you're gonna say, that he gave her a kiss on the forehead so Higgins was mad? Stop it. Karen, in her own words, said that wasn't a thing. But we'll go with
Now-
that ridiculous assertion.
That night, did you have any information about
Me too.
the nature of Karen Reed's previous interactions with Brian Higgins?
None whatsoever.
No, why would you?
Okay.
Know that Karen was a
How
lying
long
piece of
did you
shit.
stay at the waterfall? Or if you recall about what time you got ready to
That's
leave?
what you're asserting. Yes.
I believe things wrapped up around midnight.
And with
Right.
whom were you leaving around midnight?
So my husband and Matt McCabe stayed behind. They were helping the band clean up and stuff. So it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen Reed that walked out together.
Okay. And you've previously seen video footage of the end of the night with yourself, Karen, and Jennifer McCabe sort of in a grouping.
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm sorry that I just need to clear my throat. I hope that's
That's
the
okay.
last time.
That's okay.
Did you see on that same video at the same time, there's a grouping in another area of the bar at the same time?
Correct.
And do you recall who was in that grouping?
I believe it was Chris Albert, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins.
Okay. Could we now publish again Exhibit 22? And I'd like from the approximate start time of 11:57 and 42 seconds. And if we could hit play, Mr. Wolf. Oh, I'll tell you what, stop it for a sec. Thank you. Could you zoom in, please, on the right portion of that video, the upper right? We'll start with that. Okay. So this is the start of this clip. It looks to be 11:57 and 38. Do you see anybody in that clip that you recognize?
Yes, so I am the person with the jacket with the fur around the hood, and Karen Reed is the other woman that I'm talking to.
All right. We could play that, Mr. Wolf? And right now, do you recognize anybody else in the background of that?
So to the right in the plaid shirt is my husband, Nicholas.
Okay. What about over your left shoulder?
So over my left shoulder is John O'Keefe.
And does that appear to be his back?
Correct.
Okay. You can play. And he was in, stop for a second. He was in your line of vision at that point, correct?
Correct.
What does he appear to be doing?
He appears to be like paying a tab or something like that, or maybe getting a drink. I'm not sure.
Okay. And do you see him looking in a particular direction right now?
He looks to be looking over his left.
Continue to play. Oh, if we could pause for a second. I neglected to ask you to point out with the pointer. We
Oh,
have
I'm
it now.
sorry.
We might
Okay.
as well use it.
Okay.
If you could point to yourself first.
Okay. So that's me.
All right. Karen
That's Karen.
and John O'Keefe.
That's John.
Okay. Continue to play, Mr. Wolf. Stop. Back up just a sec. Oh. Oh. I'll tell you when to start. Yeah. Play. Stop. Okay. Do you see what direction John O'Keefe is facing now?
He's looking to the left.
Okay. Keep going. Keep going. Stop. What direction is he facing now?
To the left.
And what is over to the left?
I believe that's where the other group of men are located, perhaps.
Okay. Keep playing. And I'd like to run this to 11:58:25.
It is insulting to people's intelligence. It's insulting to my
Stop.
fucking intelligence.
At this point, his whole body is turned to the left, correct?
Correct.
And he appears
I
to be
used it
facing
too,
where the other
but-
group of men were?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
He appears to be facing in the direction of where the other group of men were?
Correct.
You would be angry.
Continue to play, all through until 11:58:25. Okay, that's perfect. Now, keeping the video up, I'd like to now scroll over to the left side of the screen, and we're going to start that at 11:57:42, the same approximate time we started the previous discussion.
He kind of asked that. Did you know about our communications with Brian Higgins? And she
Stop.
said no.
Okay. You've previously described the other three men. Are you able to identify them on this video now in this still frame clip?
I believe I am
Okay.
able.
And who do you see?
I see Chris Albert, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert.
And which one is which?
Chris Albert is the one that grabbed Brian Higgins' arm, and Brian Albert is with his back towards us.
Okay, now I'll ask you to use the pointer and point to Chris Albert, please.
That's Chris Albert.
On the right. Where's Brian Higgins?
That's Brian Higgins.
In the middle?
Yeah, in the middle. And that's Brian Albert,
Okay.
I believe.
And with regard to Brian Higgins, which direction is he facing?
He's facing the left.
He's facing to the left?
I mean, I'm sorry, he's facing to the right.
Okay. And the direction that he's facing in, who's over there?
Sistine.
What is over there? Is that the direction of the bar?
Sustained.
You can't assert
Okay,
what's over there and who's over there.
Continue to play, please.
It's in a general direction.
Stop. Did you see he grabbed his arm a second time?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins is facing in which direction this time?
They're trying to assert that what he's
He's
mad. He's gonna
facing
walk over there.
the bar area.
Continue to play, please. Okay. You noticed some motion that
come
Brian
on.
Higgins made?
Come on. Let's
He
go.
waved his
Back it up for a second, Mr. Wolk, please.
It's nonsensical, Garb. He's literally saying, "Come on, we're leaving. Come on, everybody." Like, you take that to me like, "Let's go outside and fight." Like, he's like, "Come on." He doesn't go like this. He goes like this,
Stop.
like
Did you
this.
see a motion that
He put his left arm up.
appeared to be summoning somebody?
You guys.
Sustained.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Continue to play. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Continue to play. I'll bear that in mind.
Bear that in mind. You're making assertions of third-party culprit when you have no third-party culprit that you're allowed to argue. It is nonsensical. Yeah, they're finished with him. Hank did introduce some of the witness intimidation sorts of things.
Okay, we can stop there. Ms. Kolakithis, did you see how many times Brian Higgins motioned with his arm?
Sustained. Come over,
Enough.
please, Mr.
Understood.
Come on.
Now,
He did it on purpose.
prior to this
Let us
night,
know.
had you known or been aware of Chris Albert?
Just knew him from seeing him at D&E Pizza.
Okay,
Yep.
and you say you've
Funny,
seen
right?
him at D&E Pizza in what capacity?
I think he's the owner there at D&E Pizza, and we've gotten pizza there before.
And you'd been in that establishment before?
Correct.
And with regard to Brian Albert, have you had any interaction with him, either that night or before?
So that night, I was introduced to him, and I think I even spoke to him a little bit there, and then maybe saw him like a basketball game. I don't remember him really prior to that night.
Okay. Now, I'd like to play the portion of the video where you are then leaving and ask you some questions about
Judge is
that.
not happy because they can't
Yes, I
introduce
think we can
third-party
zoom out
culprit.
and,
They don't have
perhaps
that.
hit play, Mr. Wolk, at this point.
It's baseless nonsense. Like, you're asserting that he did something for some sort of reason, and that's ridiculous. And just pure speculation.
pause for a
rank
sec.
speculation.
If you could use the pointer and just point out again where you are at this point.
That is me.
All right. And are you able to see Karen at that point?
She's right there.
Okay. And what about Jen McCabe? Are you able to see her at that point?
Yeah, I'm tired of that. I'm tired. It's already Chris is being harassed weekly.
I'm
We're
not
going there
sure.
Okay. All
Sunday.
right. Continue to play, please. And stop for a second. I should have asked you, if you do see Jennifer McCabe enter the picture, could you alert us?
Okay.
Continue to play.
Falls flat to me because you're asserting anything of someone saying, "Let's go, come on, we're leaving," as everyone's walking out the door is just, come on, stop it. Like, oh yeah, he's gonna run out the clock 100%. Even when he has no questions left, he's doing it right this very minute. There's really nothing, you know what I mean? Like, yes. He did. He did. Oh, my back.
When you can turn the lights back on. When you were leaving the establishment, whom did you leave with?
So again, it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen.
Did anything unusual occur when you were leaving?
So as we were leaving, Jen went over to Karen, kind of put her arm around her, and she started saying, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me." And Karen's like, "Huh? Like, what? Like, where are we going?" And
You can't say what someone else
I'm going
says
to
here. Say.
sustain the objection.
The first part of that answer, the putting her arm around her, "You're coming with me," why did that stand out in your memory?
It's hearsay.
just because I was there too, and it just was strange. It was just like, "You're coming with me." Like, it was just something that stood out to me.
You
Strange about it.
I mean, no, it's fine. I mean, it was just stood out, you know? Yeah.
Did Karen go?
That's weird.
With Jen McCabe?
No, she did not.
What did you see her do?
So then, out of the clear blue, thinking that Karen was going to go with Jen, I see Karen with John.
And where did you see Karen with John?
I saw them just as we were. I was parked across Washington Street, across from the restaurant, and I just saw Karen and John like walking down towards what used to be Amber Road, a place.
It used to be Amber Road.
It used to be Amber Road. Yeah.
Is that a Amber Road cafe?
Correct. It was like a It was like a little cafe shop.
And did you figure out why they were walking in that direction?
That's where I think Karen had parked her car.
Did you have any concerns about Karen being able to drive that night?
I had talked to her all night, and I did not notice anything strange about her. Like, I didn't think anything of it.
And once you parted ways, where did you go?
I went in my car.
And what was your last image of seeing Karen and John that night?
It was just them walking towards the car.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. I have literally done this so many times where I've put my arm in someone else's arm. I actually walk like that with my husband, but with other of my friends, and been like, "You're coming in the car with me, so I don't have to drive by myself. Like, we're going back to a different bar, someone's house, my house, your house, whatever, but you're driving with me, bitch, because I don't want to drive alone." Like, so the fact that she finds that strange tells me she has no friends or social life at all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Seems like
Was your last image of Karen and John, both of them walking to the car and Karen walking to the driver's side door of that car?
Correct.
That night, it was a celebratory mood?
Correct.
Everybody was getting along fine?
Yes, we were. Yes.
You were speaking to the defendant for some time?
Most of the time, correct.
And you saw her at points hugging Jen McCabe?
She's still friends with
Correct.
Karen, I believe. This lady. I believe this is the one that's still friends with
You
Karen.
knew John?
Has dinners with
I
her.
did.
He was a kind man?
Very kind.
Generous?
Very generous.
Thoughtful?
Very thoughtful.
Soft-spoken?
Yes.
That night was particularly different. He was extraordinarily proud and happy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
And you could see him emote about his accomplishment that his daughter got into private school.
Correct.
Did you talk to John that night?
I did.
Thank you. It is. This lady seems like she's had no social life ever. Not in college, not before that, not after that.
All right, Ms. Kolakithis, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
So why don't I see counsel regarding scheduling?
Oh, and we're gonna end it because it's 12:30. Watch. Yeah, she was in fact drunk, and it's been established that she was in fact drunk. So Karen herself admits to this. Nothing. I don't even know why they called her to try to say they were lovey-dovey at one point and kissed in front of Brian Higgins. What does that prove? It proves nothing, and that was sidebar number 6, which is going to end it, I believe. And I said 7. Son of a bitch. I'm always off by 1. Yeah, Yeah, I don't think she has ever had a social life. It seems that way. If you find it strange that someone's like, "Hey, you're coming with me," like I have done that so many times I could probably not count in my lifetime. Where someone's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go home," and I'm like, "No, you're not, bitch. You're coming with me. This night is not over. Like, you ain't going home. You coming with me."
So I'm going to talk to the lawyers about scheduling. I'm actually going to send you back to the room and bring you back. We will definitely be out of it by 1 o'clock, so a short, and if they could just, like, Paul, they could just go back to me in 10 minutes and we'll bring you right back.
All rise for the court, please.
So they're gonna continue with another witness? I'm confused. At 12:36, and you're gonna get them back here at 12:46, get them out of there by 1, and somehow it seems like someone does have an appointment or something, because I don't know why it would be so dead set on 1. You know what I'm saying? This makes no sense. This lady, I believe, is the one that's still like friends with Karen or has dinners with her, I believe. There's one of them. It might be her. I can't confirm. I'd have to go back and look.
Hey, thank
but
you so much
there's
for watching the Karen
one
Reed
of
trial
them
with us, but I wanted to tell you guys about something.
that is still like friends with Karen. Like, you know? Like that's the part that gets me. People twisting your own words or their own perceptions of things because they have some sort of axe to grind or they're jealous or they're upset. Like this lady clearly had no social life ever in her life. Maybe she's socially awkward. I don't know. I have plenty of friends who are socially awkward that would never say that they find that strange. That tells me that lady's probably goes out to a bar once a year, like, and probably even in her, college years, never went. She just stayed home in the dorm and studied, and everyone else went to like, a Omega Psi Pi party. Like, to me, like, for her to say that she finds it strange or it's stuck out in her mind or something, like, seems like she's never seen a friendly person wanting to continue a night ever in her life. Like, exactly. Why would she invite Karen and want Karen to go? Make it make sense. Like, I mean, I didn't like her whole like weird demeanor. Like, I think she was. Well, you have to remember, some of these people didn't willingly come in here; they're subpoenaed. So I have to give the benefit of the doubt that maybe she was subpoenaed in. Uh, that's what it sounds like, at least to me, that she was subpoenaed. But even so, like, that's the other problem, right? If she didn't appear intoxicated, that tells me that she drinks way too much, that she might have an alcohol problem, that people who drink all the time have a higher tolerance until it hits them like a ton of bricks. Karen said she was having like a double every like 40 minutes. And we know, I think it was a little closer than 40 minutes. So she was, in fact, highly intoxicated. Like, I'm not sure what the point there was of calling her, other than to say they were lovey-dovey at the bar. We all know that afterwards she's screaming, "You're an effing pervert," and after Bella's mom gets mentioned, it's a whole blowout fight, her screaming and yelling, acting a frigging fool. So she tells the cop they were fighting, she tells the EMT they were fighting. Like, so that's not even under debate at this point about whether they were fighting. And we've read the text messages. We know what was going on. Clearly, there wasn't all lovey-dovey there, no matter what was outwardly facing to the public. There was clearly some private shit going on, and that's not even in debate. I don't think the jury's debating that at all. I think that this really didn't help them and with anything. Like, was she drunk? We know she was drunk. Was the lovey-dovey stuff like going to magically make them think that Karen didn't go crazy and back into him? No, it's not, because it's been established that they were in a fight. Is he kissed her on the forehead in front of Brian Higgins, so the implication is that Brian Higgins would be in such a rage that he's calling someone out to fight him. Like, stop it. Like, that's so absurd on its face. It's not even funny. Karen is the one that reached out to him, and he was very like, "What do you want from me? Like, I don't know what exactly you want. Like, are you like going to break up with John? Are you going to move in with him? Like, what are you doing here?" So that's already established and extremely clear via the text messages. So I'm not really sure what they're, I mean, again, they're desperate. I think anything to show anything of Karen being normal or this being a normal relationship, they're going to try to grasp onto. It falls flat, though, because of everything else that we already know. And so the same is going to be with the jury, like, and yeah, Karen did use money to try to get people to like her. That was part of her thing. And I almost feel like, and I hate to say this, but maybe Karina Kolakithis is one of those people who are impressed by money and stature, and not just by the realness of people. You have to remember there are some really shallow people in this world that the only thing that they care about is if you're on their level of what they think is stature and class and money. If you're not, you are beneath them. And so, I mean, maybe she's one of those people. Maybe she didn't like how friendly Jen McCabe was, or that she wasn't invited, or that she didn't have those types of relationships with people in her own life. Apparently that's not it. I'm shocked though. I don't know. I don't even know if she's a pharmacist in the town or not. She lives there, but I don't know if she's a pharmacist there. It will be a half. I mean, they're still going to end it at 1. None, you know what I mean? Still. Yeah, they're definitely still going to end it. He didn't, and that was smart of him to not give any credence to the gossipy conspiracy testimony. Like, yeah, he used it to prove Karen got behind the wheel of that car and she was the one driving. Not that we didn't already know that, but just another person, like, I know. See, that's the crap, right? Did you guess 11 like me? I think we ended at 10, right? Even if it's after the jury left, it still counts. It's still a sidebar. So I'd say you hit the nail on the head. It will be the end of the day, but she said she's bringing them back. So that's the weird part. I know I'm behind in the comments. I don't know who's next. That's a good question. I'm not really sure. I don't know. I think she was subpoenaed in. Is her contribution to say Karen wasn't drunk? I don't know, but that was weird. Like a clear liquid. We all know what it was, lady. Come on, stop it. You were talking to her the whole night, but you didn't hear her order a drink the entire time? I find that hard to believe. Karen is the one who says she was drunk. Yeah. It changes nothing. It changes absolutely not a damn thing. Like, that's what I'm saying. Just what the hell? Like, if you're gonna send them home at 1, why bring them back for 10 minutes? I'm completely confused. Like, you're gonna start a witness with 10 minutes? She never does that. So why is she doing it now? I'm not sure, Red Sky. It didn't change anything for Karen. It didn't help push her conspiracy theory one way or another. And Hank objected to the whole line of questioning with Higgins because you cannot assume what someone's gesturing towards, or he's looking at where he's looking is where the entirety of the bar is. There's still a ton of people over there, like, that they were with. You have no idea who he's looking at or gesturing towards. Like, to make that assertion is absurd. And it looked like he was telling them, come on, like, we're leaving, like, we're heading out, like, come on. So now if I go out and I go into a bar and I tell people we're leaving, like, and I wave my hand and I go, come on, somebody's going to say it's a conspiracy to me to beat someone up if they die. Like, what the hell? She does look ridiculous at those sidebars, but I mean, everyone on planet Earth knows that. That's why they tried to get her the headphones as some sort of special treatment, and the judge was like, no, unless it's a medical reason. And since she did it in the first trial and got up and down at every one at the first trial, the judge realized there is no medical reason for her to have headphones to listen in on sidebars. You can get up if you want to. They didn't want her to look stupid, but she still does it because she can't rely on what her attorneys would come back and just tell her. She has to be there. That's the control aspect of her. She is clearly a control freak, and she has admitted this in the past, like, that she has a control issue. I don't know. Like, why not just do whatever you're doing at sidebar? Yeah, her kids told her she never grows. I mean, that's very clear that she had no life, like, exactly, to John, but not her. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. No concern, 9, not a concern in the world. None at all, Hey. And they were doubles, Oh, yeah, that means she was way higher at the time of the incident. She tries to, like, put doubt in by saying nobody knows when I stopped drinking and they assume when I stopped drinking. She did not go back to John's house and drink more. Let's make that clear. So she knows damn well they calculated it correctly. And left room for error, and she was still way beyond the legal limit and way higher than drunk would be drunk. Like, that was weird to me, because I'll throw it out here like this. When my husband leaves for work in the morning and I'm still asleep, I get a kiss on the forehead. When we're out in public, I oftentimes, if he's going to go to the bathroom or something like that, he'll give me a kiss on the lips and then another on the forehead. So it's, again, unless this lady never goes anywhere in public, it's hard for me to believe she's never seen public affection in any way, especially a kiss on the forehead. Like that's strange to me that you would find that, oh, that's so sweet, but you've never seen that anywhere. I mean, that's a little crazy. Like, unless once again you lock yourself in the house and you're like an agoraphobic and never leave. Like, I mean, and even agoraphobics, to be fair, I have a friend who's an agoraphobic and she still has to go out because, you know, you got to go to the grocery store and stuff. You know, she likes to try to make it quick, but nonetheless. And guess what? She's seen it a billion times. So I find it really strange she would say something like that. The whole day before, through the day, until she came there, and then of course after you're a perv, after Bella's house was mentioned, it was a full-blown Karen Reed flip out event. Like, it was weird. It was strange. I'm hoping so. I mean, it would be like 15 minutes to play, or more than 15 minutes now. It'd be like 17 minutes to play every single clip, but he might have another he wants to play. She's 1 minute past her friggin' 10 minutes. Judge sends a jury out but says they'll be back. Promises they'll be done by 1. Sidebar continues as jurors exit. You know, I mean, it's been terrible day after terrible day after terrible. I mean, as we know, FKR will just say this is some sort of like win for the defense, which it, of course, is not. Do me a favor, guys, while we're still here, and before this whole shenanigan ends for the day, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We would really, really appreciate it. It's free to subscribe. All you got to do is hit that subscribe button on YouTube. If you're on X, come on over to YouTube and hit the subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. Hit the like button. That's always helpful. Share the video if you can. You can also just click on the link to share and like copy. And apparently it counts as if you shared it, even if you didn't. So that's apparently a thing. I had no idea. The best ways to support the channel are these ways: Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut, and we have a link in chat for those of you who want to use a credit or debit. It's also in the description to this video and on the front page of my channel itself on YouTube. I don't read people's names. Your regular government names are safe. People cannot see my Venmo. It is locked completely, so they cannot see anything. They can't see my PayPal. So if you donate and it's your government name, your regular name, I'm not going to read it because I don't feel safe reading people's regular names if I know who you are by screen name, or if you include your screen name. I'll usually just say that, and sometimes just anonymous at all. If you just want to remain anonymous, just write A or ANON and I'll know.
Hey, what's up?
What do you think?
I think Hank did a good job showing the intimidation of this witness, of the first witness. I don't know too much about the second witness. I missed a little bit. So, I mean, I figure I've heard from other chats. Is she like basically testify that she saw, like she heard Jen bragging about something? I'm not sure.
Nope,
I'm not really
that
sure.
didn't actually happen. So whatever they said was going to happen didn't actually happen.
What did she say?
She didn't say anything about Jen telling her about a ring video, and that's what they were saying she was going to say, which is that Jen tried to get her to go against Karen because she said that there was a ring video showing that Karen hit John. Well, that is something that the news channel actually reported erroneously, but they reported it. So I saw that part. A lot of people saw that because it was reported like the morning that day or the day after it happened to John. That was reported on the news. So
yeah. So what did she testify about?
Nothing really, just Karen's demeanor while they were there, that she talked to her all night, that her and John were, getting along, and he kissed her on the forehead in front of Brian Higgins because, he's like, is that in front of Brian Higgins? Brian Higgins is sitting at the table. So they walked in front of it, but behind other people. And
But what's with all this pussyfooting around? Why don't they just bring Higgins in? Are they bringing Higgins in?
No, they're not going to, because then Hank would get him on cross. No way. No way. There's no chance.
So I'm supposed to believe that this is going to be like this jealous individual, but you're not going to bring this jealous individual in front of the jury, nor the person you're claiming is the corrupt person, to just grill him on the stand?
Yep. Exactly. No chance.
Do you think it's a miscarriage of... I'm sorry.
Sorry.
All right, jurors, I just realized that I probably made you go downstairs and up twice to just come back shortly. I'm sorry I inconvenienced you that way, but we were
Yeah, you're
able
a
to
jerk.
talk. I am assured not only are we on schedule, we are ahead of schedule.
We're ahead.
I
Yeah, we know,
understand
lady.
tomorrow's supposed to be very hot. Court officers are concerned about how we're gonna keep the fans and air conditioners going and be allowed to hear the witnesses. I've talked to the lawyers, everybody's in agreement that because we're ahead of schedule, we give you tomorrow off.
Are you
All right,
fucking kidding
so,
me?
We won't be in session tomorrow. We will be in session Friday all day. So those same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone.
Oh my
Don't do any
God.
independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, and read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And
This is
be careful with your
absurd.
social media use. We'll see you on Friday.
All right.
What is this? Like, why are we taking days off? If you're ahead of
Oh, 'cause it's
schedule,
gonna
why
be
don't
hot.
you just get like, I bought a portable fucking air conditioner for like $300. Why doesn't anyone else just buy a bunch of portable fucking air conditioners in this goddamn fucking courthouse to cool it down? Like, why do we have fucking air conditioners from 1975 in this goddamn place?
This is absurd. And I have to say this every
we all
single
just-
day.
Can we all just unite together and put money up for an air conditioner for this courthouse?
Dude, F that. I need a second air conditioner.
Is there
in my house.
anything anybody
Screw them.
needs to raise with me at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can we get some answers to your motions?
It's denied.
It's
Okay.
denied.
I just saw that that was the one that was still outstanding. Okay. Thank you all. We'll see you Friday morning.
So has that motion been denied? She just said, "Oh, the motion was denied."
She said the last outstanding motion is denied for the defense.
Oh, okay. Did they get all their motions denied?
As far as I know, yes.
Hey, thank you so
Wow.
As far as I know, yes.
Yeah, because I
Which-
don't think
I
you
know.
do a missing witness
can't.
statement when
There's
you
no such thing as a
basically.
missing witness for the prosecution. They don't have to call anyone. They're under no obligation to call Trooper Proctor. If the defense wants to, they can call. You don't get an instruction to the jury that there's a missing witness just because you don't want to call them. That's not the way it works. Like,
I feel like today was not good. Like this is supposed to, you're building this narrative. You got this really unreliable witness. And if I was on the jury, I would think this guy's being threatened. I
Yeah.
see him with a picture with the people that are supposedly threatened, which I was kind of surprised that he was able to get that into the courtroom, to be honest
he
with you.
was.
You had the lawyer, saying, well, I don't think it's a proper ruling to let in witness intimidation. I'm like, so
Why
you
not?
don't think it's a proper thing to bring in that a witness is being intimidated
If it was
in a
your client,
case?
you absolutely would want it in. Just saying.
Yeah.
So he's such a hypocrite. Like,
Yeah, I just think like the whole situation is very telling to me. Like, I think the defense is like kind of hurting themselves with some of these witnesses. The Dever witness showed intimidation. Then you have, this guy, Lucky, who's basically he was being intimidated. I mean, him kind of going like denying it, but then getting confronted with, yes, I was being intimidated. Yes, my information was. I mean, like if I was on a jury, I would definitely think he was being intimidated and attacked. And the fact that he didn't see the dumpster on the side of the road. He didn't see
it was
anything.
in someone's front yard. The dumpster
Yeah,
was
in the front
yard of a neighbor. Like,
I mean, if I was in that situation, I would have probably, I would sit there and be like, this guy's just saying anything because he's being intimidated at this point. That's what I would think. I think he would be lying because he's afraid of something, and especially if the blogger's in the courthouse. So
that didn't help them, not in the least bit. That's for damn
yeah,
sure.
it just seems like a very mafioso type of situation where you have the person threatening them in the courthouse at that particular time. And what did this lady testify about? Just like the demeanor, that was it?
That was literally, literally didn't testify about anything of any relevance whatsoever other than the demeanor of everyone there. And they made her watch a video of everyone leaving, including Brian Higgins, and Brian Higgins going like this. And then Hank objecting to the whole line of questioning, because what they were trying to assert was that Higgins is calling someone out, like, and he's looking at where the bar is. So he's trying to assert who he's looking at. whether it's Karen or not. Like, you can't assert who he's looking at. He's looking at the entire bar area, bro. And
Yeah,
there's
I
still
mean, like,
numerous people they were with over there. Like,
if I was to believe Higgins was a jealous person, I would need more than just simply Karen
Yep.
Reed attempted to kiss him and he's roughhousing in a bar. I would need
Yep.
to see texts where like he's angry, he's like an angry ex, he's like fucking you're with
Yep.
John. You know what I mean? I'm not seeing
Me
anything. If
too.
I was on the jury, I would want to see more of this jealous ex. And really, there has been no evidence showing that Higgins is this jealous person that would have killed for Karen Reed or fought for Karen Reed. All it really shows is that Karen Reed wanted to ditch John and wanted to make him jealous, maybe, and that's pretty much it. I don't see any evidence. So far,
And
the
that's what's
only
right. He has Hank's turned every one of these witnesses into something of his advantage, and that's
yeah,
the way you do it when you're a good attorney. Like,
I think Hank is doing great on cross. I think he's really fucking ironing, and I think also Lucky and Devers really go. Lucky is helped with the consciousness of guilt. Um, what do they call it? Consciousness of guilt. When you're able to read the whole thing about consciousness of guilt, because if that's allowed in, I'm not sure it will, but I won't know. But if that really places the possibility, because you have a guy who was being intimidated, and honestly, it really does kind of add to that. You didn't miss anything. Pointless
I
witness
mean,
yet again telling us
yeah, I
stories.
mean, Bev did allow him to sort of go there a little bit with the harassment. She did. And I think that's because Dever and the threats, I mean, there's no way
Yeah, if
not to, you know what I mean? Like,
I mean, I don't think
no
people quite
way.
understand the theme I'm getting from the defense is that every witness is either paid off, basically told what to say, and or intimidated. I mean, you got the first witness that basically, did anything his client tells him to do, which is basically put a report in. The third, I'm skipping the second one because it was a guy reading the text message.
Yep.
The third witness, I believe was Devers, right? Was it Devers?
Yep.
Dever.
Yep.
She's getting like threatened with perjury if she doesn't say exactly what it says. Then the fourth witness is the dog bite lady, right? The dog bite lady, and she's
Yep.
basically saying broke a sequestration order in a car, and basically is like everything she's saying is being highlighted by Alessi to read out, and also being prepped on how to talk to the lawyer, and she's just saying anything what they're telling her to do because she's being paid off. You got the next witness, was it Doris or whatever? I'm trying to remember his name. Officer
Oh yeah, Barros.
He's basically changed his statement, but then he was told to drive all the way 3 hour two ways to go to a hotel to basically figure out scheduling. And then suddenly he looks, and then he kind of agreed with both parties. He was like, whatever. It was kind of weird, that one. And then you have another witness. You have Lucky, who is basically threatened by the blogger and threatened to, or his job's gonna be fucked up. And then you got this lady I'm hearing as a no burger. I mean, like if I was sitting on a jury, I would look at it and be like, is the defense just throwing anyone they can threaten and pay off on this as their defense? Where's the real experts here that can refute that? Because if you look at the experts in comparison to the prosecution, you have these renowned experts, career experts. You have literally a brain surgeon. You have Ian Wolfen, who is like the head of Celebrite. You have, this other, I forgot the accident reconstruction guy that's been in the business for 30 years, who gave a great, and then I'm looking at like the first witness, their first expert is some kid that, has never done experiments and just writes reports. And Russo, who's basically just a first trial and she'll just say anything to get on that stand. And I mean, I would say to myself, the comparisons of experts is not, you can't even compare the experts, to be honest with you. So
Michael Easter motion was denied.
Yeah, that makes sense because the fact is you can't
It was
really
already denied. It was a motion to reconsider.
Yeah, that makes
No.
sense.
No.
I just think like the defense is trying every single dirty tactic and every single illegal move to basically try to avoid.
I'm gonna check the docket. Let's check the docket.
Yeah.
I agree with you, and I think a lot of you guys are making points which are like you know, why, first of all, I had a schedule. I mean, you can't just keep saying you're ahead of schedule when you're taking all of these days off and half a days and this one's got to do this. And Karen calls us like, there's no effing way you're ahead of schedule. I don't buy that, not even for 1 second. But why wouldn't you want these jurors to get it over with? I have never heard of them. Oh, again, never heard of calling a defendant in sick, but also it's too hot. And for Tom, want to know why you can't use another courtroom, Tom? If you used your brain for 77 seconds, you'd know that it was the defense that bitched and whined about the big courtroom and screamed that it was unconstitutional, and they had to use the small courtroom. That was they wanted it moved out of the city, which it wasn't going to happen. So the judge said, you know what, cool, you don't want the big courtroom, we'll give you the small courtroom, and that is why they ended up in the small courtroom. That is on the defense and only the defense. So the fact that they couldn't put it in that one, you know what I mean? But what? I get it. The air conditioner is loud, but you guys knew this about the trial last year and every other trial you've done since. So why in the actual hell don't you figure a way around it? Put fucking microphones on their shirts. Buy lapel mics. Do something, dude.
God, I mean,
just because it's going to be hot. That's
I
absurd.
just think it's kind of weird that you have a courthouse. You're spending 300, there's millions of dollars being spent here.
Yep.
And no one wants to buy a couple of fucking
fans,
couple of fucking portable air conditioners or new air
they have
conditioners.
fans on in the courtroom, but they're afraid they're not going to be able to hear anyone. And it's like, then get lapel mics.
Yeah,
Get
it's
lapel
crazy.
mics then. Like, there are easy solutions other than saying it's going to be too hot, we got to take the day off. Like, what do you think they do in the Midwest? Do you think they just take the day off? Like, oh, well, the air conditioner is old and it's loud. Well, then you guys should have replaced it last time. Like B. Tim said, there's millions of dollars flowing through that courthouse. Okay.
Yeah.
They have
Like, come
plenty
on,
of money
guys.
to do that. Like, there's no excuse. None. And no, I
Can
actually
we
do
all-
not find it weird that the lead investigator isn't called. The lead investigator is not always called in every case. And they called him last time. This was a tactic by the Commonwealth so they could get him on cross-examination and ask questions. Like, and that was smart. That was smart of the Commonwealth. So if the defense wants to call him, they have every right to call him. If they really want to call him, Stella, and they really think something was so shady that Michael Proctor did, why don't they call him? They don't have to force Hank to do it. Why don't they do it?
Mm-hmm. Let me see. The whole case, nothing has ever been done like this. I think, like, honestly, allowing Mr.
It's going to be
Kearney.
Hot Friday. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So
I think allowing Mr. Kearney in the courtroom has been
awful.
The largest miscarriage of justice I've seen in quite a while, because you have a guy who's literally who's charged with threatening witnesses in that case, and he's somehow allowed in the courtroom to continue to intimidate people who are testifying. And to me, that's just a terrible misjustice of justice here, because I don't think that would be allowed if that was done to Karen Reed. I think, if some blogger came out and started threatening witnesses for your support of Karen Reed, try to get witnesses that would support Karen Reed and try to turn them by threatening them, I think the whole courtroom would explode. And to have that person in there, it's just a very weird dynamic. I think, things need to change, because that should not be allowed. Absolutely should not be allowed. Him in that courtroom.
No, absolutely not. Like, and that's something that they shouldn't have allowed to begin with. I don't know any other, a judge that would have allowed something like that. They would have been like, no, that is way too risky to influence people's testimony. Absolutely not. He's not allowed in my courtroom. And the judges have every right to tell anybody they want not to be in their courtroom for any reason.
He could cry, I'm a member of the press. Well, you can go on fucking YouTube and watch it. You can Zoom it. I mean, it's not like you're not unable to watch it via online. Why do you have to be there? And that's the thing I would say to him and to his fucking dirtbag lawyer. By the way, did you hear that fucking time PenX and Twitter was hacked? And then some piece of shit's literally posting disgusting things. He said, did you hear his fucking X video? Yeah, his YouTube video. His YouTube video is basically stating that he's gonna fucking find that person and sue the fuck out of them.
As he should. Because we know it was one of the FKR people. It's common sense. Like, you know what I mean? It wouldn't have been anyone else. Nobody else would have hacked his ex. Like, you know what I'm saying? His ex account. Like, Matt Timpanic gives opinions they don't like, which often align with the opinions that I give. I don't get to see his until after I'm done here with you guys, but it often lines right up with stuff. And Judge Lou, stuff that I've been saying all goddamn day. Anonymous mass lawyer, Michael Collins, both lawyers. And theirs always align with what I've been saying basically this entire time. And so, of course, we're targets. That's we just are. We're targets. Like, it's absurd.
Yeah, I just think that I don't think the defense is doing at all a good job today. I think yesterday they scored a little bit points with that Officer Barros, I think with him, but besides that, I think basically if I was on the jury, I'd be like, okay, so what is the point of this lady? We're trying to believe that there's some sort of fight that occurred, and I'm supposed to believe this guy who's fucking blind as a bat. Well, maybe he doesn't. It's not known, but he can't see. He can't see a dumpster on the yard, but yet I'm gonna trust his word that he couldn't see a body in the snow at night. I mean, while he's hitting stuff, and I would just tell that he was, you know what I mean. And if I was to believe the defenses, who they hacked, I couldn't hear. Matthew Tempanek.
Yeah, Matt Tempanek.
He's an attorney. He has a YouTube channel, by the way. You probably should check him out if you ever want to check him out.
No, see, Sarah, there's a big difference between being harassed, okay, and what the ARCA guy dealt with, which was his wife entered a free Karen Reed chat room and public Facebook page the day he testified, which then has the pictures of her profile of, her and her kids. She entered that willingly, knowingly, publicly, okay? There's a big difference between people who are constantly calling you, text messaging you, sending you emails, giving all of your like where you live, like all of that constantly, and then someone showing his wife's public Facebook profile and pointing out the fact that she joined a free Karen Reed page the day her husband testified. There's a big difference. There's a wildly big difference on what harassment is. He didn't get harassed. Those things were pointed out. Like,
I think, like, if I was to look at the defense, just like if I was just like to ignore the prosecution's case, and I was just going by the witnesses, I'm supposed to believe that in 30 seconds, that somehow he was bitten by a dog and that he was never in the yard. So why did the cell phone temperature drop? Why did he not show him not moving from that location? Am I supposed to believe he just dropped his phone there and just walked in? Then the temperature would have dropped even further if it was just left in the snow. It's just like, I don't think there is a coherent story that the defense has made yet. They've just been trying to poke holes where they can, and it's not quite working because their defense really relies on telling a story, and their story is non-existent.
Not only is it non-existent, it's not cohesive.
Yeah.
It makes no sense. They're inserting some speculation here, some innuendo there, but there is no actual story. And it was Matt Tempanek who had his ex account. He's an attorney. His ex account hacked.
Yeah.
He made a YouTube video about it. I saw it pop up on my phone a little while ago, probably a couple hours ago, maybe.
He's pissed.
Yeah.
He's
poor
pissed.
Guy.
I would not want to
I'd
be
pissed if I was him too. Like, leave the man alone. You can say you don't agree with his opinion. Cool, great. You don't have to. But to hack his accounts, and this is the stuff these people do. That's why there's a big difference between the level of posting your profile picture that you have that's public and pointing out that your wife joined a publicly available free Karen Reed Facebook group on the day. Hold on a second. I got to check something. Go ahead.
No problem. I mean, that would go to the credibility of that person because, they were told that they were neutral, that they were basically coming in and they were very neutral individuals. They picked no sides. And then the next day you find out that his wife is a free Karen Reed person. It's like, that's not neutral. If he was hired by the defense, whatever, then I would be like, yeah, it's weird, but we know what side he is on. And I think that goes to basically, the bias. And I think it's important to report on that. It's just like if we put someone on the stand that was supposed to be neutral, and then we found out that he was actually a Yellow Cottage Tale follower, or a Twisted Tragedies follower or something like that. And they're in a chat every day saying, yeah, fuck you, Karen Reed. I hope you go to jail and burn, motherfucker.
Right.
You know what I mean? You would be like, okay, that's a little weird. That should
Right.
not be allowed. That's kind of weird to do.
It's sad. They outed themselves, and that's what they do is sort of out. They're not very good at hiding who they are.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's because their nonsense, their rage gets the best of them when it comes to that. Hey Alba. Oh, I'd be angry if I was him too. I haven't seen it yet, and I'm gonna see it after. I'm gonna watch it after this, and I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I'm gonna eat something. But yes.
Yeah, I think I'm not really surprised people are really just realizing that this is a disastrous defense, in my opinion. I think every witness they've tried to do damage to the prosecution has backfired. And I don't see why law tubers are thinking the defense is doing a great job. If I was Karen Reed, I'd be worried. I'd really be worried.
Oh, absolutely.
But maybe he has an ace in the hole. Maybe he has these ARCA witnesses are going to be like the witnesses that they're going to bring in are going to be like the greatest witnesses ever. But to be honest with you, the only thing I can think of that can really help her is that she basically disproves the cell phone data and show that he was in the house. If he doesn't show that he's in the house, that's nothing. He basically stated there was a witness or some sort of evidence that showed he was in the house. And if you're going to show like Apple steps of whatever while he was in the car, as your evidence that he was in the house, that's not going to work.
No, it's not. Also, by the way, this was earlier, but I'm just seeing it now. Graves sent $20 as a donation, and he said, for a dumpster for your front yard. For the dumpster that Lucky didn't see, per usual.
Yeah, I just think if you're going to be fair, I mean, you got lawyers stating, oh, well, why are we even here? And I'm like, sir, there's a lot of damning evidence that honestly is not been refuted yet by the defense. I think the most damaging witness the defense had against the prosecution was obviously the officer yesterday. But the fact is it was mitigated. It would have been a lot worse if Hank didn't do the proper cross. And I think Hank does a fantastic cross. I think he's a great attorney that, surprises even me, because honestly, he turns these things around. He made sure not to go too hard on Lucky to seem like he's beating up on the guy. He made it seem, he basically called him a liar without calling him a liar, and proceeded to show that this person changed his testimony out of fear without beating him up on the stand. If it was Jackson, he would have screamed at him and looked like a terrible bully. But I think he did a master job on a cross on Mr. Lucky. Lucky, I don't know if that's his real name, but we'll call him Lucky. I think he did a master job.
Call him, yeah.
I think we were worried. There were people worried that, Hank would fucking beat him up too much, but he did a master job on a cross, and no attorney should say otherwise. And the same thing with, whatever the officer, I'm just going to the officer for the defense. The same thing with that guy, a master job on repairing what could be a devastating blow to the prosecution and mitigating it to a minor damage. Barros, thank you. I got to think, the guy's name slips me all the time. And the fact is that the same thing with every other witness that he crosses, he does a master job. And I think the problem, and you know what the sad thing is that the defense has a great attorney, and it's not Jackson at this point. You know who's a great attorney? Yannetti, because Yannetti comes onto the stand and he's likable and he asks his questions. And I honestly think the jury probably like him more than Jackson or Alessi, to be honest with you.
That's right.
The guy is a lot more likable than these people. I think that's the problem. And, I don't know why they're just giving Yannetti these softball witnesses when they should really give this guy better witnesses to go against. I think Alessi is absolutely good with technical stuff, but he doesn't know how to close the deal. He knows how to open the door, but he doesn't know how to close the deal. And Jackson is like a hammer, just hammering everything. He does not know how to do chill. He's not chill at all.
No. And again, I think that has more to do with him being personally involved than him, having any sort of client involvement. Like, oh, it's your client. Like, to me, that screams like this is personal to me. Okay, I don't know why, but nothing is coming up when I'm looking at the docket. Like, what is happening?
I don't know. Maybe it's a Karen Reed conspiracy. Just joking.
The docket's not pulling anything up. Like, what the hell, dude? And I put in like I always do it the same way, because if you try to search her by name, it actually won't pop up. But if you do it by case number, usually all of the search results pop up for her, motions and everything. Nothing is popping up right now. It's literally telling me there are no results. Like, what?
It's interesting is that, I feel like last year the harassment actually helped Karen. This year, I think it's actually hurting Karen, because they were able to submit a photo of Mr. Lucky. And I remember that post. I was so annoyed with that post. I was like, they said, "In Lucky we trust." And they showed that with the picture. I was like, this is such bullshit, man. This guy perjured himself.
Yep.
And and I know the guy was coached not to wear glasses into the courtroom. I know that for a fucking fact. Like, there's no way that last year he wears glasses, this year no glasses. So he
had glasses at the end there. He put glasses on. He had readers.
Yeah, readers, sure.
Right. Wear your contacts this time, Lucky. Like, okay. Like,
I mean, like, if I was on a jury, I would naturally assume the guy was being harassed to testify a certain way, and I would kind of disprove it. And also, his statements just don't make sense. And unfortunately, it's a guy who, honestly, I don't think Lucky's an evil, bad person. I think Lucky is a very cowardly person. I would say that, but a hardworking person, a person who doesn't want to get involved with BS and wants to just live his life and not be annoyed. I mean, this is a guy who has multiple jobs, works his ass off, and suddenly he's being harassed. But he's kind of a coward, unfortunately, because he's going to have to look into the eyes of John O'Keefe's mother and say that he wasn't brave enough to tell the truth. That's what he's going to have to tell God.
I mean,
yeah. You go.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But again, he stopped the harassment of himself by going and doing what they wanted him to say and do. That's the reality.
Like, in life we are judged by our actions, and I feel like Lucky is going to be judged on his actions today and the previous ones, where he, instead of going against the mob and being a brave individual and doing the right thing, he decided to join the mob and so that he can save himself. And that's going to be something that he's going to have to deal with his creator, or whoever he worships, or whatever the thing he believes in. Because I think he was a coward today. I think he was a coward before, and I think it's just unfortunate. And I hope he doesn't get harassed anymore, but I also think he's a coward.
No. I think he's a coward because what he did was pander to, for him to sit there and say he had no idea he was being threatened by the sewer turtle would just be a bold-faced lie.
Am I too low?
He absolutely
am I too low, or is it you? Because I hear you clearly, but I'm not sure.
It might have been me. I just turned it up. I turned it down yesterday when there was an echo, so it was probably me. I turned it up.
Technical issues, right?
You're right. There is literally no defense, and that's kind of the problem the defense has, is they have no cohesive theory. Like,
I mean,
there just isn't.
Yeah, I don't think I understand their story so far. I think it's all over the place, and it's not a clear narrative. Like, when I looked at the prosecution case this time, it's clear there's a storyline, there's a story to be told. And for Karen Reed, unfortunately, I can't visualize the story yet.
Yeah,
but I have a feeling
before him left at this point, because Chris did a good solid favor of allowing him to work there and make some money, and Chris doesn't, when it comes to like making sure that like anyone he can help out, he can. He's not a stingy person, so for me, he was easily fearful that he was going to be harassed, as the TB. I turned it up. TB said, and then wrote articles about. And so to sit there and say you didn't know about that, but all your friends were telling you about it, like,
yeah, that's clear lie.
Stop.
I would naturally assume
the jury's going to know that that's bullshit. Like,
another problem is Jack, you're trying to prove that you're not intimidating these witnesses, and then Jackson comes in there, and what does he do to every witness he goes across? He intimidates them. It's like. And then you got the intimidator in the courtroom. If I was Karen Reed, I would tell him to tell that motherfucker to get out of the courtroom right now. I would, you know what I mean? Like, the whole point is that you want to show that the prosecution is the one intimidating, and this is grand conspiracy. But it seems like it's the other way around. There's a grand conspiracy by the defense, and we'll see how that works out with the jury. But personally, I think how Jackson is just kind of going at everyone, even the simplest people, is a bad move. And I think Alessi just doesn't know how to close a deal. He doesn't know how to just finish it. And I think that Dr. Russell disastrous thing. Personally, if I was in a jury, I just think they brought their grandma, just basically like that would be like that was
Right? Like,
Alessi's
who
grandma.
let their grandma out of the insane
Yeah.
asylum? Like, bring her back to her chair where she's, knitting a sweater and watching Matlock. God damn it!
And I think, Hank is a master of just saying something he knows is going to be objected to, but is impactful. For instance, when he said, like, did you have any other conversations to Barros yesterday? And, Jack, having any conversations with them? What was the conversations? And Jackson objected. And then she allowed it. And then he said, look over. And then when the guy's trying to look over to the defense, he says, look over here, over
That's
here or
the
something like
thing.
that.
Like, you could tell that he wasn't being honest or truthful in any
Absolutely.
stretch of the imagination. He just wasn't, like,
Absolutely.
at all.
And I think Hank is doing a master job, but we'll see. I mean, I think that it depends on the jury. I think the bar for Karen Reed to get off is a lot lower than last time due to the fact that I think she needs is a hung jury. And I think that's the goal. I think the goal is for them to hope for one juror to do a hung jury to get off. And I don't think she's going to be prosecuted again. I don't think they're going to do a retrial a third time around. I don't think I don't know any case that's like that, to be honest with you.
I'll tell you, the Commonwealth told us, told the public that they will try it as many times as they have to.
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, I don't think there's going to be much of a will, but who knows? I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things I don't know what's going to happen. But there's some weird StreamYard auto leveling. Oh, that could be it.
I turned it up on one end and forgot to turn it up on the other end, and that's my bad.
I mean, I find it interesting that a lot of Karen readers are like, the prosecution witnesses are sketch, but then these witnesses are all sketch to me. Like, these people just seem like they've all been either intimidated or they're paid off.
Something, because when your testimony and Lucky's testimony changes, especially the times, 3:30, 4:30, 5:30, and then 6:15. So 4 separate times talking to 4 separate people. And he knows now that 3:30 is not possible because the cops weren't there at 3:30. So he was saying he couldn't get down there at 3:30 a.m. because the cops were blocking the road. They weren't even there at 3:30.
And Jennifer, if they go after a third time, I don't know how the court's going to hold, but I think her support is dwindling little by little, because I've noticed a lot of Facebook. I think one of the people on Twitter recommended it. Her, a court TV Facebook thing where it showed like her doing her usual speech on the courthouse. And a lot of those comments were negative. A lot of those comments were like, she's guilty, she's guilty, she's guilty. I think that the tides of people thinking that she's innocent is really, really turning, because I think a lot of people are seeing this evidence and they waited for the defense because they wanted to see, the defense do better.
Case.
And the defense, we're more than halfway through the defense. I mean, I don't know how many more witnesses we got, but I don't think we have much more to the defense. I think they're probably going to have closings by next week. And
next week, yeah.
And tomorrow we're taking a day off, and Friday's an all-dayer. And honestly, I don't see where they're going to do. I don't see their defense. Their defense is.
I don't either. I see not. I don't know.
I mean, had they had any expert come forward and explain the microscopic taillight pieces embedded in the clothes? Have they, how you might be able to say Proctor sprinkled taillight pieces there, but how do you explain the microscopic taillight pieces? Sorry, you can't.
The Commonwealth has a couple of rebuttal witnesses, but I do think that they could finish it up by next week.
Yeah, I mean,
even with the rebuttal witnesses.
Do you think they're going to do ARCA on Friday?
No.
I think
they have their ME, and then I don't know what order, but they have their ME, they have the dog trainer guy, and then ARCA. And I think
so
there's one other person.
So so they got the dog trainer. So this is going to be the same ME that was barely alive, or they got a new one?
No, I think it's a different one this time, I
Yeah, probably
believe.
because that guy realized he was lied to and looked like a fool on that stand.
That's a very real possibility that he like was not given all the information and felt like a fool, because most of the time the defense does usually give all the information. They just find someone that will like, explain it away somehow. In this case, the defense is withholding on purpose, and that you're making your own expert look like a fool. And some people will say, you know what, I'll never work for X, Y, or Z again because you weren't honest with me.
Yeah.
If you were honest, they could have found a way around it or whatever. Like
Green? They're gonna call Green?
Oh yeah, Richard Green. I forgot about that. Yeah, him too. Yeah,
If they
him
call
too.
him, that's gonna be a fucking disaster. Bro, that is so bad.
I'm so ready for that though. Like,
I
call
mean,
him.
like, way to
It's already
remind the
been so
jury
bad.
about the data. Like, you do realize that if they bring that guy on, they're just gonna remind them about the data and then just completely be destroyed.
Right. And well, that's listen, I don't know why they would have called Dr. Russell. I don't know why they would have called Dever, but they did, which leads me to believe they're definitely going to call Richard Green.
I think they're desperate. This screams of being desperate.
Oh, we're beyond desperate. Unless he's screaming and yelling of the Constitution and a mistrial and a motion that he knew would never go anywhere, was screaming desperate. Like,
yeah, I mean, the theatrics are like 10 out of 10 with these people.
I think they'll call Garrett Wing. I think absolutely they'll call Garrett Wing. Yep, 100%. I think they call him.
So he can't mention about the police relying on the police. He doesn't need to mention that because all he needs to do is bring up his previous testimony where he apologized, where he fucked up and misinterpreted data. Game over.
Wait. Their ME is a lady who was fired for being 1,000 autopsies behind.
Yes, that's true.
Hell up.
That's true. She got fired. It was 1,500 actually. She didn't do the autopsies for.
Oh,
and they had to,
oh my God.
Yeah, she has.
How do you call someone like that?
When you have no other witness, you're basically just pick anyone. Honestly, I think that's more damaging than helpful, to be honest with you. Because like I would there's certain arguments I would not contest with. The argument that he got hit in the back of the head and he got a brain damage to the point where he passed out, I would not argue that. I would probably just say like, hey, he got into a hustle bustle, maybe he fell on his head and hurt himself in a struggle or something like that. I wouldn't bring any MEs. I would probably focus on trying to get competent dog experts or competent individuals that would explain the data and also the dog bites. That's pretty much it. And then just basically put like suspicion or doubt on Proctor, or maybe, you know what I mean? Or try to hook up some sort of connection between Proctor and Higgins or some shit like that. Limit the conspiracy. But that's what I would probably try to do if I was just a piece of shit garbage human being that wanted to get the fuck out my money. And yeah, 1,500. Right. Yeah, it was 1,500 incomplete autopsies.
That's crazy.
And she got
fired.
I
mean, Alba's right. They used Russell as an expert to like pretty much everything on planet Earth. I mean, she's, a fabric expert, an accident reconstructionist, a cop, an ME. She knows better than every doctor in the country who's an ME. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all of their arguments thus far have been utterly absurd. Okay. Like utterly absurd. Their ME, if that's the case, is going to be a disaster. That tells me that person is not thorough. They're not careful, that they don't make mistakes, which means there's going to be a bunch of shit. Wait, she missed calls at the station nightclub? What?
Yeah, she's a mess. She's a mess. I'm telling you, and like that's more damaging than actually not having one, to be honest with you. Because if I was on a jury, I'd be like, okay, there's a theme here. They're just hiring people that are just desperate for money and have no credibility.
They had to wait 17 hours for the ME to show up at the nightclub fire. And don't get me wrong, sometimes it takes a few hours, but 17? What? Yeah, that's the one. And that fire, I will never forget, ever. That was in Rhode Island. Like, oh my God, this is a disaster. I mean, how at this point, Jennifer's right. She hits the nail right on the head right here. They have no decent people to call.
Yeah,
they call the Ghostbusters. Maybe that would bode well for them. Who are you gonna call?
I mean, they might as well.
Ghostbusters.
You know, the funniest thing is, I was watching the Quentin Simon case, and they had the defense had, no, the prosecution had one stupid witness that I laugh at to this day, and this witness came on the stand and talked about like how Quentin Simon was mistreated, and then the defense came up and crossed her, and then he's like, so you talked to Quentin Simon's ghost, and she's like, yeah, me and my husband do a seance.
I saw that and I was like,
the same thing.
You actually brought that on the stand.
I laughed so hard when I heard, like, I was like, wait a minute, she's calling the ghost. She's talking to Quentin Simon's ghost. And I was like,
You told me so it must be true.
And it's like that's like, I feel like it's the next defense witness or Camry. Like they're gonna get like someone with a spirit box to try to communicate with fucking John O'Keefe's ghost.
We've had people on YouTube do that. It's kind of funny. Like, oh, thank you, Francesca.
Did Kara Reed kill you?
Right?
No.
Like, no, it was a conspiracy.
Jen McCabe. I feel like that's next. That's next in the itinerary, the spirit box witness. But
did you catch that too? Like Sarah Lynn makes a good point, but did you catch that not only did Hank Brennan call him a journalist, but Yannetti did too? He called him a blogger, but Yannetti called him a blogger too.
Yeah. Well, that's what he
called him the blogger. She's got to be pissed.
To be honest with you, if I was Eden Kearney, I would probably want to be referred to as a blogger, because if you're brought up as a news reporter, it's easier to sue the fuck out of you for defamation. Just my thought process. But
exactly. How do you think he got out of so many defamation cases before? It's because he said in his court cases that he was a blogger and it was just his opinion. Can't do that no more. Like,
yeah, you can't do that no more, and that's the thing. I would probably want to avoid that. That's just me. But yeah, he rent a witness. Yeah, that's what it feels like. I feel like a lot of these witnesses
rent a witness.
Rent a witness. That's the new rent a witness.
That's what they're doing, right? Rent a witness. I mean,
yeah,
with harassment and conspiracies, like rent a witness. That's a good one.
Bro, I would probably. I mean, I just think like these defense witnesses are terrible. Every single one of them are terrible. Even Auk is going to be fucking torn to pieces, because what's going to happen when he comes in is his credibility. Auk's credibility is going to be shot. It's going to be completely shot.
They're not going to be able to believe anything Arca says because of the Signal app and the deleting of the messages and the way that Dr. Rentschler could have been really good for the defense. Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Rentschler. Dr. Wolf is really bad for the defense. It's the way he answers the questions that he won't even like. If they said, "Hey, Dr. Wolf, is 2 + 2 4?" and it helped the Commonwealth, he'd be like, "Actually, no," and because, and then he'd make up every. But if the defense said, "Hey, it's a very simple question: is 2 + 2 4?" he'd be like, yes, of course it is. Like, so it's very clear that he's answering questions just like Dr. Russell based only on what's going to help the defense. And it's like, just answer the very simple ones that don't really matter much in one way or another that the Commonwealth asks. Like, answer them honestly, and you'd be a better witness for the defense. But you can't even do that. Like, can't even do that. Like, well, they're stuck with these people. They're stuck with Dr. Russell. They're stuck with Richard Green. They're stuck with Garrett Wing. They're stuck with these people because they have no actual reputable people that will say what they want them to say, because it's absurd and flies in the face of the evidence itself. Like, that's why.
Dr. Wolf is horrible. Dr. Rentschler alone would have been the best bet.
Yes. Yep. Conspiracies are us.
Yeah, Rentschler is at least not have a wife who's like a Carrie.
I mean, his wife would know, even if he was, to not get involved in something like that the day he testified. That was the stupidest thing I've ever seen a wife do in my entire life.
But you know what I've noticed? It's like the defense witnesses. A lot of them are pretty arrogant experts, that think that they're like the greatest thing since
the best. Sliced bread.
Sliced bread, yeah. I mean, it's kind of crazy because you have, and I think Hank played Russo pretty well with that, playing into her ego. And I think it's just like a lot of these witnesses are just seem to have these young or some of them are young and they have this big ego about them, and they're not really quite understanding. And all of them are just inexperienced when it comes to being crossed. I mean, you're being crossed by Hank, just like if an expert's being crossed by Jackson, you got to be kind of ready for it. These are smart individuals you're dealing with.
Yep.
You know, I just think
they're not stuck with Wing yet, but I have no doubt that they're going to call Garrett Wing. Call that YouTuber. Do it. Do it. I say do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it.
I mean, but that, you know what's going to, you know what the problem is if you call a YouTuber like that, they've done a bunch of YouTube videos and there's so much material that you can use against a YouTuber on a stand. Like, to be completely honest with you, I'm sure he can probably find dozens and dozens of clips to use against this guy, and it's admissible. And that's the thing. Like, I would never allow a YouTuber to be a fucking witness because there's so many clips that you can use against him. It's just wild to me. I would never
want to be a witness. Like, it's you know what I mean? Like, I give an opinion on what I think, and I try to show people where they can find information and try to help them understand how a trial works and like what a motion means, you know, what motions in limine are, and et cetera, et cetera. Like, I don't want to be a witness in a case for any reason whatsoever, other than me being an eyewitness to something.
And if he gets into a consciousness of guilt situation, which is he's planting the foundation for a consciousness of guilt within the defense's cross, which basically, if I'm on a jury and I get that instruction of like a consciousness of guilt, I'm thinking to myself, Karen Reed has something to do with the intimidation of Lucky. Or
absolutely. Of all of them, if I'm the jury, who do you think is directing all of this? You know what I'm saying? Like, they have nothing left to believe other than who does it benefit? And it's the defense. And so it's like, who do you think is orchestrating this mess? It's not rocket science to figure that out. You know, you don't need to be working at NASA to know. I do think Hank might try to sneak in some witness intimidation during his closing. And I think at this point he'd be allowed, because it's been proven that these people are sort of changing their opinions based on a harassment and then a non-harassment once they change to a more favorable thing for the defense. Like, wait, he has a sponsorship reel? Is that real life?
What is a sponsorship reel?
So you can make like little reels for people to pick you up for wanting to be like sponsors of your video. I just assume if there's a company that wants me to talk about their product, they'll reach out. Like, it.
I mean, I can't laugh at that. Listen, if this is your job and you're trying to make money with sponsorship, I don't see that any different than.
But he claims he's a dog trainer. So are you a dog trainer or a YouTuber?
Well, you could be both. I mean,
could be both, but what are you really trying to make your money off of? Like, you know what I mean?
I mean,
like,
I think you can make your money from referrals from YouTube. It could be like a free advertisement. I think you can have both jobs. I don't think it's a problem being on YouTube. Just like if you were a hairstylist and a YouTuber, you could give like hairstyle advice to people on YouTube while doing your tutorial.
Question: if you are a hairstylist, should you be giving expert opinions about law?
Well, maybe the hair in the back of the car. You can testify to that. What's your expert? That's going to be the next defense witness. We call the hairstylist YouTuber to the stand to tell us if this hair could have stuck to the back of the car. We need that person. That's next. That's the next witness.
I mean, they should actually call a hair expert to tell me what the hell happened to Elizabeth Little's head.
That would be the next step. What's with the like? Why did she like want to look like she's 60 years old? Like, what's going on?
That's what it looks. It reminded me of Dr. Russell's new bangs, and I was like, hey, they must have the same hairstylist.
Was that like? Did they like have like a goose Grey Goose night? And like Karen Reed was just like, you know, got drunk and did her hair as they were joking and chilling. Is this like a bet or something?
I said I feel like they got Karen Reeded in their sleep. They got Karen Reeded in their sleep, and she reversed on that haircut, bro. Like, did some reversing on that hair.
Maybe they did that. Maybe like, Karen Reed is like that the wicket, like the mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? And she just like saw her attorney and she's like, I need to make sure that person's uglier than me. Let me have her hair. and she
Well,
fucked
you know
up
what I'm
her
saying?
hair.
Like, I mean, we have a zebra and a bear update for the zebra and the bear in Tennessee. The bear was hit by a vehicle and unfortunately it died. But the
Oh.
zebra was grazed by the car and may not or may be injured. They believe he's just highly wounded and laying low. But there's a zebra and a bear running around in Tennessee right now. Like, that's just, you can't make this shit up. All right. Like,
I can't believe it. But anywho, I'm gonna skedaddle. It was good talking to you. See, if you're alive tomorrow and you're around, I'll be around.
I will be. I'll be here. I have
All
to
right.
be.
Keep
Thanks,
up the good work.
Tim. Appreciate you, my friend.
Yeah,
I'm trying. I'm trying, but
you gotta sing a song. Staying alive, staying alive. Whoa,
barely,
whoa, whoa,
barely.
whoa, staying alive. That's what we have going by.
Thanks, B. Tim. Appreciate you, my friend. I do think that's what happened, right? Like, their hair got Karen Reeded. I'm just saying, that's what happened. Like, I don't know what happened there with the hair, but I'd be real pissed off. Like, that should be against the Geneva Convention. All right, for anybody to do that to someone's bangs, it's terrible. Like, listen, I desperately need my hair done. Like, my grays are just, they're not vibing with me. All right, so I'm just saying, like, so I'm gonna check the docket again in a little while because I don't know what's going on. It's not showing me anything right now, which it normally pops right up. So maybe it's slow today because it's hot. Maybe it's a glitch. I don't know. Usually everything pops right up, and it's not. Hank is using every tool in his toolbox as the amazing, bright attorney that he is. And I'm going to say it's usually 8:30 because of court. I'm going to say 9:30 because there's no court. It gives me a little extra time in the morning to do some things I need to do. I literally give myself minutes after my little gets on the bus to get here in the morning. And so it's a little difficult. So since there is no court tomorrow, which is absurd and ridiculous, let me just say that again. It'll be 9:30 tomorrow and not 8:30 tomorrow, but we will still be here tomorrow anyway. So we'll go over some of the stuff that maybe some people missed and some of the funniest moments, I think, for the defense, because this is just not going well for them. And I don't see it sort of changing anytime soon. Hank definitely is in a league of his own. You can say that again. Like, he is in a league of his own. There is, and I said this, he's going to be formidable when it comes to dealing with this case and him making sure that he pulls out all the stops that need to be pulled out. So, I mean, hey, Hank's doing what Hank does, and I have no doubt in my mind that he'll get the job done. Karen's already admitted to drinking and driving, and she shouldn't have been, Yeah, there's no crying in baseball. All right, none, zero. None. Well, that's another thing. He's giving all the control to Karen. You're allowing Karen to just tell you exactly what to do and when to do it. And are you the attorneys or is she? The optics for the jury are there. She's on her devices. She's running up to sidebars. She's making faces. She's turning in her chair. She's resting duck facing. And so is her family. They can see what she's doing, right? It makes her an unlikable person. And, outside of her being unlikable, the evidence is what the evidence is. Okay. You can't change the evidence. And Hank has done a great job of just hammering in that evidence, even with the defense witnesses. Like, well, isn't this true? You're saying one thing, but isn't this true? And so it makes them look like liars. And after Devers, now all the jury has to question is why are all these people lying? Especially when they're being caught lying and being evasive. Being an evasive in a way where they eventually, with Hank, who has to keep questioning them on it, eventually have to concede that Hank is right, and which is what has happened with most of them. And so what does that leave the jury to understand about the defense's side of things? They have no alternative theory other than a dog who Marie Russell said didn't kill John. So if the dog didn't kill John in their theory, what did? Who did? When? When could that have happened? There is no timeline that fits that. None. Zero. The jury is left with the facts, the data, the data that can't be disputed, the ones that they're not disputing. Karen's team's not disputing she was the one driving the vehicle. They're not disputing that that car backed up at a high rate of speed. They're not disputing that seconds later, John's phone stops moving. They're not disputing that his phone battery went down the entire time until he was found after 6. They're not disputing any of that. They're none of it, because they cannot. That is why. And the jury would be asking, well, if none of that is true, where is the data from the defense to show it? Where is the data? They don't have it. There's nothing to debunk it. And they know this. So now it's throw whatever at the wall, see what sticks, and hope for the best. And I think that they know that this is going very, very badly, because they're pulling some very seriously desperate moves. So that tells me that they know it's going bad, but it doesn't look like Karen knows. Which tells me maybe they're not being honest with her at this point, just to keep her happy, because they're afraid of her explosive attitude. Because she doesn't look like she understands this is not going well for them. Jack, that's up to the judge. And as we know, this judge just makes no sense half the time. So that's kind of why. Yeah. All the data does point to one person, and it's not Karen. It's not anybody but Karen. It's not Karen is innocent and everyone else did it. It's not Karen isn't lying and everyone else is lying. It's Karen has all the evidence that points at her and nobody else but Karen. Okay? It's not Michael Proctor. It's not Chris Albert. It's not Tim Albert. It's not Kevin Albert. It's not Brian Albert. It's not Brian Higgins. Right? It's not Jen McCabe. It's not Jen McCabe's husband. It's not the kids. It's not the O'Keefes. It's Karen. And only Karen. Right? The fact that she doesn't look worried shows you how deluded some of these people are. In her own mind, right? This is going fantastic. This is great. And you get that from the other egotistical, narcissistic piece of human waste that is called the sewer turtle, that today was only focused on himself. The very small things that they said about him throughout today, which were a few things like here or there, he made into this big, like, oh my God, they just entered this into evidence. Will they call me to question me? No, you're a liability, sir. The defense is never going to call you to question you, because on cross-examination, you would be eviscerated. And if you didn't want to be cross-examined, then you'd have to plead the fifth for the entire thing. So just saying, no, they're not calling you. Like, sorry that that's a wet dream of yours, sir, but it's not going to happen. Like, sorry, not sorry. Like, yeah. The judge said because it was going to be hot, which is so absurd on its face, because they wouldn't be able to hear the witnesses over the very loud air conditioner and fans, which is like, then get lapel mics. Oh, well, you're wasting the jury's time. You're wasting everyone else's time. Oh, it's going to be hot. Well, it's going to be hot Friday too. You're just going to keep giving days off because it's going to be hot. I mean, that's so that doesn't even make any sense. Okay. You're going to have to keep the fans on. You're going to have to keep the AC on. You're going to have to keep going through hot weather. Like that's life. Okay. Giving them all these days off, half day, day off, half day, day off, half day. We'll never finish this. Most people want this done over. You don't think the O'Keefes want this over, but they think it's a slap in the face to the O'Keefes to keep doing this to them. It's unnecessary. Don't you think you've given Karen enough days out of jail? Don't you think the family has gone through enough? This is the second trial for them. Don't you think all of us who have been harassed into oblivion and continue to be every single day are kind of sick of it at this point? Don't you think we want this to be over? But I refuse to not continue to cover this case until there's a goddamn resolution, because I will not be silenced by bullies. I will not. But it's wasting everyone else's time. It's not right. Okay? There are people who day in and day out, just like myself, deal with constant harassment from these people. Okay? Constant. And yes, it's being worked on. There's actually a judge working on making sure these people are going to be held accountable for the things that they're doing. But I don't think anyone has any idea the level of harassment I'm talking about, or the things that actually that there are people living with day in and day out of dealing with. It's deplorable and it's disgusting. And those people would like to see some justice and a resolution as well. And I think at this point, they're friggin' entitled to it. they are entitled to it. You know, I am not a free Karen Reed channel. I'm not taking in hundreds of dollars per stream. I'm not even taking in enough to cover the cost at this point. And I can't afford to do that. But I do it because I feel a moral obligation to see this through one way or another. Like, this affects a lot of people's lives and has affected a lot of people's lives simply because they refuse to believe what's right in front of them, and they'd rather believe in a conspiracy theory that everyone except Karen Reed is a liar. Everyone else is shady except her. None of the evidence can be trusted at all. Everything's a giant setup and no one is flipped, which is just so ridiculous. It's not even funny. Like, this affects a lot of people, and I think it shows a lot of disregard that the judge doesn't seem to understand has greater implications of you putting an extra day on the pain that other people have to feel. I think you shouldn't be a judge if you can't take the whole thing into consideration, that the defense is just droning this on so their client can be out. They know this isn't going well. They 100% know this isn't going well. Maybe she doesn't, but her defense team certainly does. You know, there is a moral obligation to the people that have been dealing with this day in and day out. And I feel like Hank understands it. Hank gets it. I can tell by the way that he speaks. I can tell by the way he asks those questions about harassment. It's unacceptable. You know? I mean, there are a lot of people that after they saw the ID documentary were like, holy shit, she's guilty. You know? She's guilty. Just straight guilty. Like, well, that's another thing. Like, you're wasting these people's time who might need to get back to their life and their jobs. They're being paid like $50 a day. Some of them get paid more than I do. Like, $50 a day? That's all these jurors are getting. Like, they might want to get back to their lives. They can't afford to just keep wasting days off and half days to not go back to their lives and their jobs, and, you know, that they're sacrificing to do their duty as a juror. Like, it makes me sad. It makes me sad for all of the people that have to continue to deal with it, and even after it's over, you know, long after it's over, it'll still continue. At least it'll die down at that point. And I think people are waiting for that, you know, like they're waiting for that. Like, Peggy's a rock star, and that woman has more oomph than Karen Reed could ever pray to have. She's a better person than Karen could ever pray to be. And she doesn't need to keep going through this every single day, you know? Well, that's another thing. Had she put the goddamn gag order in effect and sequestered a jury in the first trial, we probably wouldn't be here today. And that pisses me off to no end. The judges in the state of Massachusetts don't think it's necessary to sequester a jury ever. And it's a huge mistake. You gave a license to a bunch of psychotic people to run around and intimidate and harass people. And then you didn't charge any of them yet because you allowed them to embolden themselves to continue. Now, I understand that when you finally do drop those charges, it's going to be bittersweet. And then they're going to realize weren't going to get away with it. But until then, how many other victims were made that wouldn't have been made otherwise if you just charged them in the first place and didn't wait? How many? How many extra victims are there that wouldn't have been if these people, including the Commonwealth, had done the right thing to begin with? And the judge. The gag order should have been in effect a long time ago. The jury should have been sequestered in the first trial. Those are decisions that were no-brainers. But I live in the state of Massachusetts. So, you know, they don't seem to think that those are important. And that people's lives aren't important that are being affected. Because they're not us. They don't have to live it. So why would they care? Like, you know, why? Like, you can't avoid it. No, that Jack. We can't avoid it. It's not avoidable. You know what I mean? It's not avoidable. They want that mistrial. They're going to try everything they possibly can to get that mistrial. The problem is they're just not going to get it. They're not going to get it. They're just not. You know what I mean? If that happens, I blame the judge. I blame the judge if that happens. I do think that I am pretty confident in the fact that that Hank will get the job done. And I'm pretty confident that, the jury can't be that dumb and that she's already admitted to driving drunk. That's one of the charges. So I don't know how you wouldn't find her guilty even on just that alone. She has no days to credit because she wasn't in jail. So, there's that. So, all right. I'm going to wrap this up. I love your faces. We're going to be here at 9:30 instead of 8:30 tomorrow morning to give me some extra time because we're not going to have trial tomorrow, as we know, unfortunately. So it'll be 9:30. I'm going to check real quick. Just want to make sure there's nothing in my email. Okay. If you'd like to donate to the channel, we could use the help. We would very well appreciate it. You can do so one of a couple different ways. The most direct route, best route is the Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, and the link we have for credit or debit. And then we have other things like super chats and super stickers and that kind of stuff, memberships. But it's free to subscribe. You don't need to pay any money to subscribe. Thank you, Monica. Monica sends $10 with the kissy face. I appreciate it, Monica. Thank you so much. If you do donate when I'm not live, I'll read it tomorrow, as I always do. I love you guys, and I will see you guys at 9:30. And in the meantime, we will be in Discord. If you need us for anything, you guys know how to get in touch with me. All of the information on A, how to get in touch with me, or B, how to donate to the channel is all in the description of the video. And it's also on the main part of my channel. So if you're ever looking for that, it's there. I love you guys, and I will see you guys in the morning.